Did you find a way to run from the city of the sun? You could have stayed, it's only over when the day is done. I never knew you was a runner, yeah. I mistook you for a son. It don't matter what we think when it's all over, 'cause this is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice and raise your power, yeah. This is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice and raise your power, yeah. 'cause this is our last chance to leave it all behind.
Let's get it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for the second day of the Post eSports League's final. Now, yesterday we had a lot of action and of course a big upset where the second team won and became the kings of the Post eSports League. What awaits us today, we don't know. But first of all, we will see Clash Royale unfolding before our eyes. So let's look at the playoffs bracket to remind us who is in the quarterfinals. So we had in the 8th finals, we had Magic versus Gibona. Magic was the MVP of the Clash Royale discipline of the Post eSports League, but won very by a shot of a hair and lost in the quarterfinals versus Turtle, who took the first place of the semi-finals today. Now, on the other side, we had Barry and Crypto fighting their way through the quarterfinals and 8th finals, and finally came to the semi-finals. On the other hand, we had also Orange, a player nobody had on his radar, nobody, and here he is, also in the semi-finals. Now, I know we have some stats for the players, about the players, and I'm joined today by the amazing Fox, Karascast, and it's Nafu. They will do the first player focus of the day between Royal Family, Turtle, and Orange.
From the Post eSports League 2020. Next to my side is Nafo, his first event, and I'm glad to be here with him because he's an amazing young guy. Looking forward to see some good action in Clash Royale. And yeah, Nafo, you prepared a little bit about the players.
Yeah. So first off, we had Turtle, who will see tonight playing. So he had an amazing win rate of 85%. He was playing super aggressively in the playoffs, which is clearly his strength. He's always trying to find the patterns of his opponents and then punish them as we go. For his main decks, he used twice the Lockbait deck and the Blitzbane deck with 3 Musketeers against Magic, who he dominated 3-0. And for his opponent, Orange, we have a 75 win rate. He had to play 8 games in total, lost twice, and he kind of used the same decks as Turtle, to be honest. He used also twice the Lockbait deck, then the Blitzbane 3 Musketeers deck, but also one time the Lava Miner deck. But he had a completely different playstyle. He played extremely safe and slowly. He took the advantage of the matchup. He had always the better picks and showed off that he can play it safely down. And now we will have these completely different playstyles head by head, and we will see who will come out victorious.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, as we see on the sheet right now, even though Orange is in his first event and today in his first live event on the stage, he managed to become the player of the week once in the last season. Even though Turtle managed it too, he finished the season at the 8th position and Orange on the 4th position, and both are now today here at the semi-finals and finals, and I'll guess it's gonna be an interesting first game between those two players, Orange and Turtle.
And before getting into the first set, we have also the PlayStation 5 voucher giveaway, which takes place this weekend. Yesterday the first question was revealed. The second question about Clash Royale will be revealed later today. So, first of all, you have to follow the stream, of course, to not miss the question. Second, you have to answer the question correctly. The more questions you answer correctly, the more chances you have to be drawn and win this PlayStation 5 voucher. And on the third side, you have to put your information so we can contact you to give you the voucher. Now, we have 2 amazing players. We have the German star, Royal Family Turtle, who is the favorite, one of the favorites of the Post eSports League's final. So let's see what we have in store for you guys in the chat.
Hallo, ich bin Linus, in Clash Royale nennt man mich Torte. Clash Royale spiele ich seit 4 Jahren. Ich bin 18 Jahre alt und komme aus dem Saarland in Heckendahlheim. Ich spiele Clash Royale seit 4 Jahren täglich, ca. 3 Stunden am Tag. Trainieren tue ich nicht mit anderen Spielern, sondern meist nur für mich im Ranglistenmodus oder in der Herausforderung. Ich bin eher ein aggressiver Spielertyp, mache meist den ersten Move und probiere bei den Gegnern Mustern rauszufinden, diese auszunutzen und dadurch zu gewinnen. Die Competition ist sehr stark und das, obwohl wir nur so eine kleine Region sind. Deswegen denke ich, es wird ein sehr spannendes Finale.
Ladies and gentlemen, Royal Family Turtle! The German star, who is one of the favorite, had some struggles during the season, the regular season, came strong, very strong in the players and fight his way to the semi-final. Now we have a player, we have not counted him in at all in the beginning of the season, even in the qualifiers. He managed to get it to the semi-final. I'm talking about the underdog, Orange. What do we have from him as a video?
Hi, my name is Cedric, aka Orange, and I'm 16 years old.
Before Orange, this could be, the damage is out, definitely there. Orange does it, gets the
I play Clash Royale since about 4.5 years, since the global release in March 2016. I usually like to play more defensive decks, because I love to control my opponents, what they are able to do, when they can play aggressive, when I can play aggressive. I like to control the game.
To get it back, and now the miner is in, and now huge damage.
I usually try to not let my emotions take over my gameplay. I like to stay calm and just focus on the game and try to win. I respect all of my opponents, they have tons of experience in the eSports scene, so but I try to give my best.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's not blue, he's orange. He's cool and collected. Orange! Orange, the player nobody counted him in, and he showed everyone he is a force to be reckoned with. Chat, who do you think will win this first semi-final of the day? And of course, casters, what are your thoughts about who will win this first game and control the rest of the set? Take it away.
Thank you, Trex. Yeah, this is the first match today. Turtle from the Royal Family versus the underdog Orange. Both had a really nice spot there. Really funny, really nice. Yeah, Nafu, what do you think? Who will get the win in these first semifinals?
So, of course, we have to count in the experience of Turtle. He has already played in a lot of tournaments, also besides Luxembourg. So his experience will probably help him a lot, help him to manage the stress. But I think Orange also already managed to pull off so many things. So it's like he's such an X factor. You can't really say anything.
Both players mentioned their playstyle, so Turtle is very aggressive, and on the other hand side we have Orange, the passive playstyle. He wants to control the match. Maybe this is gonna be a thing why he will win 1, 2 or maybe 3 to 4 games today. So we will see what's the better thing to do. Is it aggressive playstyle or is it the passive playstyle? And of course, which types of decks will these players play? We have several decks right now in the top meta. Of course, it's as always the Royal Giant dominating the meta. Yes. But yeah, what do you think we will see for different type of decks?
So, of course, for Turtle, we will probably see some aggressive cycle decks. I've talked with him prior to this day, and he has an incredible amount of decks he can play right now. So he can really manage everything at the moment of this meta. And with Orange, probably we will see some rather defensive decks. He really liked the Lava Hound deck, Lava Miner in general. And now we just got the bans. So from Tortle, we've got the Fireball ban, and from Orange we have the Fisher ban. Two extremely strong cards right now because of the Skeleton Dragons.
I mean, the Fireball is in every deck that's played outside, except some decks with the Aerosap combination. But even though the Fisherman starting as a weak card at the beginning, now being one of the best cards and played in many decks, because the interesting thing about the Fisherman is you got some enemy pushing towards the tower, just grab him away with the Fisherman and the danger is banned. So 2 bans right now for these matches, the Fireball and the Fisherman. So maybe both players need to adapt some of the decks. As we mentioned, Fireball is nearly in every deck right now. So is there any spell that could fit perfectly for the Fireball?
To be honest, at the moment, not. The recent nerf for the spells in general put the tower damage really behind. And especially with the dominance of the Heal Spirit, Poison is not really an option. So maybe we'll see the combination you talked about earlier with the Zap and Arrows, who will come up clutch right now.
Together them?
Yes. To counter the Skeleton Dragons and the Heal Spirit, who are dominating this era at the moment a lot as well.
Yeah, interesting thing, the Heal Spirit is right now very dominant, but not our heal lady, you could say. So why is the Heal Spirit so dominant? It's just a 1 elixir across card, so
you already mentioned it. It's the value you get of this 1 elixir. You can heal up a whole push. For example, that's why the poison is not valuable at the moment. You can hit them with the poison, and then the enemy just plays the Heal Spirit. Everything gets healed up again, and that's it. Like the tower's down, you lose the game. It's just really annoying. And a lot of pros actually want a nerf to this card because you just get so much of it.
And that's the thing of the Fireball, because if there's the Heal Spirit coming in with your army, just place the Fireball on top, and something like the Horde, the Minion Horde or so, they will die before the Heal Spirit can do anything to heal up their things. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here right now in the first semi-finals of the Post eSports League 2020, hitting right now Royal Family's Tortle against the underdog Orange in the first match of this matchup. Yeah, we talked about the bans, we talked about the decks, so we're just waiting for the game to start. What do you think? Which player will win?
To be honest, I think the experience will
it's Tortle in your opinion?
Yeah. In my opinion, it's Tortle just because of experience. But like I said also earlier, the X factor of Orange is just so big, you can't calculate anything, to be honest. Like, it's so hard.
So you don't say something about 4-0 for Tortle? You say more than there will be a matchup around about?
4-2. I think 4-2 for Tortle. Maybe at the end 4-3, but I think Tortle will take it in 6 games.
Okay. And I'm a fan of the passive playstyle, so I talk about it's a 4-3 for Orange, in my opinion. So I'll guess it's gonna be a very interesting first match, first round up here.
That for sure.
So we are ready, and so are the players. And so the first match is starting. On the red side, we have Orange and Tortle on the blue side. And already the first push is coming in with the Giant Skeleton, concluded with the Frozen Mage and the Baby Dragon, countered by the Skeltrax. And there will be 1 shot on the left-hand tower.
So we see already some cards, like I wanted to mention right now. The Orange is playing a Lava Hound deck, but Tortle predicted the Lava Hound in a perfect timing and is now probably taking the right side tower.
First tower, the Loon is just perfectly. Lava Hound is a card with 7 elixir, so if you play Lava Hound, there's nothing you can do against the Loon pushing in. But now the Dark Prince coming in together with the Flying Machine, the Bomb Tower to counter these matchup, the Frozen Mage there to slow them up. And there's the Baby Dragon perfectly, but the Lava Hound is on the tower, so the damage is falling down and the tower is getting some damage. But I guess it won't be enough to take the tower. Maybe he will defend it, and the miners coming to finish it, but perfectly Blade Barrel there, and the Tornado coming in as well. So we see here 2 decks, the Lava Hound deck without a Loon played here by Orange, and Tortle with his Loon Skeleton deck.
This was also, even though Tortle punished his opponent very early on. He managed with a elixir deficit to nearly defend the push of Orange perfectly. And now we see again the punish for the Lava Hound in the back.
And there's the cage coming, the skeleton dragons, two dragons spelling fire on the Loon. And the Loon is now distracted by the cage, but it could be enough. Maybe there's one hit going down, there's the hit on the tower, and that's the thing nobody wants, because the Loon is dealing so much damage, but now a huge push flying machine. The dragons, the prince, the Loon, all coming in. Maybe this could be enough, but there's the bomb tower to defend. Now the poison, you're beautifully played to get rid of these frozen mage. But we have to see, Orange has only 2,000 HP left on his king tower, and now there's the second Lava Hound coming in. There's so much tankiness on the map right now, and it's hard to defend. Here the skeleton dragons in behind, the baby dragons to clear them up. They are low on HP, and the battle is ending soon. Right now, it does look good for Orange.
Oh no, the flying machine actually managed to get on the tower, and now it's getting really close for both of these players.
You know, when there's when every player has one tower left, so we go to the overtime, and nearly the last hit is going down, but there's the Loon coming in for the cage, and now he's distracted. The skeleton tracks, maybe they're enough, it's very close, but the bomb is going down on the tower, and that's it, my friends. That's the first game, and Total managed to win the first game in this set. Wow!
This was a really intense game. You saw the exact thing I talked about earlier, the patterns Total looks at. He punished every single Lava Hound perfectly to get the tower super low. First time he got the tower, defended his own tower, so there was no tower trade, which you would like to go for in these B-Town decks. And then just, it was too much,
Yeah, the first Loon was so amazing. You got with one Loon nearly the king tower on half HP and the full crown tower on the side, so it was perfectly played. He predicted the Lava Hound in the situation, and then at the end I thought it could be a little bit close. Two Lava Hounds near to Total's towers, but he was able to manage it, to defend the things. The bomb tower, of course, very good played with them to get the damage off it. Yeah, and that's the first game for Total, so maybe we will see some different decks for the second matchup. Yeah, Lava Hound and Loon is now through. Maybe we will see now some cycle deck, maybe the Graveyard deck nobody is playing anymore, nobody knows about, because Graveyard is still very strong to get some damage done.
So also what we saw with Tortle, how he used the bomb tower to always clear up the pups. He usually you try to play bomb tower, not, of course, against ground troops, but with the recent buff to it, around 4 or 5 months ago, it now has a death damage to it, which is extremely useful against these big amounts of pups, and he used it perfectly against it.
Yeah, I mean, something like the arrow would be fine against Lava Hound too. I really like arrows against the Lava Hound. Just deal with the pups and they're completely gone away. But the cage, we have seen the cage as well to defend against the Loon. It wasn't able to do it perfectly, but the cage for itself is right now a very strong card as well, because you have the option to defend against a golem, a royal giant, a Loon, a Lava Hound, all that stuff, and then you have the minion coming off the cage and just fighting back towards the enemy tower. So the cage itself is a very strong card. Some month ago it was more about the Graveyard, the tombstone used as the defensive playstyle. Now it's the cage, so maybe we will see some more decks completed with the cage. And now we're heading to game number 2 again. Orange red side and Total on the blue side down. So what's it gonna be in this second match? First of all, the Miner again. Miner getting up from many different. And there's the Valkyrie with her surround damage to clear it up. So if there's something like a skeleton army, there's nothing to do. The Musketeer against the Skull Dragons. That's good, because the Valkyrie is very tanky.
So currently we see, probably again a Lava Hound deck, Lava Loon deck, yes.
Lava Loon instantly coming in. Barbarians very strong in front of the Loon because they're just dealing with all the stuff, but nothing against the Skeleton Dragons now. But will be the damage enough? I guess this time yes, because the Barbarian Hut has so much damage. He can tank 2 shots from the Loon, and that's it. Nice Sap here to get a little bit of extra damage. Some skeletons as well, and the Miner to defend this little push.
So I would say for the decks we have for Tortle a Graveyard deck with the Valkyrie instead of the Knight. And for Orange, again, a Lava Loon deck, how it looks like. Yes, exactly there. Oh, a misplay from Tortle there, but luckily, luckily for Orange, he also has the poison in the deck.
Yeah, and the poison is perfectly to deal with the Graveyard. Graveyard played here on the tower, but there's the Infernal Dragon, so maybe there's only the Lava Hound left. We haven't seen yet right now from Orange. But nice here with the Barrel Blade to get this Infernal Dragon away from the tower, because we all know if the Infernal Dragon is on the tower is nearly done if you haven't got a Zap or Electrical Dragon, all that stuff. And there's the Lava Hound coming in, and now is the question, how will Tortle defend this push?
So we saw already the Musketeer cycle in the back. Usually the pros try to play these counters as soon as possible in order to get them back as soon as possible, of course.
There's the pacing going down. The Lava Hound is now there, and the pups getting out. Only the Valkyrie is left, but the Valkyrie is enough to take the damage from the pups, and there's only a little bit damage on the tower right now. There's the Infernal Dragon and the Graveyard coming in, but the poison is again there to defend against the Graveyard. Such a good prediction, playing the poison here, and perfectly countered here the Graveyard again.
So now, yeah.
Going wild, like the next Lava Hound coming in, but again the Skeleton Dragons are there to defend. All the damage coming in Musketeer as well, but there will be some damage. The next Skeleton Dragons now, this time from Orange on the left hand side, and there's the Loon, and Orange is trying to push against. Oh, there's the Graveyard coming, so no defense against the Loon. Okay, now they're the Skeleton Dragons, and they will do enough damage. And yeah, right now it looks like there's gonna be an overtime. Next poison coming, but the poison won't be enough on the left-hand side, so there needs to be another push.
We see Orange really has to pressure Tortle right now, but it probably isn't looking in his favor. We see only 100 damage left.
The Zap was so important, but there will be the poison, and there's it. Tortle is now shaking his hands, he knows. That's it. There's the cheers coming in from Orange, and the next game is going to Tortle. Yeah. Nothing to say about, just perfectly predicted with the poison against the Graveyard. Yes. And if you have a poison against the Graveyard is nearly useless.
Yes, to be honest, Tortle got very lucky at one point. He got like around 3 or 4 skeletons hit, which is really, really rarely that you get so much damage, even with the countering the poison. But he just managed to punish his opponent perfectly with this deck. He defended perfectly. He used his Musketeers, the Skeleton Dragons, not too close to each other, so the Orange couldn't get a lot of value with his own poison. And it was just a really great game and show of skill from Tortle.
Yeah, and as we saw, Orange is definitely watching some high-level esports from Clash Royale, because his deck, except the poison was a little adaptation, his deck was the deck of the week from the last Clash Royale week. So definitely strong deck, and it is played very good, but again, the Graveyard wasn't the best option here to counter the stuff. And yeah, that was the second game going down for Tortle. And now the third game is already starting. And let's see what those players have in common for the third deck. So nothing happened right now. The Barrel coming in with the Ice Golem on the other hand side. Flying Machine. So everything is open right now. 3 Musketeer deck from Orange. I like this because I like the 3 Musketeers as well. But the question is how he will get these Musketeers to the opponent towers. We will see what he has in his deck. And there's the Ghost coming in. And there's the Heal Spirit we talked about earlier, just pretty good to heal the push up, but the Barbarians there to defend against Musketeers, but they're still alive. And there's coming in the Hawks, crushing through, and the tower is getting the first hits of damage, but good defense there. And now there's a little push from Tortle coming on the left-hand side.
So probably the ban from Tortle is working in his favor. Without the Fireball, the best counter against the 3 Musketeers. He could pull this win off, but it will be a very hard matchup though for Orange.
Yeah, there was a good defense with the Hunter. Hunter very good against the Hawks again. And it's interesting because both players are playing kind of a similar deck, both having the Hawks, having the Heal Spirit, but a different type of aggressment in both decks. And now there's coming in the Barbarians together with the Flying Machine, but perfectly there's the counter with the Hunter and the Ice Golem getting slowed down. But the Hunter is dead right now, perfectly made with the Snowball, so the Hunter can't get another hit, but just the luck as last card in his deck, and Orange manages to defend this deck, and right now it looks good for him.
Yeah, they're even in Elixir, but these Barbarians are really a tough thing for Orange to handle. But at the moment he's doing a great job at defending.
Yeah. The Ghost there, dealing some AoE splash damage, but the Hawks coming in, and now is the question, what will the Orange do? And there's another big push, maybe the last push he can do with the Musketeers in this game, and he needs to get some damage done here, and the Hawks coming together with the Ice Golem, everything pushing on the left-hand side. There's a lot coming against the Barbarians, but there's huge damage coming in, and the Flying Machine together with the Sabis, and the defense is there. Tortle is just a master on defending this stuff, and now he's pushing for his own last push. Maybe he will get down with the turret, and that's it. That's it. The tower is nearly gone. 185. Close one.
This will really hard to manage. A win there for Orange will be really hard because he could manage it because Tortle has no spell. As you can see, only Barbarian, Barrel, and a Snowball. But, ooh, there's a big push though.
Yeah,
but these Barbarians will probably clear everything off.
Yeah, and you see the problem. 3 Musketeers played on one lane is always not a good idea because you need to push on 2 lanes to get an opponent really under pressure. And there's the Hawks coming in. The lock isn't enough. 19 damage left, and that's it. Orange is there, and that's the third game, the third win for Turtle in the last minute before the overtime starts. Very well played, and yeah. Similar deck, but played differently.
As you can see, the Barbarians worked really favors for Tortle because he had this strong counter for the Royal Hawks, and also the splash damage from the Skeleton Dragons was just so much. Orange just had no answer to these.
Yeah, the last push from Orange together with the 3 Musketeers on one lane, it was his last push. He knew he needed to try it, but again, the Barbarians, 5 little yellow people with their swords that just perfectly against them, and they managed to count it. Even though the Heal Spirit came in, it wasn't enough. The damage was too high. Exactly. And so the third game is going down for Tortle, and Tortle is on a direct way for heading for the finals. Yes. And now the fourth game is coming in, and maybe this will be the last game of this set.
Or maybe Orange could pull off again his crazy ways and come back.
Sweep.
Yeah, come back 3-0.
I mean, it would be amazing now. 4 wins from Orange in a row, and everybody would talk about it. Yes, and Orange, as we mentioned earlier, he is the underdog. Now he has 3 games in a row to see the pattern of Turtle. So maybe it's enough, and he knows right now how to play against a strong and very aggressive player. And yeah, we will see in the 4th game starting right now. I like it always, the emote spamming at the beginning, so both players are still here for having some fun. So the barrel coming in, so maybe we see a similar deck to the last round from Orange. Okay, the Electrical Wizard, some changes there. What do you think will be the winning position here in Turtle's deck and Orange deck?
To be honest, it's really hard. I think for Orange, right now, it should be maybe the Royal Giant. Maybe with a cage version. And
there's
yes, I think the first deck we saw from Turtle, the first match, the Loon Giant Skeleton deck.
Yeah, there's the Hunter against the Loon. Dealing some damage, but the Loon manages to get one hit on the tower, and that's something you definitely don't want at the beginning of the game. The Prince, and there's the Graveyard coming in, so it's a Cage Heal Spirit Graveyard deck, something we don't see often, but the Graveyard is there to deal some damage. There's the Baby Dragon, but the Hunter is connected, and there's the Tornado to defend it, but a huge amount of damage coming off on the right tower, and it's nearly gone.
So Orange really pulled this off. He had a defense, he had stacked up some troops and then punished with the Graveyard. Fun. I never seen this version with a Heal Spirit, to be honest, but we will see how it works. For the moment, it works really good.
Yeah, and we saw some changes in the mind of Turtle's face, so maybe he knows, okay, this was a little bit of a misplay or just a good play from Orange, and Orange is here really on focus. The Cage is there to counter the barrel, and now there's coming in the Skeleton. The Giant Skeleton, and we all know if the Giant Skeleton dies, There's gonna be a huge bomb, and you want this bomb close to the opponent's tower. Poison here to counter it a little bit, to get some damage on the Froze and the Freeze Mage. There's the Prince dealing some damage, and the Electro Wizard is a good play there. The Heal Spirit to get on rid, and the Prince is healing up. And that's it. That's how you deal with a Skeleton Dragon. Double Elixir phase is right now started. The damage was there. -2 defense, and there's another Loon coming in.
He will probably manage to get the defense off. He has a very strong deck against Loon with the Electro Wizard, a building, and the Hunter. And now he has the possibility to make a huge push right there.
Yeah, the Scraper coming, perfectly managed, because the Prince is taking the damage, and there's the Graveyard just getting all hits done, because the Frozen Mage and the Baby Dragon are hitting on the Prince, and that's the tower, and it's the first tower for Orange, and maybe if he just now starts to defend this very well, he will get his first win. 15 seconds left on the time, and the Loon will be defended here by the cage as well. Orange knows, you can see it in his face, he is glad he is going to get his first win in this matchup, and now it's only 3-1 left for Turtle. There it is, that's what we've talked about earlier. Orange is maybe now coming back, and he knows this was a good game, and I could manage to play some more games with it. Perfectly managed the Hunter against the Loon. Nice prediction, and yeah, just worked well.
Yes, we saw the very strong deck against Total's Loon deck. He had a very strategic pick right there, which worked perfectly fine. And like I said, this is exactly the playstyle he loves. He plays safe. Then when he has a defense up, when he can push, he doesn't play too aggressive like Tortle. We saw the first really aggressive Loon push from Tortle.
Yeah.
And then the perfect defense kind of. Just sadly one hit from the Loon, which was super close, but then the punish with the Graveyard with the good defense on the side.
The last push was perfectly done, because the Prince was right in time that the Freeze Mage and the Baby Dragon will target the Prince, and then the Graveyard came in exactly at the second, so the Skeletons could hit. And there's the 5th game now, 3-1 for Turtle right now, so it's still Orange with the back to the wall. He needs to win this game to stay in the tournament, to get closer to the finals of his first season.
So we see usual weird playstyle of Tortle. He's actually waiting, and now we wait, and we know why. Because he's playing Lava Hound.
Yeah, maybe there's of course coming in Loon as well. There's a mini P.E.K.K.A. together with the 2 Skeleton Dragons, but they are going to get countered by the
2 hits, 3 hits, and the
4,
tower's
and
down.
that's the tower. That's the first tower for Orange. The passive player is taking, after 30 seconds into the game, the first tower, and so well managed. But down the left-hand side, there's the Lava Hunt together with the Skeleton Dragons. You have to have something in common to play against this style. Miner as well to deal some damage on the tower. And there was some defense there. The tower is still up, so everything is fine for Orange right now.
It was just a really good defense from Orange. He played this so well. We see the relief in his face. He's just playing his heart out right there.
The Night Witch. Night Witch was one of the strongest cards into this game, because she alone could destroy whole games. But right now she's pretty low. So there's she gone. The bats flying in, but nothing to deal with. And there's this Musketeer to defend. And the Musketeer as well, very good against the Flying Machine, against the Skeleton Dragons, and against the Lava Hound. So again, Orange did some good prediction here what game Turtle will play this match.
But we see good defense from Turtle right there. But we saw the switch up. Now Orange was the one who punished, and punished perfectly, taking the first tower,
yeah, now
and then
Flying
managed
Machine.
with a good defense.
But Flying Machine getting countered by the Skeleton Dragons, now heading towards the left-hand tower from Turtle. 60 seconds left, so we're in the double elixir phase right now. And now we see the huge strength of the Lava Hound. There's Funky coming in, something we didn't often see, but maybe he will manage to deal some huge amount of damage, but he needs to deal with the Lava Hound first.
We see the Goblin Giant in order to attack some of these air troops, but kind of misplayed. I think he wanted to go for the Skeleton Dragons there.
Oh, the damage of Fungi is just there. The Heal Spirit was there to heal him up, but there's still a huge push coming in from Turtle, and there's 2 Flying Machines and the Skeletons, the pups all together on the left-hand side. Now the Skeleton Dragons to defend this huge push, but another Night Witch coming in, and that's what Turtle is known for. Huge pushes and aggressive playstyle, but here's Orange. He is managing to defend this push, maybe, but still 2 Flying Machines on the tower. Another Skeleton Dragons coming in, but now it's is close because Orange needs another tower and Turtle could just wait now the overtime until he will win automatically. But let's see what will be there. Now the King Tower will, the Prince Tower will fall first. So Turtle knows, okay, I need to do some more damage on Orange side.
We see these huge pushes build up right now, and now we will see what will fall first. A good poison, maybe the game winner right now, because the Musketeer will die from it if he's not healing it up.
Yeah,
and there it is.
There's the Skeleton Dragons now fighting against the Skeleton Dragons. The Lava Hound is now heading on, and the Miner together. The push is too huge. I don't know if Orange is managing to defend this push, but the King Tower is getting some damage done against 2 Flying Machines and 2 Night Witches are on the field from Turtle, and there's another Bavarian coming in, and that's it. Orange is looking up. There's the good game, and Turtle managed it. Turtle wins the first semi-finals here at the Post eSports League 2020 and is heading directly to the finals. Wow.
Yeah.
What a last game.
Crazy.
It looked like Orange would definitely take another game to his side, but then Turtle came back with 2 giant pushes on the left-hand side. Twice we saw 2 Flying Machines and 2 Night Witches.
Yes. So that was exactly it, I think. He just managed to get these huge pushes off. The Goblin Giant he placed just died instantly with the Night Witch, the Skeleton Dragons on top, everything. And then you had the Pups with a Miner who just tanked for everything. It was just too much. And the thing is, I think the biggest problem for him was that he had no spell. Usually the poison counters the Night Witch perfectly.
But there was no Night Witch.
Exactly.
And even though there was no Fireball, you could play against the Night Witch. And yeah, altogether it's done. And Turtle played, I guess, 2 or 3 times with the Lava Hound. Only 1 time, so
yeah, only one
but
time.
We saw Lava Hound nearly in every game, so we know, okay, Lava Hound right now is the thing in these semi-finals. We haven't seen 1 Royal Giant to this day, so maybe the second semi-finals, but before we will see the second semi-finals, we will take a short break.
I don't know where I am, I don't know where you take me, I don't know where you take me. I just follow your trail and I'm losing your mind and I'm losing your head. Let me escape from this unlove, cause I'm a prisoner. I just want to look my way and never back to you. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. I don't know where I am, I don't know where you take me, I don't know where you take me. I just follow your trail and I'm losing your mind and I'm losing your head. Let me escape from this unlove, cause I'm a prisoner. I just want to look my way and never back to you. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself.
How did you find a way to run from the city of the sun? You could have stayed, it's only over when the day is done. I never knew you was a runner, yeah. I mistook you for a son. It don't matter what we think when it's all over. 'Cause this is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice and raise your power.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and what an explosive first semi-final we had between Royal Family Turtle and Orange. Turtle was just to dominate. Orange was able to take him one game, but he was just too superior, the German star coming from Germany. So great performance from Turtle. Now it's time to see who will join Royal Family Turtle in the finals. Will it be Outplay eSports Barry or his companion Outplay eSports Crypto? Casters, what do you have to say about both players?
Thanks a lot, Trax, and welcome back for the second semi-final today. Crypto versus Barry. Yeah, the first one, Orange versus Turtle, 4-1 in the end. Congrats again for Turtle, but now we're talking about the two teammates playing against in this semi-final. You have some information for us, Nephew?
Yes, also like before, I calculated the win rate, which were similar to Turtle and Orange. So Barry had a 75% win rate and Crypto had an 85% win rate. From Barry, we saw some minor control, in general a lot of control decks and chip decks, which is also his favorite playstyle. He just loves to kind of make chip chip the tower down step by step, playing good defense, taking his time. And then usually from Crypto, actually, we see rather flashy plays. He likes high skill cap decks, fast skill decks, but in the playoffs he mainly used, I think only used even Graveyard. And now we will see what he prepared for the semifinals right here.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about Crypto and his Graveyard deck style, you talked to him and you said that he said, okay, he's just played Graveyard because he doesn't want to show too much about his play style. But of course, he needs to play more than only the Graveyard. We saw some Graveyard decks in the first set, and sometimes they worked, sometimes they won't work. And so I'm looking forward, first, what the players are gonna ban. Second, how do the players predict the play style the opponent will play. And of course, these two players are here hopefully in friendship because they are on the same team and both heading towards the finals. And now, Trax, I would say, let's show us the players.
Yes, and before we come to the players, people in the chat, don't forget there is a question coming soon in the stream. You can win one PlayStation 5 voucher, be one of the first person to own a PlayStation 5 here in Luxembourg. But enough talk about giveaways. Let's give it up for the first video of the day. It's Outplay Barry. What does he have to say for the final, the semi-final?
Hi, I'm Barry. I'm 19 years old.
He's getting down the pick of the banister.
I love the game because it's very complex. You have a lot of cards in the game, and so you can build a lot of decks, and that makes the game so creative. My playstyle is very deck depending, but if the deck is neutral, I would say that I'm more the defensive type of player and reacting more to the opponent's moves. I'm happy to be part of the finals and I wish good luck to everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outplay eSports Barry! Will he be able to get out of the shadow that the incredible Outplay eSports Crypto is casting it on him? We don't know. But what does Crypto have to say about this? We don't know. We will see soon after Barry takes place. Barry is a very young player and he's here to show he means business and he wants to be crowned champion today. Now, we have the other brother in arm, Outplay eSports Crypto. What does he has to say about those finals?
Je m'appelle Miguel Gomez Montero et j'ai 19 ans.
Crypto is doing what Quinn wants, but no.
Je joue à Clash Royale depuis 4 ans. C'est un jeu stratégique qui demande du mental, des efforts, de l'entraînement et c'est un jeu qui me passionne. Je dirais que ma philosophie de gamer, c'est de se dire que tout est possible si on met le moins de notre côté. Je dirais que mon point fort, c'est de bien prédire l'adversaire en ayant 2-3 coups d'avance. Concernant les finalistes, je dirais que Tortel est très expérimenté, que Berry a un jeu très calme et que Orange peut créer la surprise. Bonne chance à tous les finalistes, vous en aurez besoin.
He knows no fears. He's here to prove why he is considered one of the best players in Luxembourg. It is Outplay eSports Crypto! Crypto is known for his immense experience he knows about the game. He's very cocky, he likes to put on a show. He's one incredible player and he doesn't give any chances to his opponent to get the better of him. Now, this will be a great battle between two players from the same team. Chat, who do you think will win this confrontation? The newer player or the champion of Luxembourg? Castles, what are your opinion about this?
Thanks a lot, Rex. Here they are, Crypto and Barry from Outplay Esports, two teammates heading here towards the finals of the today first esports, post-esports Luxembourg season 2020. Yeah, Crypto versus Barry. We saw in the trailer right now, Crypto is a really experienced player, played some tournaments around. And what do you know about the win condition? So who won maybe some more events?
So I know that Crypto in effect has back-to-back championships right now. He's a current national champ, if I'm correct. And just in general, he loves the pressure on him. He loves it. He excels in the pressure. He even tries sometimes to pressure himself because it's just the way how he can get in the zone as quick as possible.
Okay, and we talked earlier about Crypto playing only graveyard decks in all his games in the playoffs. So do you think we see some adaptation to that, or will he play his graveyard to the completion?
I don't think we will see graveyard again too much. I know that Crypto prepared really hard for this competition. He worked with a lot of coaches and analysts. He really worked a lot on his game to be in the best possible shape he could be for this competition. And we will see a lot of different decks. Especially it's hard as a companion to... I think the most important thing will be the mind games in this set right now, because they know what they play. They usually play together, they train together, they talk a lot on Discord together. Yeah. So it will be a very, very interesting match right now.
The thing is, talking about the mind games, you have to talk about the miner, because the miner is banned from the game from Crypto, and Barry banned the Skeleton Dragons, and both cards are two cards we saw nearly in every single match we saw in the first semi-final. So this is gonna be an interesting, like the Fireball last game, are the Skeleton Dragons nearly in every deck scene. So what's a good adaptation for the Skeleton Dragons being banned from the game?
So usually, of course, before the Skeleton Dragons, they were the Baby Dragon.
Yeah.
So you
play the Baby
yeah,
Dragon.
Exactly.
So more HP on one of these.
But a bit
things.
less damage. But I think we won't see that much in the card of general. The reason why Fireball is so used at the moment is because of the Skeleton Dragons, mostly. Because you can just erase them immediately. Yeah. And now I think we will see also less Fireball than in the semis, like before, but without the ban.
Yeah, and the miner ban, I mean, miner always good to play with some decks. Me personally playing a lot of Lumberjack, Loon, miner combination, because it's just so good. It's a little bit like chipping, because you definitely get one hit with every push, at least one hit with every push. And so there's the damage there. And of course the miner together with the graveyard deck, with the Royal Giant, fits in so many different playstyles. So I'm just waiting now for the first game to start here in the semi-final. Who do you think will get it to the finals?
I think the person who will get the first win will actually win it all. I think the first win will get the adrenaline up for the winner himself.
Yeah.
But like I said before, Crypto excels in pressure. So he can even get a comeback from 2-0 for sure, and is then completely focused on the game and really trying to get back on track. But the miner ban was really interesting, because in the playoffs we saw Barry playing a lot of miner control decks. For example, the old miner cycle deck, or also P.E.K.K.A miner control. Like, he loves this chip from him. It's his favorite card, if I'm correct.
And of course, you're not only being using miner for an aggressive tool. We saw last set as a defense tool. He is very good as well, because he can take a few hits or shots from opponents. So the miner is a good card. And yeah, interesting that you talked about the first win will make this match, because I think, as you mentioned earlier, Crypto is a person known for playing under pressure. So maybe he needs the pressure from a standing 2-0 or 3-0 against the wall. Maybe he needs the pressure to come back and to win it. I mean, Orange nearly managed it last set to come back, but then Total was just too dominant. And now we have the two Outplay player heading live towards their first game, Crypto versus Barry. And on the right side on the red side is Crypto. On the blue side, we can see Barry, and there's the first snowball coming in with some emotes. Of course, those players know each other, so they're having some fun, but both players will win this game, starting with a bump tower against the skeleton balloon. And there's the Hawk, so there will be a chipping a cycle deck from Crypto played this game.
So we see some very old decks, to be honest. This Hawk cycle deck with this spell was used not long ago because it was completely nerfed. It was used because of his slow, but now they took it out. So both players playing old decks, I think, to throw the opponent off.
Yeah, the Goblin Gang in the situation. 1 year ago, Goblin Gang was in every deck, but right now, okay, there's the Fireball we're talking about. So now we see some Fireball action. The Prince coming in as a huge tank tool, very low on cost. I mean, 3 elixir for the amount of health the Princess is a very good card, and he's dealing a good amount of damage. And again, the bomb tower against the Skeleton Loon, so the Skeleton Loon can't do anything in this matchup except there's coming in a misplay from Crypto. But right now, both players are very defensively and looking out what the opponents have and how they can play. Now the Hawk coming on left hand side, countered by the Miner, and there's the Earthshake coming in to get some damage done. The Goblin Gang against the Hawk, and so it's defended. But how will Barry get through Crypto's defense?
I think it will be probably one player will at one point make a mistake because they both have extremely well defenses for each other. For example, the Mortar with just maybe the Spear Goblins or the Knight will be manageable to kill the Hawk and total as well. As the bomb tower is extremely strong, and now we see some pushes there.
Yeah, double elixir phase door coming on the right hand side, countered by the Spear Goblins and a little Fireball. A huge amount of elixir used to defend this little card. But the Hawk, of course, is a strong card. Now the second Prince coming in on the left hand side, defended by a Miner and another Prince Musketeer coming with the Log, crushing through. And always the Earthquake used to do some damage on the tower. And now it's the first Skeleton Loon getting through, but there's the Snowball to defend against it, and this is more of a pro game, I would say, because both players just sneezing at each other, a low amount of damage on the tower, and we will see definitely an overtime this match. But there's the Hawk again inside, and how you will kill the Hawk. All these Spear Goblins aren't enough damage. Next ball coming in to get rid of the Goblins, and now the Hawk gets 2 hits on the right tower, and another Hawk coming in. Goblin Gang for the defense. So right now it looks good for both players, but Crypto has a little bit less damage left on his left-hand tower.
It's an extremely even game we see right here. Both towers low, both could just fall in a second. Right now Barry has a small lead, but a big push and a misplay with the...
Yeah, the Miner just completely misplayed, and there's the Hawk, there's the Oops coming in, 700 HP left on this tower, but not enough damage right now. But could it be 130 left on the time? Barry is shaking his head because he knows there was a little misplay, but now he could do it better in the next situation. He needs a good defense now. The next Hawk coming, the Earthshake coming in. Crypto knows he is smelling the first win in this set. 450 HP left on the right tower.
Like we talked earlier about, it was the one mistake that will probably end it all, but it's still everything winnable. But the defense is just so
right
strong.
Side, but there's the Musketeer, and always the Log from both players, and Crypto is using it to get more and more damage done. The next Earthshake nearly coming in with the Hawk, and there is the Hawk now getting countered by the Miner, and the Hawk is getting killed, but 100 HP left, 130. One more Earthshake on the Snowball, and this tower will be gone. 40 seconds left on the card, and the Musketeer nearly gets the last hit. The Hawk coming in, the Earthshake, and there's a good game, and there's the first win for our Crypto in this semi-final. Yeah, that was, again, that's what we talked about earlier. Both players playing aggressive cycle chipping decks, so both players going forward to get little amounts of damage done. And I would say the Earthquake in the end, plus the misplay with the Miner from Barry did it.
The Mortar was just, it was so sad. I saw it in his face. The second time he plays it correctly. He tried to pull the Hawk as far away as possible.
The first 3 times he did it well as too. It was only the one misplay where maybe you thought, I got elixir left, I played the Miner. Oh, damn, there's the Hawk coming in.
Exactly. So that was exactly what we talked about earlier. It's just the fact that the one mistake with players that skilled like they are, it's just the one little mistake that will get punished will cost you the game at all.
Yeah, because both had the Musketeer and the Prince in their deck, and both times the players countered each push with the lock. So it was only the mistake that in the end took the game, because Barry had 1 or 2 good pushes on his own. So the tower from Crypto was at 700, 800 HP left, I guess, too. So it was close until the minor misplay. But now it's the second game and the second chance for Barry to get a win in this matchup. So next games, what do we gonna see? Another cycle deck, maybe some beatdown with a giant or the graveyard. There's a cave coming in, so maybe some loon plays today.
So both playing safe, both playing the cage at first play. Can't really tell anything at the moment. Maybe.
Night Witch coming in there against Prince.
For Crypto, I would predict, yes, a graveyard deck. And for Barry, it could be a giant deck, maybe. Maybe even giant graveyard.
And together with the poison, it could be graveyard as the Dark Prince coming in for the defense. But we see the normal Prince, some tankiness there. And there's the Baby Dragon we talked about. Maybe as exception to play the Baby Dragon for the Skeleton Dragon. As we know, the Skeleton Dragons have less life, but they are 2, so they're dealing in common more damage. But here's the Prince getting slow by the snowball. The tower should be enough to get him done. Maybe there will be 1 hit. And there's 1 hit. And again, we see the shake from Barry. That's another hit you don't want in such a matchup, in such a high level we're playing here.
So now I can tell already it's graveyard against graveyard. For Barry, have the giant graveyard version without a big spell, which will probably be the biggest problem for him. The lack of the poison. But luckily, Barry has a lot of poison bait he can work with. Oh, but the Night Witch runs in front of the Giant.
That's bad, and there's the poison coming in to deal exactly with the bats. The Giant is there, and of course the Giant has a huge amount of life. But now the Giant is done. Only 1 hit getting down to the tower, and so both players are nearly in the same state as the beginning of the game. And there's Dark Prince to counter against the push, and 1 minute left, so there's nearly the double elixir phase. There's the graveyard coming in right now for those people, and Barry is trying his best to get some damage, and a little bit of damage is there, of course, so that's very good. Some skeletons, wow, that's more than you guess getting from one graveyard push.
Barry played his elixir advantage perfectly. He knew he had around 4 elixir more and went aggressive with the Dark Prince, who survived against the Knight there. But and now we will see what will work with.
There's a Giant getting the Baby Dragon's attention. There's another push with the graveyard coming in, but there's the cave. The cave distracted, another cave distracted the huge mountain, the huge giant. And now there's arrows coming as last one. As we talked about earlier, arrows a very good spell as well. But there's so many different minions from Crypto. And there's the graveyard we talked about, Crypto now in itself with a huge push. And there's no defense down because the arrows from Barry have been used. And now there's a huge amount of damage coming in. And the dragons as well. The poison coming too. And there's another game for Crypto. Game 2, ladies and gentlemen, with a very similar playstyle. Again, both players playing a very similar deck, but the lack of defense in the end made it for Crypto again to get the second match done for himself.
So what we saw there was the stack of defense. Again, what you always want with Graveyard is stacking defense, defending well, and then counter-pushing with all these troops at once. And it was just too much for Barry. He couldn't handle it at the end. He was really disappointed because I think he thought he had the lead in the game.
Yeah, but the thing is, his last push on the right-hand side finished with the arrows. Maybe the arrows were a little touch too much because he thought with the arrows he will manage to kill all the creatures, but they all stayed alive, and then he itself had nothing against the graveyard because the arrows would be perfect to counter the graveyard in situation because he had no poison. But in the end, again, maybe a little misplay here. So Crypto uses each little misplay for his own strength, and now he's 2-0 in this semi-final. Yeah, next game is coming down. It would be funny if both players play the same deck again. Maybe now it's a Giant deck from both players or a Golem deck. Yeah, we haven't seen a Golem deck right now.
They can really play anything. It's crazy. They have the knowledge to really excel on every single archetype, every single deck, every single play style. But I think the biggest problem at the end was that the Giant, if I'm correct, the Giant didn't tank actually for the graveyard. It didn't tank for the graveyard. But now we get to the second match right here, third match.
Good luck. Countered by a little Mr. Piggy. The Night Witch are all the emotes in the game. So nice. Some kisses here and there. And six people watching it, no?
Yeah.
I don't know how many people of them are we itself, but there's the Fisherman we talked earlier about, even though a very strong card right now. But getting countered by the Infernal Dragon, if not Infernal Dragon itself. Oh, what?
I think there will be a graveyard. Not graveyard. Oh, Mega Knight. All right, I was wrong. I would have predicted the Royal Giant. Oh! But
am I wrong? But there's a minor in the game.
Barry, I think he took the deck, but there's a minor. And the minor's banned, so there will probably be a forfeit. I don't know.
We just taking it away. The cage coming in together with the Infernal Dragon, so maybe we will see here a Lava Hound Loon deck again. The first Lava Hound Loon deck from Barry and the Mega Knight deck on the other side from Crypto. One of the strongest decks right now as well.
I think Barry also just noticed with the ban. He just shook his head and said, "Oops, good game." But we will see. At the moment, they
on
just
the
continue
left-hand
playing.
side getting through. So the tower is getting killed there. The Fireball for the push with the Lava Hound and the Infernal Dragon. But the Lava Hound is now heading on it. But as we know, the Electrical Wizard is very good against this. There's the Poison to defend against the little pups. And there's some damage. Wellblade getting called.
But or maybe they didn't even notice because Barry was like, "Oh yeah, I got a lot of damage." But yeah, it's
and now we see Crypto's face, the minor in the game. What's that?
Exactly. Like he's just looking over to him. He's spamming the good game. He's spamming the good game. I don't know. Yeah, I think they will forfeit just.
So now we will keep on track what will happen, but let's see, maybe those players played to the end. We see some more pushes, Lava Hound with the Infernal Dragon, but there's the Baby Dragon as well, so we truly get the Dragon Gang going on from Barry. But again, Electrical Wizard to counter all the stuff. The Poison is there, but the huge push is coming in. Barry is going to manage to get a little bit of amount of damage on the tower, but the tower is defended in the end. Now there's the skeletons coming in. Yeah, the defense is there.
Yeah.
Tower is still alive.
It's really sad that the match will forfeit anyway, but it wouldn't have changed anything because Crypto is taking a strong 3-0 lead right now.
Yeah, the last seconds on the game are going down. The Fireball on the tower to get it done. 25 HP left in the end. Pretty funny. Yeah, and that's it. And that's why I was shaking my head at the beginning because I saw the minor. I looked at my paper and I saw, wait, there's a minor in the game. That's a little mistake. And now we are going to wait what will happen with this match. But nevertheless, we can't really talk about the game because okay, we saw the Dragon Gang from Barry. We saw the Electrical Wizard nicely countered against the Infernal Dragon. So good choice there. But of course, if a card is banned and the card is played, there's gonna be something to happen.
Probably it will just be an instant forfeit. So
instant forfeit, or maybe the players just say, "Let's do another round. Let's do it again."
Yeah,
I don't know. You said
because they are really close.
They know each other. They are teammates.
Maybe we will see like a fair play kind of thing.
Fair play kind of thing.
Although it was Barry's fault.
Of course. If he picked
Barry's
deck,
fault. He didn't thought about the ban.
The thing is, if you're not in common, so maybe his last event is some days old and you don't know what happened. So maybe he just picked a deck and then he saw in the game, there's the minor, I forgot to change it. And it's Clash Royale, so if the game is running, the game is running. But I can hear the next game is starting, so we will see on the counter on the bottom soon what happened there. And there's the 3-0 for Crypto. So as you mentioned earlier, the game was a free win for him. And now this is the match ball game for Crypto. With the win in this game, he could get directly to the finals of the Post eSports League 2020 Clash Royale.
So from Crypto we see again another Cycle Fisher deck with Fireball. Probably now the version I predicted earlier with the Royal Giant.
We want this Royal Giant. We want to see him. Please. Magical Archer.
Yeah.
So there's maybe gonna be something like the deck with the Rider coming in, or maybe something with a Mega Knight. In the end, the Log are there to deal some damage on the Magical Archer as well. The Hawks coming in, but there's the Hunter for the defense with the Fireball. And that's why the Fireball is such an important spell. Hawks getting completely crushed down. Of course, some hits done by the Magical Archer, but in the end, kind of a good defense. Here, the Flying
Just
Machine.
a little chip.
Yeah, the Flying Machine is flying over the river. Again, the Electrical Wizard, but this game is not playing against the Dragon Army right now. And again, the Log battle from both players, Log against Log. So 1 card left we don't see from Crypto and 2 cards from Barry.
And we see again how they play extremely safe. They don't want to commit any fails, any mistakes. They're really focusing completely on the game, playing reaction instead of action.
Talking about mistakes, we could talk about a minor, but no,
Yeah.
let's stop it. Again here the Hunter, the Fireball
a big
misplay, there's
misplay.
the Oops coming in, and the Hawks getting a huge amount. They shouldn't get in this situation, and the tower is left. Oh my god, the Flying Machine as well. So much damage, and 500 HP left, 1 good push, and Barry will get his tower done. Double Elixir phase right now, 2 cards left on Barry's side, we don't know yet. And there it is, the Royal Giant. So we see a beatdown now coming in. The Heal Spirit maybe a little bit too early. There's the Fireball, this time perfectly played, all done.
but
the P.E.K.K.A.
and the Magic Archer is connected on the tower.
Oh my gosh,
my
the
God.
hook from the Fisherman in the end, 90 HP left, and the Electrical Wizard to defend all the stuff. And that's now the Royal Giant, but the Royal Giant
Only
is
one
done.
hit.
The P.E.K.K.A.
Only one hit.
Look at the P.E.K.K.A. The P.E.K.K.A. is so strong. The mini P.E.K.K.A. dealing so much damage, and all of the attackment and all of the push from Crypto is getting denied. But now there's the next Royal Giant, and the question is, will there be
Good predict.
another mini P.E.K.K.A. up?
He has to.
And there's the mini P.E.K.K.A. but the damage is there. But it's not enough.
It's not enough.
1 Log or 1 Fireball and you win this game, Barry. Just do it. Take it away. And there it is. There's the Fireball. And Crypto, that's fair play. He's clapping his hand. Barry has his first win after he lost the last game so sadly with a little mistake by himself. And that's it. Now maybe we will see the reverse sweep, the comeback from Barry.
And it's always the same. It's always there. They never make a lot of mistakes. Like the placements are always correct. For example, the Magic Archer was extremely well. It hit the
Royal Giant.
Exactly. But always the Fireball was just the Fireball. It was just the Fireball. Not
The 1 Fireball did it.
Who did it all?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And that's the cool, the interesting, the funny thing about esports, especially about Clash Royale, because it's such a fast game. I mean, if the game isn't long, the game is 5 minutes. I mean, let's talk about FIFA or League of Legends. What are 5 minutes?
Yes.
And 5 minutes for a game, and that's all we get. So huge amounts of skill needed to get a fast game going on. And yeah, we saw earlier the minor 1 misplay. Now we saw the misplay from Crypto with the Fireball. And it's the little things that manages to get the win or to get a lose.
Yeah.
And Barry now still standing with the back to the wall, 3-1 for Crypto. He needs a good game plan for the next game.
Yeah, of course he does. But maybe before, like I talked about, he's 3-0 in front, and now he gets the first loss. Like he's out of the pressure, so maybe that's exactly.
He needs the pressure,
Yeah.
so maybe Barry gets 1 or 2 wins as well, and then the pressure is back again. We will see in the 5th game of this semi-final. Good luck again. By the way, the golden tower from Barry looks pretty nice with the clouds.
I think it was the Prince skin.
Princekin.
Yeah.
What a name. and the rainbow coming down.
Yeah.
So, there's the first push, a little minions coming in, but means getting counted completely.
Ooh.
There's a rage
A very
spell as well.
aggressive rage. A very aggressive rage.
Maybe a little bit too early. Maybe he shouldn't have shown the rage right now. Of course, the counter push is completely done with it. But right now, Crypto knows, okay, there's the rage. I have to clear every single push before it starts. And there's the graveyard deck Crypto is known for. And there's the mini P.E.K.K.A. perfectly on the bridge. So
No tank. And a good heal spirit. No damage, really. Well
Good.
defended. Well defended.
Let's get here countering the barrel as well. And that's some nice action we can see. And again, the Mini P.E.K.K.A. was last game the hero because he destroyed the Royal Giant. Maybe he will be the hero this game too. There's a Prince on Crypto's deck and Mini P.E.K.K.A. just dealing 2 hits and the Prince is gone.
Yes. Also, especially with the Rage, the Sparky and the Mini P.E.K.K.A. will get so dangerous, like because the hit speed is faster, more damage.
And Sparky's damage is...
It's crazy. So much, it's ridiculous. 1 shot and a half tower is
and
gone.
there's not much he can do against Sparky because he only has a baby dragon that he really can hit on Sparky in this game. Now it's the question, will the bomb tower in combination with the barrel be enough to defend? There's the Prince coming in.
And he has nothing.
Oh, the tornado, but now the push on the right hand side. Your Spirit coming in for the P.E.K.K.A. And that's it, the P.E.K.K.A. on the tower dealing another hit. 3 hits, 650 HP left. 650. Double Elixir phase right now. Wow, Sparky dealt good with. The Prince just good enough to defend. And then on the other hand side, the Rage spell together with the Heal Spirit Mini P.E.K.K.A. comp. Nicely played by Barry.
But a strong push right now.
Oh, the Graveyard coming in there.
But the hit from the Sparky, it managed to actually lock on the Knight. We see Crypto was hoping that the Sparky would lock on the Skeletons instead.
Mini P.E.K.K.A. as well managed to clear the Frost Mage, but another Frost Mage coming in. There's Tornado, huge Tornado. Perfectly bait, but there's Sparky still with the Rage spell. Prince in the last second to defend, but Sparky is just too strong. And there's gonna be the first hit, and that's it. That's the hit for Barry. 10 seconds left, and I'll think Barry is such a good player, he won't lose this game anymore. The last 10 seconds are done. Crypto knows that he lost this game, and that's the second win for Barry. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, what are we seeing here in the semi-final?
It's crazy how intense it is, to be honest. Like you really feel the electricity right now here. But it was just well played. Barry used his counters, like he used his offense perfectly. Sadly, Crypto doesn't have anything against the Sparky. The Knight will get nearly 2, like the Knight is immediately away, then he has no Swarm. Usually you want to play some Swarm cards, little cheap, who can distract the Sparky easily, but just perfectly played from Barry. He used his advantages, played it down slow, good defense and an amazing offense.
Yeah, and that's just the fifth game, I guess. And I mean,
but I think I heard the game sound, and I think we are on game 6 or 7.
Soon. But the thing is, it's so cool because I thought, okay, Barry's Might is completely destroyed. He picked the miner in the game. He knew, oh, that's the free win for Crypto. I thought that's it. He's over. And then he manages to come back to get his mindset free. And now he has 2 wins. So it's only 3-2 now for Crypto. And if Barry manages to win this next game, I'm gonna be totally hyped for the last one. So what we're gonna see, because these 2 players have similar play styles, and we haven't seen a Loon deck right now in this match. We have seen the first Royal Giant, we have seen Graveyards and chipping bridge cycling decks. So I'm really looking forward to the next game, and I'm really looking forward to the next deck we will see. Maybe something new from both players.
I think everybody's hyped and stoked to see these 2 great players compete with each other. And just the amount of skills they put on the table right now, the decks, everything, it's just amazing. It's so nice to watch them play. It's just really a blessing.
Yeah, and we have to mention again, both players are playing for the same team. They are playing for Outplay eSports, so teammates as well. And that's very cool that we see so much fair play on the stage. We see them clapping for each other. We see them knowing when your opponent's doing something really great. And that's what esports is about fair play, about, okay, in a normal game in League of Legends, about team play, but here's solo play, about fair play, about skill shareness, and about just the awareness of good matches we're gonna see. And oh my gosh, these matches we have seen so far are very great.
And as we can see, they take a long time deciding for the next deck. So they're giving it all. They think about every single move they can make. They're trying to predict everything. So it's just not a high skill gameplay we just see, but also a very strategic one.
Yeah,
And there we are.
It's a little bit like rock, paper, scissors.
Exactly.
What I'm gonna play. If I play a deck that could be countered by another deck, maybe that's it. And there's the Heal Spirit as first, some damage done. And as well, the Heal Spirit is one of the strongest cards right now. Needs to get nerfed, in my opinion.
We just saw Barry also laugh. He's still laughing. I think he knows what he's playing, and I think he knows that he has a bad matchup. I don't know.
Barry hasn't even shown a deck, a single card yet. Just waiting. There's the Bowler coming in. So maybe we see some new strategies with Bowler. It could be a Golem deck because that's a huge beatdown you can build with these decks. But there's, of course, the Fisherman grabbing the Bowler near to him, and now the Musketeer. But it's good played. And there's the Royal Guard getting played by Crypto. The Loon getting completely countered by the Minion. Good game already getting called by Barry. I guess Barry knows this is going to be a hard matchup. He's going to play against. The Bowler is down. There's a Lumberjack coming in. So much damage on both end sides, and the towers are just falling down. And there's a Tornado to activate, but it doesn't matter. First tower gone, second tower nearly gone with only one single push from the Royal Guards. And Barry just shaking his hands, that's it. That's the game. How Crypto will get to the finals. Oh my gosh, look at the map.
So fast. Just half.
What's that?
Yeah, half a minute, 1.5 minute played. Already 400 damage only left on the King Tower. I think the push from Barry was a bit too aggressive, to be honest. A bit too aggressive, because you saw Crypto punishing him perfectly there. Perfect defense, perfect punish, and just taking all 3 towers basically already.
I guess I need to copy the deck from Crypto because it's just insane. I mean, okay, there are decks that counter Crypto's deck, but definitely not Barry's Loon Lumberjack situation. And there's the Tornado coming in to get some damage done, but the complete push from Barry is now getting killed. And now we're just waiting for Crypto playing his next Royal Guards.
He didn't even play his win condition yet. That's the most crazy part. I think it's Loon, to be honest. I think it's Loon because Loon just sings so well with the Lumberjack. But this match is just crazy. So much happening at the moment. Yeah, there we see the Loon, and I think that's it.
I mean, he didn't really need the Loon yet, and there's a freeze spell. Good freeze spell there, but still the Loon, and there's the Rage spell out. Nice Tornado at the end, but will be the bomb enough?
Yes.
I guess the bomb is enough. Good
no,
game
not yet, I think, but
enough now.
Nearly.
But the bomb was there. 110 HP left on the King Tower. This is going to be the first King Tower falling maybe this game. But nice distraction here with the Lumberjack from the Royal Guards. Royal Guards getting nearly completely destroyed, and there's the Fisherman getting down, and that's it. 3 crown win for Crypto. And Crypto manages to get here live to the finals of the Clash Royale Post Esports League 2020. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the second semi-final here. And oh my gosh, what games have we seen? But this last game especially, we saw Barry shaking his head after the first 5 seconds. So I guess he definitely knew what Crypto is going to play.
I also think he knew what he was what Crypto was playing, and he knew, okay, man, I think I have a problem now. I think I have a really bad matchup, which showed. Crypto just played it so well. Not one single mistake from him. It was just amazing gameplay from both players, and we have every time the one single mistake that cost us all. For example, there was the one too aggressive, the fireball from Crypto. Then there, I think a too aggressive Loon push because he basically played 9x Elixir at the bridge, which was countered perfectly, and then used as a counter push to destroy everything. Like just with one push without even a win condition, Crypto was able to take one Princess Tower, the whole King Tower nearly, and another Princess Tower as well.
Yeah, especially to talk about the last game. Why especially was the game from Barry completely countered by Crypto? So why was Crypto's game won in the first second?
Because it was really the one too aggressive push from Barry.
So it was only the first push.
Yeah, me personally think, also, of course, you have to admit, Crypto has a very good defense, but he also played it so well. The recruits were just something you don't really play against, so you have you don't really have the feeling for them because they were so out of the meta.
How much do I need to defend them?
Exactly.
I mean, in my opinion, the bowler is a good option to defend against the recruits, but in first set, the bowler was dead. Then the recruits came in, and then they're just running through.
Exactly.
Yeah, and to compare with the very first game, for example, we saw the Hawk Cycle deck from both players, and it was a completely different play, because in the first game both players managed to get the game very long ongoing until one mistake in the end, until the miner manages to get through, so the Hawk get through because the miner was mispositioned, and the last game was just game starts, okay, I won.
Yeah, that was kind of it, to be honest. You talked about the first game. There was the interesting section with the mortar again. They played perfect defense, both sides normally, perfect punishes. They went for trades sometimes, where, for example, Crypto got super lucky with 3 Hawk hits, with the Hawk only being 1 HP. Like, yeah, you think he bought this hit from the Hawk.
Yeah.
But it was just the one mistake with the mortar. Then the one mistake where it didn't focus on the bands and picked the miner.
And that was sad.
It was so sad to see
maybe Barry would have managed to come back a little bit better, but yeah, the miner was sad life. Yeah, and then we saw against the Royal Giant in the second last game, we saw the mini P.E.K.K.A, and the mini P.E.K.K.A once getting on the right-hand tower, getting healed up by the heal spirit, and I think it was 3 or 4 hits with one mini P.E.K.K.A, and that was so huge damage. So perfectly played there by Barry. Yeah, it was played by Barry. So we see it's not only that Barry made mistakes and Crypto won every game. So both players made mistakes and Crypto managed to get 2 wins after he stood with the back to the wall. And that, my friends, is more than less a sign that both players are good players. And of course, I saw them getting off the stage, shaking their their hands, because they are fists, of course. So both players still are in friendship, and I guess that's it. That was a good sum up.
Yeah,
or do you have something to say again?
No, not really. It was just the one thing that they played perfectly, and then it was just you just need to wait for one person to crack down.
Yeah.
And then the one misplay, the one like when you switch off the display and you're, oh no, I wanted to play it one tile lower, one tile higher. That's it. Like in this competition, that high competition is really just this.
Especially on the small map. I mean, this is a map fitting on a screen of your phone, so every single step of the map is important. So
yeah, exactly.
Bomb tower there or there. Oh, the loon is getting through.
Just so much can make the difference. When, for example, with the pull, just the one tile who makes the difference with the pull, Hawk right on the tower, 3 hits, 800 damage, and that's it.
Okay, perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the second semi-final here from the Post Esports League 2020. Stay tuned and come back after a short break for the finals here live on stage.
Yes.
This is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice, raise your power, yeah. This is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice, raise your power, yeah. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. be a negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah.
thinking time is over before you know you're older. So sober, alone, but you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain, you causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker.
Get down. Get up.
You getting nothing, Joker. Clock's ticking, time is over before you know you're older. You're getting my cold shoulder. No closure, I'm colder. She getting nothing, Joker. Clock's ticking, time is over before you know you're older. So sober, alone, but you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain, you causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker. 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 Clock's ticking, time is over before you know you're older. So sober, alone, but you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain, you causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker.
Get down. Get up.
You getting nothing, Joker. just follow your trail and I'm losing your mind and I'm losing your head. Let me escape from this unlove, cause I'm a prisoner. I just want to look my way and never back to you. Ooh, I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. I don't know where I am, I don't know where you take me, I don't know where you take me. I just follow your trail and I'm losing your mind and I'm losing your head. Let me escape from this unlove, cause I'm a prisoner. I just want to look my
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this Post Esports League Finals, the second day. We had an incredible game between the brothers of Outplay Esports. Crypto managed to get the win and joins Riot Family Total in the finals. But before we start the final, we will have the third place set on stage to give you more entertainment and give a little bit more credit for the amazing players that are Outplay Esports Barry and Orange. I would like to ask the casters to give us some information between those two players and tell us what can we expect from both of them.
Thanks a lot, Rex. Yeah, and a little bit more work for us casters, but that's exactly what we are here for. So we're gonna see the game for the place number 3 in these finals now. We will see Barry versus Orange. Maybe, Nathan, you can summarize again those two player types a little bit?
So actually, those two player types have the same style of play in a certain direction because they like to be reactionists. They like to wait what the player will do. So I think we will rather see a slower gameplay. But for the game, like the decks they play, it's completely different. The same style, but different decks. So I'm really interested for seeing them two play.
We've seen in the last set, we've seen Barry's face, and he was quite concentrated all game long. So he was very focused and he was very looking forward. Okay, what is he going to do? When can I counter? When do I play what? And Orange, even though he doesn't look as concentrated as Barry, he is concentrated and he definitely knows when he has to do what and when he needs to push there and defend on the other side. So both players gonna want to get to own the game, and both players looking forward, of course, for the third place here in these finals. Yeah, Barry versus Orange, the underdog versus the little brother from Outplay Esports, you could say. Crypto is now in the finals and he's gonna stay against Total, but we will see that later. And now, Trax, I'll give it back to you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, casters, Karas, and it's Nafu. Great statistics. I can't wait to see who will win the third place, because players have been playing the regular season. They have proven themselves. It wasn't just enough to be the finalist, the top 2 of the Post Esports League. That shows that we have an incredible high level nonetheless in the playoffs and also now in the finals to this morning. Now, I would ask the both players that playing the third set, Outplay Esports, Barry and Orange, to come and join us on the main stage. Barry taking place on the red side. And Orange taking place on the blue side. Now we can expect a big game from both of them. They will get a last shot on the main stage. and a last shot to get as much cash as they can. Who will win, in your opinion? Orange, who likes the color a lot, apparently, or Barry, who was a little bit frustrated in his set versus Crypto, and he wants to prove I'm better than what I've shown this previous set. Tell us in the chat, casters, what are your opinions about it?
Yeah, I definitely hope, I really hope that Barry is not doing the same mistake like the last set, so I hope he knows the bans this time very well, so he won't lose the game throughout a little mistake he's done. Yeah, Nafu, what do you think? Which player will win this set?
So, to be honest, skill-wise, I think Barry is a bit ahead of Orange, but the only problem there is the fact that Barry is so demotivated at the moment because of this sad loss against Crypto. The one unnecessary loss with the minor ban where he just didn't forget the ban.
It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, exactly. It's so sad to see that on such a stage. So I hope he's not keeping his head down but straight up high, and he will even get out greater after this loss against Crypto.
And we talked to both players outside with a little coffee, and we saw Orange is definitely motivated and he wants to take this third place with him to his home. So the question is, what are the bans? And thanks a lot. Here they are, perfectly made. So Barry banned the Lava Hound and Orange banned the Fisherman. And so Orange is banning the same card like last set, so I think he definitely hates this card because, okay, it's strong. And the Lava Hound, so with the Lava Hound is one big part of meta decks gone, because normally you play your Loon deck with a Lava Hound in front of it, but now we can see some changes to that.
Yeah. Also, I think Barry took a strong advantage of Orange, because also in the playoffs he showed he loves to play this Lava Hound. He loves to play this slow kind of deck where you beat down. Oh, already the first match. All right.
And there's Orange on the red-hand side and Barry on the blue side in this match, playing for the third place in the 2020 Post eSports League. Starting with a barrel, together get countered by the Frozen Mage. Oh, the poison against Electro Mage is nicely done. Definitely he wants that thing gone. And some damage on the left-hand tower, but there's the Heal Spirit getting placed down together with the cage, so maybe we'll see their Loon deck as well.
I think it's Graveyard against Graveyard, to be honest, because Orange already had, I think, the same deck with the Heal Spirit and Graveyard. Yeah, I think it's the same
Prince,
one.
okay.
And Barry usually, yes, so it will be Graveyard against Graveyard, but with Heal Spirit. So it will be very interesting to see how these two matchups will be played.
There's the Baby Dragon coming in and now the Prince there, so maybe the Graveyard is heading down soon. But he knows, okay, maybe not now, but there's the Graveyard, maybe a little bit too early, because there's nothing to tank away the tower from attacking the skeletons. But together with the poison, he manages to get some damage, and now the push is coming into the Baby Dragon here, hitting on the tower. The barrel was too late, there's the Oops coming in from Orange, and that's half the tower gone. And Barry is in a good position for the first game.
He's even already nearly 5 elixir in front, which you love as a Graveyard player. You can just play safe, build up the big push, and then rush your opponent.
Yeah, and always the cage, playing down the cage, so if the opponent's gonna attack you right now, there's the cage for the defense, and if the cage is breaking out, you have the golem, the goblin, and you can use it as well, tanking for your Graveyard. Now again here the Prince with the cage together and the Electrical Mage to counter it as well, but there will be soon a Graveyard coming in from Barry right now. He's preparing his push. Baby Dragon is there now, 60 seconds left during the double elixir phase. The Heal Spirit to heal up the Knight, perfectly done. And now the barrel coming in, so this push will be defended by Orange, so no more damage. The Prince, the Hunter coming in for some extra DPS to fight a second Baby Dragon from the side electric reversal. And there's the Tornado. Nicely done to pull them together to get some more damage with your mages. Now 2 Frost Mages out there, and there's the barrel nicely counter for it.
As you can see, there's always this...
Oh, double Graveyard play on both sides. The question is which player is managing to do it better. On the right-hand side, there's the Knight taking the advantage from tower. On the left-hand side, Orange knows this tower is gone. The skeletons are running throughout the Knight's tower, and Orange knows this game is over. Well played from Barry, Outplay eSports.
Also, as you can see, both went extremely aggressive, but the fact that Barry still had the poison in his hand and also played his own defense was the major change there. Yeah.
But it's so funny because I guess both graveyards were nearly played in the same millisecond. So you saw both graveyards pop, and then Orange knew, oh my gosh, what do I do against the graveyard? And there wasn't much he can do. So he lost the first game against Barry, and we saw in Barry's face a big relief.
Yeah.
He knew, oh, finally, the first game is for me. So now I'm gonna start to get these sets in my hand. So you haven't, so you don't stand with the back to the wall. And let's see what we will see in the second match. So yeah, graveyard is still thing today. Everybody's playing graveyard.
Also, especially in these graveyard against graveyard matchups, you really want to have the advantage on troops on the field.
Yeah.
So you see, oh, again. Okay,
Just
the
finish.
second match,
Just finish
but
your
yeah,
first
you
sentence.
always want to win these bridge duels where you can just use the defending troops in offense.
Yeah, so both players now waiting a little bit until something happens.
The emote spam.
The emote so nice. And there's a Hawk cycle deck, I guess. But a Hawk getting countered by a brighter cage. So maybe Barry heading with the same deck as well. No, there's the Snowball, so it's definitely not exactly the same deck. Mini Packer here for defending against some bigger pushes. And the Mini Packer will deal with this thing. Dark Prince.
So I think we will see. Ooh, okay, it's another deck for
haven't thought
orange,
that,
but
huh? You
no,
haven't thought
I
that?
thought it was the old. I thought it was the old Firecracker deck, but now we see a big push.
Yeah,
Graveyard.
Again, the graveyard coming in, so Barry keeping his story through nicely played arrows.
So many
perfectly
skeletons
around the king arrows, and their graveyard dealing so much damage. Orange is looking in the head, and he's now about what is this damage doing? Hunter getting tackled by the musketeer. Now the royal giant, the skeleton giant coming in, but getting distracted by the cage. The bomb can kill the minion, okay, but the musketeer is still on the field, and Barry knows that was good.
For Barry, we'll probably see the Night Witch and the Giant. He used this deck already once against Crypto.
Skeleton. Giant coming in. Close now nearly in range for his bomb to get some damage done. There's the Firecracker we talked about.
Yes, exactly.
So it's not the old Firecracker deck, but it's an adaptation of it. And the Skeleton getting destroyed. No damage to the tower. No damage to the Night Witch. So perfectly played by Barry. Nice defense.
Ooh, and he's so happy he actually got that Firecracker down, because the Firecracker can be so annoying, always getting behind with the attack, always pushing himself back.
60 seconds left on the timer, and it's so interesting. Orange is playing on a smartphone while Barry has a little tablet in his hand, so every player has some different choices of the device they're playing with. And there's the Earth Shatter coming in to destroy the cage to get some damage on. There's not only the Giant, there's even though a P.E.K.K.A. on the left hand side. Now Orange coming in with a huge push, can't get defended, but on the right hand side the tower drops as well. Now it's the question, who will manage to get it done? But the lock is so good played there, and now the huge damage coming from Orange on the King Tower, but it's not enough. It will be defended, but even though both managed to defend their King Towers, Orange did a little bit more damage. Oh, nicely done with the Giant to distract here the Skeleton. Cage again for the defense. Oh, this is so close in the end.
You just see they tried to get as much damage as possible, but we knew, okay, the other tower is so low, let's attack the other one.
Now we're in the overtime, but a huge push coming from the left-hand side. The Prince now coming in second. Giant Skeleton. What is Barry gonna do against it? The bats are it right now, but the Hunter's coming in to defend. But the second Giant is dropping pretty low. There's the P.E.K.K.A. coming in, but now targeting on the wrong tower. The cage to target it back on the King Tower. Maybe now with the Hawk it will be enough, but the bomb is in the range for the tower. Oh my gosh, now the Hawk is there, but I think there's not enough damage from the Hawk.
Oh, but it will be a very close game at the end. Orange is keeping up the pressure, so Barry cannot build up any push. But there we see the graveyard
coming in. This could be the final push. The Rocketeer to defend the thing with the poison, with the damage is there. Just a little bit more damage needed on the
Musketeer
tower.
connects!
Oh my gosh, but it is distracted by the lock. 68 HP left on the tower.
Now
Orange.
he has to push. Now he has to push.
What are you doing? And again, the cage, that is so sad. Oh, maybe the hits. No, Rocket League can't hit.
So close, no hit. And Barry knows he won his second game.
There it is.
Woo!
Wow, what a second match here in the game for the third place Origin Barry. Both players definitely wanting the win.
This was just crazy. It was so close. Orange knew he had to pressure Barry. Pressure, pressure, pressure. So Barry couldn't build up any pushes, like in the second, where he took the first tower of the game. But Barry managed to get back on track, get his setup, and then
both
just
pushes at the same time. And I thought the push from Orange that was so huge. I thought that's it, because the push was much bigger. The giant from Barry getting distracted from the King Tower. So I thought that's over. But then a very good defense from Barry in the end. And yeah, the last push with the Graveyard on the left-hand side, the tower nearly got falling down, and the Log defending against. But now it is the second game for Barry, and this is the third game in our set, and maybe Barry can manage to get even more on track to the third place.
So we see 2 cycle cards. Can be probably anything. Maybe Orange is playing 2.6, the Hog Rider deck, or even maybe... oh, looks like Expo 2.9. Haven't seen that in a long time, to be honest.
Nice name, Expo 2.9.
Yeah, it's the... Maybe we see from Barry the... Yeah, misplay.
The fireball, you see Orange face. Oh.
He's happy with the value there.
Nice value, and now there's... wow, another spirit. So it's a very low-cost deck here from Orange side.
Probably we see Barry with the Royal Hawks, and the same deck with Mini P.E.K.K.A, Royal Hawks, and I think the Earthquake. I don't know, the last 3 cards for... Ooh, missed fireball there, and now he has the possibility to push hard in.
The P.E.K.K.A together, the flying machine on top, but the Tesla's got to distract them. Tesla, good defense, and all gonna be cleaned up, but the Mini P.E.K.K.A is still on the field. Maybe one hit down.
Oh,
that's
so much damage, much damage.
I mean, it's one hit with a little sword, and the tower is getting 600 damage. Tell me the logic about it. Tell me the logic about it.
It's the force in a swing.
The force in a swing. The amount of hugeness he has, because he's so small.
Yeah.
Smaller people dealing more damage in the situation. So there's the Expo.
Play defensively. I think he wants to stack up these on the field to get control over.
Not against the Hawks. The Hawks are gonna make a quick decision with the Expo. Now it's gone. Now the Prince on the left hand side has a flying machine to defend this stuff. The freezing spirit, then there's a Tesla. So both players are kind of passive this time and waiting for the mistake from their opponent.
Also, when you look at the elixir, still very even, but of course Barry has the now it's around 400 damage lead, 450 damage lead.
Fireball is just an amazing spell, especially with this little skin that the player have.
Yes. But of course, Barry really wants to don't want the Expos to stay on the field, so he tries to destroy it with the fireball, maybe play an aggressive push again with the Hawks, because when the enemy is able to stack these, it's just over for him, and he knows that.
The last 20 seconds in an irregular timing. There's the next Expo. This Expo is aggressive play. There's the Hawks coming instantly in to defend against the Prince with the Log together, and it could be enough, but there's still a flying machine, the Magic Archer on the right hand side, the fireball to clean up this push, and the Mini P.E.K.K.A is playing one after one. Barry definitely wants to defend. The Magic Archer dealing some damage on the right hand side, but it's not enough, so good defense here from both players again.
It was so close. When the Expo locks once on the tower, even when it's just with 1 HP, it still gets around 300 damage. And it's just, good predict, strong predict.
The fireball, but there's nothing to clean up with the Hawks. So the Expo, it will go down, dealing nothing off damage. Now there's the next lock coming in.
And even hitting the...
Oh, the Prince now for defense. And there it's gone. The Mini P.E.K.K.A is gone. The Archer's gone distracted, the Log again. Oh, I love these Log plays from both players all over and again. And the fireball, of course. Both towers having a lot amount of HP left.
I think this will really go to the wide till the end.
This will go to the tie. Yeah. And right now it looks like Barry will win with it.
Of course, you need to know that the Expo fireball cycle is just crazy, but at the moment
I just have to say the Expo is perfectly countered by the Hawks.
And also the lineup from the Magic Archer once again hitting the Knight and the Expo, getting as much value as possible. Barry is just really playing out of his mind right now.
I don't know how Orange will get through Barry's defense here. I mean, look at it. He's playing a structure, instantly getting attacked by the Royal Hawks, and yeah, instantly gone with the structures. Oh, now aggressive Royal Hawks here from Barry. Maybe a step too far, but getting some more damage. The lock not played perfectly. Eventually, Magical Archer still alive, getting some damage on these archers again. The mini packer there. Another hit is not going off.
And also only 20 seconds left, so this is it. Orange has to get the damage down.
Yeah, that's it. 10 seconds, maybe, but again, the Hawks are so valuable in this game. You can talk about perfectly countered, and Barry knows that's it. The third game for our player from Outplay eSports. Yeah. That's a typical pro game, I would say, because both are just fighting front and back, and the little amounts of damage you do on a turret, on a tower, that's in the end what wins the game.
But I think, to be honest, Orange made one essential mistake. He cannot really break through if Barry doesn't make any mistakes. And in my opinion, I think he should have rather tried to cycle more spells. You see this especially on ladder, where the people would just stack these Expos, stack these Teslas, really play defensively, and throw one fireball after the other. I think that was the biggest game changer right now.
The problem is Barry as well had a fireball, and with the fireball to counter the Expo, it is really easy. And as we saw, always, I guess 4 times or 5 times the Expo directly at the bridge, and every single time the Royal Hawks coming in to counter the card. So perfectly done by Barry. Nice defense here, and that's what we talked about. Both players are really passive and defense players, and Barry knew I have enough damage done, I chill out the game. And now it's the 4th and maybe the final game in this set for the 3rd place. Again, Orange with their back to the wall.
Maybe we'll see again. Okay, I mean, I don't know what this deck could be. Probably a cycle miner deck, maybe with wall breakers, maybe with the Loon.
The miner coming in, the log again. So we will see the log spam here on the bridge. With the miner, you could play some cycle decks, and I guess it is one of them.
Yes,
together with the wall breakers. Nicely done with the tornado. We only have seen 2 cards from Barry right now, but it's the Lumberjack Loon deck. It's my favorite deck in the game, but the bomb tower, that's why you have always a structure in your deck to counter something like the Loon. And there it is on the left-hand side, now coming in. There's no tornado right now, and double wall breaker on the tower. The miner on the right-hand side, Orange is keeping a good amount of speed in the game.
So much pressure, so much damage for Barry as well. And we see again the 2 aggressive Loon. The 9 elixir at the bridge just doesn't work out for him.
Yeah, especially in pro play. On the lower tier, maybe it will work because the opponent hasn't got something against the Loon. But in this tier we're playing right now, everybody has something like the cage, like the bomb tower, the Tesla. Everybody has something to counter such a push. And yeah, what is Barry doing again? Because if he does another push and Orange is waiting for another Lumberjack push, then he knows this game would be lost. And he's no Loon left, so maybe there's still a Giant in his deck. Wall breaker here.
I think for Barry it's still 1 freeze, and I don't know what the last card is, to be honest, but for Orange it will probably be the Fireball.
Yeah, Lumberjack here dealing with the skeletons. No hit on the Musketeer. That's important for Orange, because now he's there. And again, the push on 2 sides. Oh, there's the tornado to activate the King Tower, something we like to see. There's your called freeze against the Prince. The log, of course, to deal some extra damage. And the tower from Barry are dropping low.
And Orange is just keeping up this pressure. He's just pressing, and he knows exactly how he needs to be doing this. But a very good defense, and maybe now with the ball on the field, Barry can do something.
Yeah, the wall breakers can't connect to the tower, but now coming the Musketeer together with the Knight and the Miner all together running towards the tower from Barry. But a nice defense here from our Outplay eSports player. Now it's coming in the Loon. Nicely done, but there's the bomb tower we've talked about earlier. To defense on the right-hand side is still a Knight. There's the Lumberjack to defend against the Knight. And the Musketeer is enough. No extra damage on Orange Tower, so it looks good for Orange.
And it's just the relentless pressure, like I said before. Just Orange pushing in, not letting him do anything right now. He's completely in control of this game at the moment, and he knows it, and he plays it well.
Double Musketeer here, but nicely done with the barrel. Yeah, but on the left-hand side, there was the bowler dealing a lot of damage.
And now with the Rage, maybe?
Oh, the Rage is there, but the Loon, what was that for a flight back from the Loon? But the Loon is fast enough. Oh, the fireball in the last second. No hit on the tower. But right now, the tower from Orange is lower than the tower from Barry. So he has to do some extra damage. There's the miner coming in, getting tracked by the Infernal Dragon.
Maybe now we will see one more Loon.
The push on the two sides push on Orange. No, this could be hard to defend, especially with the freeze spell on the right hand side. Well played, but the Princess State, the Knight is there to defend the fireball coming in, and it's enough defense. But right there, the bowler dealing some damage on the left hand side. There's the Loon coming in, maybe the bomb tower now again for the defense with the rage spell. It could be enough. There's the Musketeer.
And a strong
wonderful freeze. The fireball! It is not enough. 490 HP left on the left hand tower. And now it's very close, 40 seconds on the overtime, and he will push Orange on the right side. There's the fireball coming in, dealing some extra damage, but another Loon push the rage spell. Now a little bit too early maybe, because there's now the Musketeer together with the bomb. Nicely done with the free spell. The tornado to get it together. And there's the Loon on the tower, the fireball, that's the Loon. And that's it, my friends. There's the Loon getting the kill, and Barry takes this match 4-0, and Barry is the third place here at our finals. Oh my gosh, what a last game.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was really crazy. There was, at the beginning, Orange just keep on pressing, but in the third elixir time, this deck just shows its strength. Because now you can just, one Loon after another, even though the deck is so expensive, it's still possible to push so hard. And at the end, there was a lot of misplays from Orange. I think he started to get nervous. The fireball was too aggressive at the beginning of the last push, and he missed the fireball on the last fireball of the game. He even missed.
Yeah, we saw, I guess, 3 or 4 perfectly played free spells from Barry. Yeah. So he managed to get his pushes again and again through near to the opponent tower, because he managed to get the spells out right in the perfect situation, and that's why the last game was won by Barry. Again, very close to the finish of the overtime, so both players definitely fought to their end.
Also, you can see often players usually tend to over-freeze something, like they're just too greedy with the freeze, and then they say, oh, let's freeze it. But it wouldn't be worth it. And Barry exactly knew every single time when he had to freeze. Exactly. And the best timing and placement. It was really just a perfect set for him in general.
Yeah, and all games long. 2 games definitely dominated by Barry. 2 games now very close, the last 2 games. The last game with, now we have seen with the Freeze Loon deck, 1 against Orange, and both players were very close in the last 2 games to get a win, so it definitely wasn't a stomp like some people would say. Of course it was a 4-0, but especially the last 2 games were very close, and I think Orange could have managed to win them.
Yeah. At the beginning, I think he just got nervous. Of course, you have to say it's his first tournament, and he doesn't have any experience like the other players right now in the finals. But for his first tournament, he played well. Sadly, at the end, like I said before, he just made too many mistakes, and Barry knew them, so he knew exactly how to punish. But all in all, especially from Barry, a super performance, but also from Orange.
And that's it about Clash Royale. You wait until your opponent does the mistake, and then you take the mistake to your own favorite to delete, and then you get the tower, you get the crowns, and you get, in the end, the win. We haven't seen any 3-crown win, I guess. No, we haven't seen any 3-crown win in these matches, in the last 4 matches.
No.
So, another sign that their matches were all pretty close together. Yeah, the first game of the set was played. What was in the first game? The cycle deck, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm not sure which one again. I think wasn't it? I think Orange played the Firecracker, Giant Skeleton, Hawk Rider deck in the first
Was it
match.
the first game or the second game?
Oh, I don't know.
Now it's about the games. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's it. Sometimes you get so many decks in your head that you forget the decks you saw 10 minutes ago. But that's it about all the different cards in this game mode. Because 100 cards? No,
101 maybe.
80 cards, 101? I don't know. How many cards are in Clash
A
Royale?
lot.
78! I've heard 78 from someone.
I don't think it's 78, to be honest.
Never mind. So we managed it to get through, and this was the matchup for the play around the third place. And I guess all people are now nearly ready to take it over. I don't know it yet, because we are ready.
And we
with
are stoked about the finals coming up.
Yeah,
Crypto
we
against
are hyped.
Turtle.
Oh, exactly. We could talk about them a little bit. So, Crypto against Turtle. Turtle winning the first match against Orange easily.
Yeah.
Crypto, a little bit of struggle there against Barry. So, what do you think will happen there in the finals?
Like I said also before, like I said before, Crypto will probably try to get his pressure himself.
Yeah.
To get his focus up, get 100% ready for the game, and Turtle will probably take a completely different approach and be as calm as possible.
Okay, so we will see what will happen here now in the next match, in the finals of the 2020 Post Esports League. But first, we will take a short break, so stay tuned and come back soon.
You made a mistake, underestimating what you've taken on. I'm out of the cage, 'cause you opened the door. You're as innocent as gone. 'Cause if you're falling for me, just be one. 'Cause I don't think you're ready for it. I'm not the one to mess around. I don't think you're ready for it. Too many people done wrong. 'Cause I don't think you're ready for it. You best believe that time's up. I'm a murderer. You made a mistake, underestimating what we would become. And now an escape is impossible. You're as innocent as gone. 'Cause if you're falling for me, just be one. If you're falling for me, I'm not the one to mess up. Too many people ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. So sober, alone, look, you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker.
Get down. Get up.
You getting nothing, Joker. Clock ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. You getting my cold shoulder. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker. Clock ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. So sober, alone, look, you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker. 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 Clock ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. So sober, alone, look, you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker.
Get down. Get up.
You getting nothing, Joker.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of the Post eSports League finals. We are bringing the cup and the medals for the Clash Royale final. The final who is played by Outplay eSports, Crypto and Royal Family Total. They are the two best players from the league right now. But the question is, who is the best player of the greater region of Luxembourg? We will know shortly, but first of all, let's have a look at the cup of the Clash Royale final. What a beauty it is, what a beauty. Perfect. Now, we've seen the cup, it's a great cup, but who will lift the cup at the end of the final? Will it be Total or will it be Crypto? A fight between two rivals since at least 2 years. We can't wait to see and watch the game unfold before our eyes. But before that, as promised, the second question will be revealed right now for winning a voucher of the PlayStation 5. The more questions you answer correctly, the more chances you will have to be drawn and win this voucher. The second question is, which element can be found inside the Clash Royale logo? As always, the question appears now in the chat with the link. Just click this link, answer the question, give your information, and you will, with the correct answer, you will be able to participate in the draw. Now, if you have already participated at the question from yesterday and you answered both questions correctly, you have at least 2 chances more than others to be the winner of the voucher. Enough talking about the PS5 voucher. Let's get right to the next big topic of the day. Who will be crowned the best Clash Royale player from the greater region of Luxembourg? Now, our casters have some statistic ready for you. Karas, Navi, what's up? What are the players and who are we going to see getting out the winner of this final.
Thanks a lot, Trex. Again, first of all, we've seen some amazing matches throughout the game, throughout the day today. So we have seen 4 players competing in their own style, and all players are deserved to stay here, to be here today on the stage. So all players, first of all, congrats, of course, that you are in the finals today. And now we are heading towards the final matchup for the final games today, Crypto versus Turtle.
Yeah.
Nafu, what do you think?
So I have actually talked with both of them yesterday evening, right before the finals today. And for example, the mindset for Crypto was already, I want the crown. I'm going for it. I want my organization to be on top. I want to present my organization with everything I can.
Crown.
Yeah, and I want this prize. He loves the trophy, actually. Little fun fact, he really likes it. And for Turtle, actually, he tried to be as calm as possible about it. He doesn't want to pressure himself. He just wants to play his game, get into his routines, get into his zone for him, and just be the best possible player he could be. Both prepared themselves a lot for this competition.
Yeah. And we got some stats from the season as well. As we can see, Crypto managed to finish the season as ranked 3rd. And now is the ranked 3rd on the fight for the 1st place. And Turtle as ranked as ranking on 8th place. Now, even though both players are now here and they had a direct confrontation, of course, and Turtle managed to win it throughout. And both players were the player of the week once in the season. So we have 2 players definitely worth being here. And as we saw earlier, Crypto is in very aggressive playstyle. He had some very good things about Barry in his hand, and Barry, which we saw last set, a very defensive player, waiting until he knows what the opponent is doing. So it's gonna be interesting. Crypto managed to beat him, and now here is Turtle and Crypto, 2 giants in the Clash Royale family here of Luxembourg, and I'm ready to see the players live on stage. Trex, this is for you.
Thank you, Karas. And let's get it started. We have on the blue side the German star, the big favorite of this competition, winning lots of trophies already. It is Royal Family eSports Turtle.
Hallo, ich bin Linus, in Clash Royale nennt man mich Torte. Clash Royale spiele ich seit 4 Jahren. Ich bin 18 Jahre alt und komme aus dem Saarland in Heckendahlheim. Ich spiele Clash Royale seit 4 Jahren täglich, ca. 3 Stunden am Tag. Trainieren tue ich nicht mit anderen Spielern, sondern meist nur für mich im Ranglistenmodus oder in der Herausforderung. Ich bin eher ein aggressiver Spielertyp, mache meist den ersten Move und probiere bei den Gegnern Mustern rauszufinden, diese auszunutzen und dadurch zu gewinnen. Die Competition ist stark und das, obwohl wir nur so eine kleine Region sind. Deswegen denke ich, es wird ein sehr spannendes Finale.
Ladies and gentlemen, Royal Family Turtle. As we've seen, he had a shaky season. Was not so concentrated on the season either, but came back very strong. Fought his way through the playoffs, through the semi-final, and now he's one of both finalists of the Post eSports League, Clash Royale Discipline. His rival of the league, he managed to be here. It is none other than Outplay eSports, Crypto.
Je m'appelle Miguel Gomez Montero et j'ai 19 ans.
Crypto is doing what Crypto wants, but no.
Je joue à Clash Royale depuis 4 ans. C'est un jeu stratégique qui demande du mental, des efforts, de l'entraînement, et c'est un jeu qui me passionne. Je dirais que ma philosophie de gamer, c'est de se dire que tout est possible si on met le moins de notre côté. Je dirais que mon point fort, c'est de bien prédire l'adversaire en ayant 2-3 coups d'avance. Concernant les finalistes, je dirais que Turtle est très expérimenté, que Berry a un jeu très calme et que Orange peut créer la surprise. Bonne chance à tous les finalistes, vous en aurez besoin.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outplay eSports, Crypto! He's very well known in Luxembourg. He is the showmaker. He likes to make fun and tease his opponents and crush them in the most important moments. The big fight between Royal Family Total and Outplay eSports, Crypto, is on its way. Chat, who do you think will be the champion today? Casters, what are your opinions about it?
Wow, first of all, what an amazing entrance of both players. These videos are definitely worth it for being showed at finals. Crypto versus Turtle, two people, two very experienced people who talked about them. So nobody is wondering about why those two people are here now in the finals. Yeah, Nafu, Crypto or Turtle? Is it gonna be a hard game or is it gonna be 3 or 4 or 4-1?
I'm really sure it will be a hard game, probably going till the last game. So 7 games we will see now. But the funny thing is they have faced now, I think, 3 times, and actually Crypto managed to got on top 2 times. So now we will see, will he continue making the difference larger, so getting 3-1 lead, or will Turtle be finally able to get the second win and equalize their statistics?
And I mean, today is the day where the win counts the most. So if you win today, you win the Post Esports League 2020 finals in Clash Royale. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, it's a title you want to get as a Luxembourg player especially. And what I'll get here right now are the bans from both players. Crypto managed to ban the Graveyard, and I like it because I hate the Graveyard. Finally something else. And Turtle against the Miner. So,
of course,
no Barry in the game, so no one is here to pick the Miner again. I hope both players definitely know now what cards are banned. And so we're ready for the first game without miners and without the Graveyard. So what's it gonna be? Royal Giant, maybe some Golem decks as well, Cycle decks. What we gonna see?
It will be really hard to predict now anything, because Graveyard and Miner were the most dominant cards
today
in the playoffs, and even today, if I'm correct. You saw them everywhere. You saw it really everywhere. In Lava Miner, in Beatdown, in Cycle, Graveyard, in so many different variations. Even with a Heal Spirit we saw today, which sounds crazy to me, to be honest. So now I'm not going to be shocked about everything. I just want to see these games.
So no more prediction about the decks, even though a prediction about the score. So in my opinion, I think Crypto is a little bit ahead. So I say it's going to be 4-2 for Crypto.
Ooh, hot guess. I'm also tending to the 4 for Crypto, but I would rather say 4-3. Yeah, I would rather say 4-3.
So let's see who will be right, because then soon the first game here will start in the finals. We are ready for it. We can't talk anything about the decks anymore, because all players kind of surprised us today, and the Graveyard is gone. And I think in every single game we had at least 1 Graveyard, except 2 Cycle games. So let's see what the players are going to do. And I think Graveyard, I think Crypto is very clever, because we talked about it earlier. Crypto played all his playoff games with a Graveyard deck, and now he is banning this card by his own. So let's see what he has for us now in the finals. I'm very hyped for it.
Of course, me too. Their rivalry goes on for so long, and they're still looking for the deck. They're really waiting They're really thinking about every single move, like also before Barry and Crypto. But now we go in the first game right here, and we see the L modes immediately from Crypto coming.
And this is the first game for Players 1 for the finals. Total from Royal Family against Outplay eSports Crypto. Total on the right side and Crypto on the blue side here, starting with the Heal Spirit by Total to defend something else, and there's the Law coming in. So maybe a little bit of cycle deck here from Total.
For the beginning, I think it looks like a Royal Giant, which we love to see here, to be honest. Also that now the Skeleton Dragons aren't banned, this could be a very possible choice.
Both players are waiting. Very uncommon for them. They're normally both very aggressive. Total even has his hands close together. So he's waiting until the opponent is doing something. And there's the Infernal Dragon getting attacked by the Musketeer in a few seconds.
And it's crazy how they completely switched up their playstyle. But now we see the aggressive push right here.
And it's so hard. The Musketeer is alive still, and there's the Heal Spirit to heal them up. But the Electric Mage is enough. And the Bandit together for the Royal Giant. But the Royal Giant is on the turret. And two shots going off. So 1.7k left. And there's some cycle deck by Crypto.
So I think the last card from Crypto will probably be the Mega Knight. And of course the last card for Total will be probably the Fireball, but so much damage. Very nice punish there from Crypto.
Yeah, maybe Total thought this defense would be enough, but the damage is definitely there. So a little mistake, maybe 1 minute left soon. So soon we're in the double elixir phase, and that's definitely something you want to be with your Royal Giant deck, even though with your cycle deck. First of all, there's the Skeleton Dragons not banned this time, getting here enough countered by the Infernal Dragon because the tower is gonna attack them. And there's the Mega Knight as last card from Crypto.
They're all playing super safe, just waiting.
Heal Spirit gone. Yeah. The cage is there for the defense against the Mega Knight, very well played. But there's the Charm, and the Charm will destroy some skeletons. The Musketeer in the back, and there's the Skeleton Dragons healed up by the Heal Spirit, and the Electrical Wizard will deal some damage, but it's not enough, and the Skeleton Dragon still alive. Maybe they can hit now some shots on the tower, and there's one shot at least, but not the biggest damage you would expect from the situation.
And Total knows he has to play safe. He has to wait for the perfect possibility when he can push, because if not, he will get punished through the roof.
So sad, Mega Knight together with the Rider. They're dealing so much damage. Rider is gone right now. The Musketeer is a little bit slow. And again, a nice defense here from Total. So he's managing to do it pretty well. There's the Royal Giant getting countered by the Infernal Dragon, but there's the Electric Wizard to get some damage on him. But again, the hit is there. 2 hits on the tower and only 700 HP left on Crypto's right turret.
And that's exactly it. He perfectly defended the push, the big push from Crypto, and then used the troops on the field to counter. And now again a big important Royal Giant. One hit, will he get the second hit?
The second hit actually went in. Left. The Mega Knight is there to deal some damage, but it's too far away.
And that's it.
Fireball coming in, and that's it. The first game going down for Total with a wonderfully played Royal Giant deck in the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be very interesting today.
So, like we saw earlier, that's exactly the thing that they played super safe at the beginning and waited for the perfect push. And to be honest, Crypto sadly doesn't have a lot against this Royal Giant, because the only real damage dealer is the Infernal Dragon, but he can be just reset like that with the Fireball. So hard matchup for Crypto for sure, but he both played it extremely well.
Yeah.
But
and we've seen the last push where the Royal Giant even gets 2 hits. There was the Rider against the Giant, there was the Infernal Dragon against the Giant, and the Mega Knight.
Yes.
Those 3 cards together cost 17 elixir. And they weren't able to clean up the Royal Giant before he gets 2 hits on the tower. And that's how strong this card is. And that's why nearly every pro player has a Royal Giant deck in his mind.
Yeah, you just said it exactly right.
Oh, thank you.
He just wasn't able to defend it properly. No building, no fast. The thing is, the Infernal Dragon has to he needs some time to get this damage up. When he is up on his peak, it's like 1,000 damage in a second.
Yeah.
But until he gets there, that's the thing. He has no damage per second, which is immediately. And it was the big problem Crypto struggled with at this match.
And the Fireball perfectly used there to reset the damage from the Infernal Dragon. And after the Fireball, I guess the Infernal Dragon only has about enough life for one hit or something like that. So he's not really a danger anymore. And that was the first game, ladies and gentlemen, for Turtle from Royal Family. And let's see what Crypto has in his mind for the second game. Both players are still choosing their decks. They're still searching what will be the best thing. Because the interesting thing is, earlier today we saw some matches, and often both players had a similar deck with 1 or 2 changes to each other. So maybe we will see again something similar because both players go for the same strategy, or maybe we see something different because, as we talked earlier about, Crypto was a player going for the graveyard a lot, and now the graveyard being not in the game anymore, maybe he has some surprises for us and for Turtle in his pocket.
But they immediately showed the skill level they have at this stage right now. Like, the intensity was shown immediately. They both are hungry for this win. It was so close the whole game. So I'm super stoked about the next matches, and I think we'll see some pretty big upsets over the game.
Yeah. So both players seems to be ready. Some last water. And there it is, the second game of the finals. There's the 10 and there's the 1. So Crypto is definitely the one who wants the first place, and he's starting up with a Skeleton Dragon being split on 2 sides, and there they meet the blue and the red together. They are beautifully colored. Oh, maybe the barrel perfectly done to get some extra damage. Oh, look at that. Synergy and synchrony.
Both still playing very safe, not trying to overcommit. For the moment, we see some very similar decks from both of them. Cycle cards in it,
Look at
Skeleton Dragons,
As I
Heal Spirit
mentioned,
everywhere.
The same deck types, and it's so funny that the players are doing the same deck types, but now maybe the Royal Guards are something Turtle hasn't got in his pocket, and we've seen earlier what Crypto can do with the Royal Guards. Perfectly placed Fireball, getting rid of these annoying Skeleton Dragons, and now the Royal Guards are heading towards the tower and dealing the first amount of damage.
For the deck predictions, I think Turtle stayed with his Royal Giant deck, and Crypto is playing a very interesting Royal Recruits deck, to be honest. I'm not very sure what he might play there. Maybe it's...
a Hawk deck,
the
even
Royal
though.
Hawk deck.
So this is something interesting. Is there any structure in Turtle's deck to defend against the Hawks?
Oh,
my
he
God,
switched up.
that's so insane. Why does always the same decks and then nicely played Fireball, but the Hawks will get some little damage ticks. It's not enough, it's just Hawks without any follow-up. The damage isn't that high, but look at them decks. If Turtle now has Royal Guards, it definitely would be so funny.
But you actually predicted it, it's so funny. I didn't thought they would go in the same direction, because in the stats they're rather different types of player archetypes, but now they're really using kind of the same types of decks.
And 60 seconds left on the timer, so there's the double Elixir phase again in this Clash Royale Finals. Second game, and they're coming in, the Royal Recruits. Getting some damage from the Skeleton Dragons. The shields are broken right now. The Musketeer is there for the defense. But another Musketeer from Crypto to get on track. There's the Hawks on the left side. There's the Cage. Even though to defend against this stuff. The barrel for the disengagement. There's another engagement. There is some damage. The Hawks dealing a little bit of it. But now look at the amount on the left-hand side from Crypto. A huge push coming in, but the barrel is there to defend against, but where's the Fireball?
I don't think he wants to use it.
Right now, not anymore.
Yeah.
Musketeer in the back, the Hawks coming in, Skeleton Dragons even though, but there's not enough damage, so we're gonna get to the overtime. And that is the question, how these players are going to win this game, because both are playing so similar decks. Both players keeping on track right inside. Where's the defense against the Hawks, dealing some damage there. And there's the Fireball, a little bit too late. Only 1000 HP left on the tower.
It's such a close game. Like, they even try to punish always at the same moment, so clearly they think a bit in the same way. But right now, Turtle is looking like he's gonna win this match, and he didn't even play the last card yet. We still don't know what the last card of him is.
Royal Giant. Favorite card. And the Hawks coming in again. There's a fireball against the cage to get some extra damage. 1 minute 20 left on the timer. And we all know if this time is gonna get down, the people. Oh, the Barbarian Heart.
He didn't even play it yet, so an extremely strong defense for the next pushes, 100%.
Why haven't they played it earlier against the Hawks?
I don't know, to be honest. Maybe not the right moment with the Lexia. Maybe he was confident in the defense.
Yeah, the Musketeer on the left-hand side is so important. He's dealing so much damage of it. And now a huge push with 4 Barbarians coming in. He definitely needs something to defend against Crypto, now struggling on his own with the huge push from Tortle on left-hand side. The Fireball used perfectly. His Skeleton Dragons can't really do anything against these tower and another Barbarian Hut. But still, the right tower from Crypto is too low to win this game.
And it's crazy. I think he really waited with the Barbarian Hut till the 3-time elixir time.
And it's
because because he didn't want to be punished for it, I think.
Oh, the Fireball on the right-hand side.
But
he knows he needs to defend this tower.
The Musketeer actually connected.
Oh my god! The connection.
2 super important shots.
16 seconds left. I don't know how Crypto will fight back in this situation. There's the good game coming in. And that's the second game for our friend from Germany, for Tortle from Royal Family. How do the player manage to play the same deck all game long?
I don't know. And it's crazy.
Insane.
It was really such a close game as well.
I've looked to them. They're not talking to each other. So there's definitely not something. Are you playing this deck? I play it too. So there has to be something that both players think they win with. And Tortle did it well twice.
I don't know, to be honest. Of course, again, a really strong matchup, to be honest, from Tortle. At the moment, he's strategically just playing better than Crypto. You have to say that. The picks are on point, and he knows it. He knows his strengths. He knows how to play the game safely down. Even though it was super close, he just managed to come up first at the moment.
But I don't know, the Barbarian Hut in the last game, of course, he said he maybe waited as long as he can to show it. I mean, he won the game even without the Barbarian Hut nearly. So I don't know if there wouldn't be some cheaper card for the Barbarian Hut.
Sometimes people really like to use the Hunter with the Royal Hogs because they kind of work really well with each other.
And it would counter the Hogs from
also.
But okay, but if you think about if there would be a Loon in the game from Crypto, then the Barbarian Hut would be the thing to defend against the Loon. So it does make sense in some situations,
and also
of course.
the Barbarians spawning out of it are super strong sometimes. Because when you have, for example, the first wave of Barbarians, then the Barbarian Hut gets destroyed, and then you have 4 Barbarians just like that on the field. Plus, maybe you have enough elixir for the Royal Hogs. So many strong troops, so much damage, so fast damage. So this is really a liability you have to take care from.
And it's so interesting to see those 2 players, because both players are completely focused and they're completely going for the win. And right now, it seems like Tortle is completely chilled. And he's just taking one game after the other, and he's taking it to the 2-0 he has right now. So what did I predict earlier? I said Crypto 4-2, yeah? So Crypto has to win now 4 games if he wants to be in my prediction. So let's see, maybe Tortle surprises us today. I mean, Outplay eSports on Crypto side. We had yesterday an amazing league final, and even there, Outplay eSports were the MVP, and they lost the finals 3-0 against the underdogs. So let's see today, maybe again Outplay eSports gets something done in this time by Royal Family. It's Tortle. Both players seem to be ready very soon, and then we start in the 3rd game. And
but
come on, if there's again the same deck, come on, then
I don't think so, to be honest. But it would be so hilarious. Yeah, it would be hilarious.
So funny.
You cannot forget Crypto's secret power, the pressure. He loves it. He loves it. So I think we will see some very good gameplay from him from now on.
Yeah, because it's under pressure. Maybe he needs the 3rd loss for the pressure. Maybe he needs the 3rd loss. But we will see it right now in the 3rd game here at the finals from Clash Royale. By the way, we see on the bottom sides, even though the win rates, and Tortle only 65%, Crypto 83%. And right now it looks like Tortle is dominating Crypto.
Still some cycle decks, maybe Mortar there from Crypto.
There's the Infernal Dragon. decent damage. Electrical Wizard. So, Electrical Wizard is, in my opinion, very good against Cycle decks.
Yeah, because he has the splash damage plus the drop damage he has there is super strong against these small cards.
Yeah, and there's the Knight. I always love to call Prince. I don't know why. And the Mega Knight going down.
So I think from Crypto we are seeing, yeah, the... Oh, such a he wanted to activate the King Tower there, but failed.
And
sadly misplay.
there.
Oh, and so much damage.
Oh, and that's the damage. 3 damage in total. Things okay. If you want to give me the damage, I'll take the damage.
Exactly.
And that's 1.4 thousand K left on Crypto's right turret.
So I think what Crypto has to focus on right now is getting to the double elixir phase. Because on the double elixir phase he has enough to defend. He can just cycle. But these big mega...
Goblin Barrel getting countered by the Fireball. Always a good trade because Fireball is 4 elixir, Goblin Barrel only 3. So you're a little bit in advantage from the elixir side now. So it's the suggestion, what are the last 2 cards in the game? And it's gonna be 1 Ice Golem.
And I think for Crypto it will be the Rocket, the last card.
The Rocketeer?
Yeah, usually they played with Rocket or Princess, but the Princess, he would probably have played the Princess already if it would have been the Princess.
Dark Goblin, or as I like to say, the Voodoo, is on the place. The Bandit getting he is countering it, and 60 seconds left. Double elixir phase, so both matchups are right now in their strong phase. On left hand side, there's coming in a huge push together with the Rider, the Bomb Tower to defend against it, but there's a lot of HP left there, even though he needs to get the lock activated, but some damage has been done. Right now, it does look good for Total again.
But I think he can outcycle him pretty easily.
There's
so much damage.
Too early, but there's the Electrical Wizard to counter it as well. But now there's a little bit of an advantage for Crypto. But if I look at the Elixir phase, it's not really an advantage. He managed to...
But he can still pressure.
Stay same. Yes, he can still pressure, of course. The Barrel coming in to defend. There's the Mega Knight. The defense of Total, except the 1 Fireball, is perfect on spot right now. And now the counter push is there with the Knight. And we're going to the overtime again in this match.
So now we see, this is exactly what I talked about.
Rider now. There's the Rider now on the right side.
Nothing.
Because, he
has to use the Fireball instead of the Rocket there.
And so gladly he used the Fireball because he used the Bomb Tower on the left side, then the Rider on the right side. Glad he had the Fireball, and he has some more damage. Always the Fireball against the Barrel, and that's why I don't play Barrel anymore, because everybody is playing Fireball.
Yeah, these lockbait decks are really hard in the meta right now because you have to know every single placement perfectly to actually be able to defend there. For the moment, at the beginning, of course, there was one small misplay with the King Tower activation, but for the moment he's playing these defenses really strong and safe.
And a huge push is now coming in from the left-hand side, a Bandit from the right side, and there's the tower gone. Mega Knight still at half HP. There's the Barrel coming in, the Rider on the right side. Where is the Fireball? You need to defend against Bomb Tower again. Oh, nice prediction with the Fireball coming in just in time, but no damage, and 400 HP left on Turtle's left tower. This is looking good. Triple elixir phase right now, the perfect time for a cycle deck.
And now he's just spamming.
That's it. I guess that's it, because the Fireball, 1 or 2,
and he has such a fast cycle. This is exactly
cycle through and get the last Fireball out, and then it's it. Huge push, of course, there on the side. There's a Fireball coming in. Maybe he needs the Fireball to defense. He could end the game maybe with the Fireball. There's the lock, not dealing any amount of damage for 30 seconds left. Turtle is keeping on high pressure. He's pushing in with the Bomb Tower right now. The Bandit on the right hand side again. And there's the Fireball getting down. 6 HP left together with the lock. And that's it for Crypto. He manages to come back. And this is his first win in the finals, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm still on track that the 4-2 is gonna be able. Wow.
What a comeback. Yeah, what a game and what a comeback. He played the strengths of his decks perfectly. This is what you want to do as a lockbait player. You want to, especially in these matchups with Mega Knight, because in Mega Knight it's just so hard to actually defend in a single elixir time. But when you get to the second and even to the third elixir time,
just spamming.
Exactly, and you have at least you can have it 3 knights on the field in like 10 seconds.
I first thought that the fireball, the second last fireball on the right side on the bandit was a misplay, because I thought, okay, with the fireball he could win the game, but look at how good these players are with numbers, because I think Crypto know exactly it won't be enough. There will be 3, 4, 5, 6 HP left, and he waited one more cycle until he has the lock ready. So brilliant played, because me as a noob player would just play the fireball and it's about, oh, I lost. And that's very good, and there you see the intelligence, the well-known experience from both players. And this game managed Crypto to win, and it still wasn't an easy game.
No, it was so close. Crypto does have the matchup advantage in this game, but to be just slightly. But Tortle knew exactly how to push and when to push in, so Crypto couldn't get his cycle right on track. As you saw at the last push, Crypto tried to get back to the fireball lock, what did you say? But Tortle just push,
yeah,
and he nearly lost his tower. It was so close,
Yeah, that's why the fireball, I thought, was bad, was brilliant.
Yeah.
So he totally knew one more cycle, get me to the lock, and I got this. I mean, nice defense by Tortle in the game, nice push at the end by Tortle, but there, an even better defense by Crypto, managing to get the third game, and so it's only 2-1 right now. So it's gonna be interesting what is gonna happen in the fourth game. Maybe again similar decks. Maybe we see now something playing with the Luna, with the Royal Giant. To remember you out there, the Miner was banned by Turtle, and the Graveyard was banned by Crypto. I said Turtle, I mean Tortle.
He's even playing with this name difference.
Here, on my paper where I see the bands, there's write down Turtle, so it wasn't my fault. Even though Miner, Graveyard are out of these games, and we see it is the finals, because both players taking their time to pick their decks, and now they're ready. The game is starting, and there we are in the fourth game. Tortle from Germany versus Crypto from Luxembourg. Barrel engagement again. There's the Skeleton Dragons with the Heal Spirit for the beginning. So maybe we see something Tortle played earlier this day. Musketeer for the defense. And right now it could be many different things from Crypto. Even though with the Musketeer, maybe something more to repeat down or something like that. There's the Barbarian. Okay, he's playing a deck we saw earlier from Tortle.
Yes, probably the version. Usually, when you see this combination, you think about Graveyard. But since Graveyard is banned,
you need probably
probably
the win condition. What's
Royal Giant?
And you saw the Fireball wasn't played perfectly because the Barbarian Skeeton get hit by the by the Fireball, and now the Royal Giant getting distracted by the cage. 2 Skeleton Dragons on top of the Royal Giant to get some damage done by the Heal Spirit. Oh no, the Heal Spirit was from Turtle, perfectly done. And that's how you deal with a Royal Giant, getting nearly 0 damage on your tower.
That's a really good defense, Probably Crypto will also respond with the skeletons to the Skeleton Dragon, because you don't want to get these hits. It's so much damage. Royal Giant against Royal Giant, we see here. Interesting.
They have to talk to each other. Come on, you can't tell me. Yesterday they were in Discord together and said, let's play this together, okay? It's insane how the players are going for the same strategies over and over and again. Except this is the third game we've seen earlier. Now the Royal Giant on left-hand side. And no backup, but he's connecting to the tower. Nicely reset with the cage. So the Royal Giant getting down with only 1 hit on the tower.
So the question is now, what will win? Faster cycle or deeper defense? We see the Goblin Cage, who has of course less HP than the Barbarian Barrel. Also you need to wait until troops spawn out. But it's of course a faster cycle, so maybe we will even see at one moment 2 Royal Giants of Tortle on the field.
It would be amazing, and right now there's the Fireball coming in to defend against the Skeleton Dragons, the Lock dealing a little bit of damage. And what I've seen sometimes is to stack up the Barbarian Hut, but I don't think that he will be able to stack it up because the Fireball is there, the Royal Giant is there, and now it's going for the beatdown. So Turtle playing the Royal Giant behind his King Tower, waiting for Elixir, and now doing a huge push on the right-hand side to getting countered by a push on the left-hand side. There's the cage defense and the Lock for the attack, and the Musketeer a little bit in front, can't get healed up, and now the Skeleton Dragons are there to deal some extra damage. Another version 4 Skeleton Dragons from Turtle on the field. And that's some huge damage and only 1.2k left. Oh my gosh, there's a good game getting called. Another Royal Giant. How should Crypto defend? He hasn't got any elixir left. The Royal Giant is there.
Yes.
480, he has the Fireball. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, is the third win for Turtle from Germany.
And
Wow.
you see him kind of devastated at the moment.
Fast game.
Yeah.
What a fast game. I firstly thought, okay, this is going to be interesting. They're going to take a while. But then I saw the beatdown strategy in the end, making a huge push on the right side from Turtle, and then just the first giant dies. No problem, here's the next one. And what you can do against it when it's on your tower? Nothing.
Exactly, this is what I talked about earlier, the fast cycle from Turtle. The cheaper building was the MVP in this match, in my opinion, because Crypto tried to punish as much as possible with his own Royal Giant on the left-hand side, but it was just stopped with one Goblin Cage.
Yeah.
One Goblin Cage, around 400 to maximum 600 damage,
So
I'm not
2
sure.
shots.
Exactly, and that's it. Just 4 elixir, and then the huge push on the right side from him with the four Skeleton Dragons. The fast cycle again, getting the win over the...
I think the Bavarian Hut was again maybe picked to counter something bigger, like or something faster, like a Hawk Cycle again, like a Loon, like a Golem. And I think Crypto didn't knew that Turtle will play as kind of similar deck with cheaper cost. And yeah, that's it in the end. And that's the third win here for Turtle in the final. So what does it mean? It does mean we are at match point. So the next game could show us the winner of the post eSports League 2020 in the discipline of Clash Royale. So the next game is going to be very, very interesting. And exactly that's why those two people are taking their time. Turtle nearly with one step in the winning shoes, and Crypto with the back to the wall.
It's, I think, now,
Perfect. I stopped talking in the start.
The fifth match right
It's
here.
All planned. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the fifth game today. And there's a Hawk Cycle deck from Turtle, so he wants to win maybe fast or just cheap by cheap do some damage. And there the Lumberjack, so maybe this is now together with the Lumberjack a Loon deck. And there's the Loon I've talked about, perfectly done. And even the Lava Hound could be up. Fisherman is gonna get played here, even though from Crypto. And he managed to activate the King Tower, but the Loon completely destroying Turtle. Oh my gosh, this looks like the last game against Barry.
Yeah.
After 20 seconds, Crypto nearly won the game.
So we see the 2.6 version of the Hog Rider deck for Turtle right there, and a very interesting, fast, aggressive Lumberjack Loon with the Royal Recruits.
And the Recruits not as good as you think against these Hog, but the Hog, what can a single Hog do against the deck with a Lumberjack and Loon in it? I mean, look at that. Crypto is winning this game nearly exactly like he won his last game against Barry. Right now, of course, the game is still ongoing, so it could happen that something changes, but right now it looks very, very good for Crypto.
With 2.6, it is also so hard to actually come back in these situations, especially when the opponent has something like the Fisher. He just pulls the cork away, and that's it. It gets slowed down, no hit, nothing, and even a +1 elixir trade.
And the deck from Crypto has everything he needs, because, as I mentioned, the Fisherman is perfect. The Musketeer against another Loon or something like a big push. You got the Skeleton Dragons against something great. You have the Royal Guards against a huge push on the ground. So you have everything in the deck, and that's why this type of deck is even now one of the strongest decks. And yeah.
And even if the Hawk would manage to get close to the tower, he still has the Snowball.
Oh, look at that. There's the Fireball. Well played, but the Snowball, as you mentioned,
yes, exactly. This is
second.
And no hit. This is exactly what I meant there. No hit from the Hawk because of the Snowball.
And now I'm waiting for the Loon coming in. Fisherman there together with the Heal Spirit, and the Heal Spirit is so good on Lumberjack. Look at the heal, he getting up, but still the tower are enough. And there's the Royal Guards. Turtle is shaking his hand.
Oh,
he knows
misplay.
this fireball wasn't his best, and now he's sitting back, and I think he's
given up.
He's given up. He's given the win to Crypto, and oh my gosh, what a game what a comeback from Crypto with the Loon in the first 30 seconds. And that's, my friend, is eSports on his highest level. 3-2 for Turtle. So again, the next game will be a match ball game for Turtle, but Crypto is on the way to fight back.
And it was this is exactly what I talked about with the pressure on him. It's
That's
always the
what Crypto
pressure.
needs,
He
the
needs
pressure.
the 3-0. He needs the 3-0 to be 3 games behind to excel his performance. And he played nearly perfectly. Every single Fisher placement was perfect. The peaks are also super amazing. You see his team players helping him out right now, helping with the deck selection. But when you're behind with a 2.6 deck, with a fast cycle deck where you need to concentrate on the defense, that's just it. You cannot come back.
And I mean, that's the thing why I love the balloon so much, because it's the most satisfying feeling when you see a balloon getting to the tower and you see, okay, it's done. Especially after 20 seconds on the game. So I can imagine that Crypto was very relieved in this situation, this moment, because he knew, okay, this Loon made my game. He has a Hawk Cycle deck, and as you mentioned, Hawk Cycle is hard to play against a fallen back situation. And here's the 6th game of this final. 3 wins on Turtle side, 2 on Crypto side. What's we gonna see? 2 Skeleton Dragons at the first time. Beautiful.
Again, the same interaction like last game.
Oh my god, Crypto is going for the same deck type, maybe exactly the same deck. Royal Guards here. Now the Stabbies coming in. Getting our healed up with the Heal Spirit on the left side. Maybe a little bit too early. Ah, no, perfectly done. And Stabby's gone. There's the Hawk. So he's going for another deck type. The Barbarians there on the left side to defend, but the Hawks on the right side. Look at 3 Hawks hitting the tower again and again. And half HP of the tower is gone again after 1 minute into the game. Oh,
and again the same archetype. Again the same archetype. He cannot play it.
Incredible. Oh. And there it is, another Hawk pushing throughout the tower. So both players nearly traded the exact amount, except the Turtle did a little bit more damage.
And you also have to respect the elixir advantage. Turtle even played Barbar at the moment, but still has 2 elixir more than his opponent Crypto at the moment. But this is just crazy. Now we will see what will be better. The Royal Recruits or the Barbarians. We see
both players really passive, because they know this game could be the game to win or lose this tournament, this season. So both players are now aware of winning the game. Heal Spirit again for the Sabbies, this time a little bit too late. There's a barrel coming in to defend, and there's a little push on the right side, a snowball, but not played perfectly. 2 hits, and even the Musketeer can't get the turret, and the tower is down. That's it. 1 tower less for Turtle. The Hawks getting beautiful counter by the cage. No damage on Crypto's side.
This is just perfectly played. And I'm not sure if he can... Oh, the BM is starting right now. He starts laughing. He wants to get in the opponent's head. He loves it. He loves to taunt his opponents.
As you mentioned earlier. And there's the Fireball coming in to get rid of these annoying Skeleton Dragons. Another push on the right-hand side together with the Hawks. But the Hawks are completely countered by the Barrel and the Royal Recruits. And now is the thing. What can Turtle do in this game anymore? He lost the tower. 10 seconds, 15 seconds left. A huge push coming on the right-hand side. And I guess that it's gonna be 10 seconds left. There's the Fireball. And Crypto is cheering up. He knows this is his game. The last 4 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. And we're gonna see a final tiebreaker match here. 3-3 in this finals. The last and final game. Will it be? With the last game, we have our champion, and oh my god, it couldn't be better.
So this is so crazy. He's actually coming back. He's actually managing this incredible comeback right now. And this is
Crazy.
again what we talked about, the pressure. I think
I feel the pressure right now. I mean,
it's
I'm
electrical.
honestly here.
It's electrical in here. Like everybody's like, oh my god, who will really win this set now?
I don't know. I definitely don't know because the last 2 games were completely dominated by Crypto.
Yeah.
The first 2 games was completely dominated by Turtle. So I don't even know what's gonna happen in the last game. Maybe we see some strategies we haven't seen today because some player thinks, okay, with this I can win. Maybe we see exactly the same decks as we've seen before. So nobody knows. The only thing I know, no graveyard deck from Crypto today.
No, but it's really. I think Crypto managed to get in Turtle's head, especially with the BM in his head. Every player who's on a losing streak hates to see the opponent spamming the emotes.
Yeah.
The emotes is just such an interesting way to get in your opponent's head.
Yeah, but there's a little red cycle with a line in it. You can press it so you can't see the emotes anymore. He could use it if he gets distracted by the emotes. But that's a little bit of Crypto's mindset, as you said. If he's winning, he enjoys the win. If he's losing, he's full on concentration to come back and then to enjoy his win again. So we have 2 players here definitely with some stage experience and 2 players definitely wanting the first place here from the Post Esports League 2020 in Clash Royale. And we are soon starting with the last and final game for this season. After it, you will see some nice plays with FIFA 20. So after the Clash Royale and after the ceremony, definitely come back for FIFA 20. But right now, we are ready for the last and final game for Clash Royale.
And probably the most intense game ever played on a Luxembourgish stage, to be honest. The stakes were never so high. The pressure is on them. And now we will see who will manage the pressure the most.
I mean, there's a famous song, Under Pressure, and you all know it. Maybe both players have earplugs, and maybe one of the players is now hearing the song to get in the mood. I mean, it's very interesting to look at different player types. You got player types like Turtle, really calm, really concentrated. We have some other types hyping and dancing throughout the game. And what we are doing right now is hyping throughout the last final game of this matchup.
Also, really funny thing, we saw nearly in every single match the Heal Spirit. I don't know why nobody banned this card, because it's so annoying. And will we... Okay, this resembles the Bridge Spam deck. Both played Royal Hawks, but one played it with the Cage and one with the Barbarian Hearts. So very interesting.
Changed sides now.
Again, the Royal Recruits.
Crypto is doing it. His stack is this time the Royal Recruits. There's coming in the Fireball, blazing on the left-hand tower to get some extra damage. And the Barbarian Heart is getting focused by the Royal Guards. But now the Barbarians are out. The Musketeer hasn't got any life left, but still can do damage. I hate it. If my Musketeer has this amount and can do damage, it's so good. And there's the Hawks coming in, getting countered by the barrel, and the Skeleton doing some damage dealt. And there's only 2,000 HP left on Crypto's left side tower.
So if I'm not wrong, Crypto won this matchup already once. So now we will see if he can get back on track and be again victorious today.
Yeah, what nice. one card missing for each of those players. So we will see what's gonna be the last and final card in his matchups. But again, not again. So this time they're not as exactly as the last time. We haven't seen the Hawks right now from Crypto. Maybe
so maybe it's Royal Giant even. Usually Hawks you play more aggressive in a single elixir time, but this could actually be Royal Giant.
Yeah, double elixir time starting in 15 seconds, and the game is closing up. And there's the Fireball again against the Skeleton Dragon. Such a strong card with the beautiful flame coming in. The Baron Heart again to defend against the Royal Recruits. Well played this time by Torben, because he knew, okay, against the Royal Guards, the cage isn't enough. I need the Baron Heart, and this game looks much better for him than the last one. There, the Hawks coming in together with the huge Barbarian push, and the Skeleton Dragon is getting denied by the Fireball. The cage is here to defend this stuff, and it looks good because there's coming a Goblin out of the cage.
Beautiful defense.
Some damage from the Musketeer on the right-hand side, but both players so good at defending right now.
And it's really interesting to see the playstyles compared to each other. The way Crypto decides his decision-making when he wants to push in, Usually he's way more aggressive, but he knows he needs to play safe. But everybody immediately fireballs these skeleton dragons. Nobody wants them to get any value.
Yeah, but the Barbarian Hunt is there and he's pumping out Barons. Nearly all the Royal recruits are gone right now, and there's 2 more, and another Barbarian Hunt is coming on the field. And now it's the question, who will win this overtime? We got 2 more minutes in this final game. It couldn't be more intense than this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the finale we will see here right now in the Royal Guards on the right side, getting countered by the Skeleton Dragons. This time, no fireball to counter the Skeleton Dragons. And the second, the Baronard on the field. Donald is building up a huge thing. Now the defense against the push from Crypto is there. And a lot amount of the Barons are on the field right now.
This Barbarian Hunt is just so strong for Turtle. It cleared up everything, even though the Heal Spirit was played perfectly from Crypto and healed up so many troops. The Barbarians were just so strong, and he's just stacking them up. I think he wants to win by tie.
Yeah, the triple elixir phase will be there, and there's the first fireball hitting on the tower as well. So now it begins the spamming from the fireballs on the tower to get the win, because after timeout the people with more HP left on his towers will win the game. And now again here the Barbarian have to defend against a huge push. There's the Hawks coming in from Turtle to do some damage there against Crypto, but again the Skeleton Dragons to defend. Where is the fireball I was talking about? Maybe not in the cycle right now, but it looks good for Turtle. Huge amount of damage he can't do there. The Royal Guards coming in. Boom!
Such a beautiful
cleanup.
Yes, such a beautiful fireball. He waited to get so much value out of them.
On the right side.
I don't think this will be anything. The Barbarian Hunt is just so strong. As you can see, the Barbarians are killing the Hawks so quickly. And it's just looking
left.
It's just looking so good for Turtle.
Only
He's just
30
playing
seconds left. The tower from Crypto is nearly half HP. 1 or 2 more fireballs and it's it. The Hawks getting through. There are Smiley's gonna talk. And there's another fireball from Turtle. It looks like the Royal family is taking the win to their home. Like, this could it be? And Turtle is shaking hands. There's the good game. And that it's gonna be. The last fireball is called Crypto's claiming hands. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, is the champion of today's finale. Turtle from Germany will win the Clash Royale series for his team from Royal Family. Congratulations to this amazing player.
This finale was incredible. I was sure it would go off to the wire till 7 games, like full 7 games, full-time intensity, not one game disappointed.
My heart is so beating right now. This was really, really good. 2 times Turtle lost against the Royal Guard strategy from Crypto. And the 3rd time he said, okay, I go all in, I'll take the Barbarian Hut and I'll defend till the end. And that's exactly what he done here. And it was perfectly played by him. And that's why Turtle won this last and final game.
I also think the reason why Crypto lost at the end was because he picked the deck too often. At the end, he was just prepared for the recruits. Usually you don't see the recruits a lot, but when you play every single game nearly against them, okay, you know how your opponent will use them, and you can try to counter them. You can make strategic plays to counter them. I think this is exactly what Turtle did there.
And it was an astonishing finale we've seen here, because we played every 7 games. The first time today that we see the match going to the 7th game, and all games were incredible. And the funny thing about it is, from 7 games, we had 5 games where both players played similar decks, nearly with the identical cards, only 1 or 2 cards in exchange. And that's insanely done, that those players are on the same skill level, that they know, okay, let's do this, and they always do the same thing.
Yeah,
I can't get it in my mind.
But there you see exactly what are the strongest archetypes. Of course, you don't try to use the deck which is 10 years old, and then like nobody can play it anymore because it's just not good.
For example,
exactly.
the Witch was so strong 1 or 2 years ago, and right now, haven't seen one Witch or one Mage today. Nothing. No Golem, no Witch, no Pumpy, nothing today. So we see the players going with the meta, of course, but I would say they're going out, even though a little bit against the meta, with some changes they did to the decks. Even the Royal Recruits we've seen today aren't really in meta. But Turtle managed to do it well in the 3rd try to win against this win condition from Crypto.
But as you could see, always the 4 cards who completely dominated everything today was the Heal Spirit, the Musketeer, the kind of also the Royal Hawks, and two buildings on the same spot, the cage and the Bavarian barrel.
Yeah, perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was the first finale from Clash Royale here at the Royal Esports League 2020, at the Post Esports League, again Royal Esports League. Big shout out to Nafu for his first commentary here live on stage. It was wonderfully done. It was a pleasure for you. And now, enough talking of us. You will see the champion now on the stage. Trax, take it away.
Karascast, thank you, and thank you to It's Nafu. Great thing, great job, guys. We are very pleased to have you with us. Now, we finally have our winner for the Clash Royale. But before that, a special guest will make his appearance on the main stage. It is Serge Eifers, Head of Product for Management and Marketing of Post Telecom. Welcome, Mr. Eifers.
Hello everybody. So first, congratulations for the winner, also for all the finalists. So happy to have you here. The success of the first season of the Post Esports League clearly show that there is a high potential for the development of the esport in Luxembourg and the Grand region in general. So, and the Post, as the leading operator in Luxembourg, is ready to invest in the network of the future. So to have these high ultra bandwidth networks and low latency networks that are needed for supporting the community. So we are investing in fiber and 5G. I want also to thank our partner 11F for this very professional work all over the season. So to make this happen. And last but not least, our two guys from Post, so Guillaume Wilke and Alexander Pauli, to put their passion and motivation to make this really a success. So thank you.
Thank you, Herr Eifers. You've heard it. It will be even more invested now for esports. That's a great thing for esports in Luxembourg and for the greater region, of course. But now, we've talked enough. Let's bring the players a little bit in the spotlight. Will you? Now, on 4th place. It wasn't enough for him. It wasn't enough. He doesn't like blue. He likes orange. It is his 4th place. It's orange, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, he didn't want to participate in the league at the beginning. And then he thought like, I will give it a try. And he finished top 4. So props to him. 400 euros for you, Orange. On the 3rd place, with know him, he fought very well. It wasn't enough. It's one of the players that was, I would say, the most passionate about it. It's Outplay Esports Barry. His first big event, very big event, and he did very well considering his young age. 600 euros. Great job. Now coming to the top 2. The Showmaker. It wasn't enough, but he has a smile. I see it through the mask. He's a great guy. We all know him and we all love him. It's Outplay Esports Crypto. With a gain of 900 euros. Congratulations. Now, the big champion. Well, he finished 8th in the season. He wasn't so motivated actually, but he came back in the playoffs, came back in the semifinals, very, very solid. And he's the big champion of the Post Esports Leagues, ladies and gentlemen. Royal Family total with 1,500 euros. And of course, he gets what every player wanted, the cup of the Post Esports League. Lift the cup. And now, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, your champion of the Clash Royale discipline of the Post Esports League. He's happy, he played very well, he did an amazing job, great job, he played solid in the finals, nothing to say about that. He's the champion of the greater region of Luxembourg. That's it, ladies and gentlemen, for the Clash Royale discipline. It was an honor to have all 4 players of Clash Royale here on the first live event. We will go on a break. Afterwards, we will have some FIFA action here to close it up. We will have a short restart of the stream to refresh the internet. So don't go anywhere. Just click the refresh button when the Twitch channel will be offline for a brief moment. Thank you, and we will see each other after the break.
Prepare to die. Did you find a way to run from the city of the sun? You could have stayed, it's only over when the day is done. I never knew you was a runner, yeah. I mistook you for a son. It don't matter what we think when it's all over. 'Cause this is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice and raise your power, yeah. This is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice and raise your power, yeah. sense to leave it all behind. Raise your voice, raise your power, yeah. This is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice, raise your power, yeah.
wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. feel it wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, for your friend, you get me in the end.
but it's not okay. Whatever, can I walk away? Oh yeah. Can still see your face, so tell me what to do, cause I can't find a way. Baby, please just tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm fine. Tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, baby, please just tell me if I'm fine.
Just tell me if I'm fine.
But it's not okay. Whatever, can I walk away? Oh yeah. I love you too, don't love me back. I can't stand this feeling inside my mind. Baby, please just tell me if I'm fine. Please just tell me if I'm fine. Cause I don't know why it's stuck in my heart, baby. Please just tell me if I'm fine.
Just tell me if I'm fine.
Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. So sober, alone, look, you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker.
Get down. Get up.
You getting nothing, Joker. Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. You're getting my cold shoulder. No closure, I'm colder. She getting nothing, Joker. Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. So sober, alone, look, you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker. 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 put your hand on the button now.
Thank you, Sven Felix. Whoa, the microphone is a bit loud here. Bit loud. Yes, thank you. That was Sven Felix, the Luxembourg freestyler. Thank you a lot for being our opening guest of the FIFA discipline. This is what we will have now. FIFA 20 is now the final program of the Post Esports League's final. I will have a little bit talk about the players bracket, just to remind people what happened there quickly. So there was a lot going on. We had Last King Kevin versus Cicinho. Two veteran players played against each other. Cicinho won, but fall to X Fabinho, his partner from Outplay Esports. So X Fabinho joined the semi-final. On the other side, we had Shadow and Diogo Santos. Diogo Santos was very strong, but it wasn't enough. Shadow was just too experienced and clutched it over and won. So we had the first semi-final, X Fabinho versus Standard de Liège Shadow. Sorry for this. On the other side, we had Pristino versus Abdu Brown from Kayo Gaming. The later fell to Pristino. Pristino lost to Fury Class. Fury Class, who signed for the finals a contract with Helios Gaming. Alex Bay FIFA actually won against Eva Nielsen on a rage quit. A funny moment. I think everybody who saw the stream won't forget it. So we had on the today on the second semi-final we have Fury Class 27 from Helios Gaming. And of course, Outplay Esports LXB FIFA. Now, we have a final question that will pop off soon. I won't tell you when, of course, but of course it's for the PlayStation 5 giveaway. If you answer the 3 questions correctly, you will have 3 chances to be drawn to win one of the PlayStation 5 vouchers. The question will pop up later in the stream. Now, let's start the player focus. Of course, the first semi-final is between Outplay Esports X Fabinho versus Standard de Liège Shadow. I'm joined by the incredible Tyler Gork. Tyler, I hope you're hot for this finals. What do you have to say about this first confrontation?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. I mean, we do, of course, have Fabinho on one side, who is experienced in the Luxembourg FIFA scene. He's definitely showed his strength during the regular season and also the playoffs. It's great that throughout the playoff bracket, we did see the top 4 from the regular season also make it into the 2 semi-finals. So, of course, the group stage already showed us what was to come. Either way, though, I mean, going into this first semi-final, he, of course, has plenty of experience going into it. He is experienced enough to also play in the Luxembourg national team for FIFA. But then as well, on the other side, you do have the, well, Belgian champion on the other side from 2019. Shadow, of course, bringing maybe even more experience as well. During FIFA 20, he was within the top 300 around, I think, number 259 when it comes down to the FIFA World Ranking. For Fabinho, he was only able to make it to number 563. So, of course, with that, they're both good players and have been able to make it into the rankings, getting points that way. But of course, it is now the Post Esports League finals, and we'll see if, well, one of these Outplay guys can make it into the final. Maybe we even see the doubleheader for Outplay to at least take one title from this weekend. Of course, they were represented in all three disciplines when it came down to Clash, but also League of Legends yesterday. And at the end of the day, it's still not going to be easy. I did check out their social media presences as well. I did see that Shadow put out a tweet just recently saying, okay, well, who's down for best of three? Let's try and get some practice in. And I hope that he had a couple of good games and was able to prac quite strongly. He probably also played the beta, as he is one of those verified pros as well. So let's hope that he didn't fully focus on FIFA 21 just yet. Of course, it is kind of the last event of the season before the release of FIFA 21.
So we have now a great big picture of the first confrontation of the semi-final now. Thank you, Tyler. Now, the first semi-final will be played between two experienced players, as you said. The one even more experienced than the other. Actually, two national champion almost, as X Fabinho is very strong and was selected as one of the national representative for FIFA. Shadow, one of the Belgian stars. Of course, you mentioned the difference between the FIFA world ranks. I would say we start now with the player entrance, and the first player on the blue side, ranked #1 in the season and MVP of the Post Esports League's regular season. Played very well in the playoffs. It is Outplay Esports X Fabinho. Video in.
Hi, my name is X Fabinho. I'm 21 years old. I'm a FIFA player for Outplay Esports. My favorite player this year, FIFA 20, is Saint-Maximin Footballete. And my goal in FIFA is to reach a major event. Thank you.
On the left-hand side, beautiful pass to Vieira, and actually Dembele wide open. 2-0, and you can't play football any way better than that. That is clear textbook. Keep those triangles going.
My first tournament in Luxembourg was last year in April when it was FIFA 19, and it was a great experience and I really enjoyed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Outplay Esports X Fabinho. He wants to be on the big stage. It's his chance to prove that he deserved this spot and to win it all, maybe. Who knows? But he can't play alone, actually. He needs an opponent. And who else could be his opponent? And who else could he prove himself against? Like the best players in Belgium, almost. We could say it. It is on the red side, Standard de Liège, Shadow. Video in, please.
Je m'appelle Quentin Van de Watine, alias Shadow. Je suis joueur pour le Standard de Liège. Je fais de l'e-sport maintenant depuis près de 5 ans. Et mes objectifs seraient l'année prochaine de participer à la Coupe du Monde FIFA.
Thompson. Just be the thorn in the side of Diego Santos. Still, this passing play is going to be it. 5-4 here for Shadow. And it is always just a kind of endurance game here towards...
Mon joueur préféré sur FIFA est Neymar. Je suis joueur pour le Standard de Liège.
Great. I would call it out now. Standard de Liège, Shadow, ladies and gentlemen. The Belgian star will face off versus #1 of the regular season, Outplay Esports X Fabinho. Chad, who do you think will win this confrontation? It is actually there are two aggressive players, but who will take it over the other? You can write it in the Twitch chat, of course. We can't wait to see what you think. And Tyler, what are your predictions for this game?
Well, it is going to be a tough one between both players, of course. As I said earlier, plenty of experience to go around between both of them. I think it is going to come down to also how they get started into it. Of course, they have now been here in the cinema for a while, just watching Clash as well, and maybe not as much time to then also warm up ahead of this game now. And of course, it is still going to be FIFA Ultimate Team. It is the point in the season where you do have everybody at your disposal that you want to have, and probably also the players have plenty of coins still left lying around, so they would have then also been able to make a couple of changes to their rosters. Either way, it is going to be really, really interesting. I did put down Shadow as kind of a favorite, as he did also in the regular season have those times where he was strong getting started, but at the same time also Fabinho not too far behind. We do have to respect his first seed placement, and of course when it comes down to it, it is Fabinho who placed first, and then fourth place Shadow, so it's not exactly going to be as easy, but we'll see when both players are actually going to be ready to get into game. And then, of course, hope that everything just comes down to those starting minutes. It is still going to be a long run for the players, of course, especially also if you are going to play that second semi-final and take the loss there, then you are going to be straight in for that third place matchup. We'll see if we'll actually have that one on stage, all depending on how the time schedule actually comes down today. And yeah, we might still have a bunch more games happening. Either way, it is going to be a long run going towards the finals. Just looking to the stage, players getting ready, still making a couple of final adjustments, and hopefully we should be getting into it pretty soon. I unfortunately don't have the chat open, so I can't really go into what you guys are saying in chat, who you guys are supporting. I hope that you have your bets down, and with that, we'll also hope that the technical side will all be fine. I do see the players kind of talking to each other right now. And from what I can see from the side, they're not quite in the lobby just yet, but we should be getting there soon. One thing also I think comes down to during the regular season, Fabinho also was able to win this duel 2-0. Of course, that has now been quite a while back, and it all depends on how far on point they stayed. Now, towards the end of FIFA 20, a lot of the pros already kind of said, well, to be honest, the season's over. There's not really any tournaments happening anymore. You don't really have to worry about it. A lot of players also stopped playing when it comes down to weekend leagues, but I'd be expecting that these guys put a lot of prep in out of the tournament, and I also hope that maybe even they played against each other in preparation for the tournament to know exactly what they're going to be up against. But we'll see when that comes down. I think one part also that comes down later on is if those two guys were to make it to the final. We did see Fabinho beat LXB FIFA. His colleague, of course, also there in a very, very dominant fashion as well with that 2-0. At the same time, LXB FIFA did take the W above Shadow, so depending on how that will actually go, we are now ready to jump straight into the action as the game is ready for us. It is going to be Fabinho from left to right, and already with that first possession in the yellow jerseys. And a solid play also to get into the penalty box, but going to be pushed out, as we are going to see a pause immediately. And this also then a time to check out positioning of your opponent and exactly how you can actually get into it. From what I can see here, it is the pause coming in from Shadow. Both sides there having a quick little chat. This is also a time to take a look at what the players have on the pitch when it comes down to the players. Fabinho, very, very strong side if you consider it. No surprise that he does also have Mendy in the back left position. He was also one of the favorites during this FUT 20 season. Not sure what's currently coming down. Let's hope that we'll have that resolved in Because at the end of the day, also, the guys now taking their pauses does mean that in the long run, they won't have as many at their disposal. Let's see the countdown now coming in, but the next pause happening immediately. And a lot of back and forth there on the stage. So, we are going to be back to me for a little bit longer whilst the issues on stage are being resolved. Hope to have an update there soon. I can, of course, get back in towards my stat book and have a little look at that. Of course, first place, looking at a €2,000 win today. A little bit more cash on hand in comparison to the guys in Clash Royale. Second place going home with 1,500, third with €1,000, and fourth place also grabbing €700 at the end of the day. So, I mean, for all these four players, it is going to be €700 for sure either way. One point also that we, of course, had a chat about earlier already was Fury Class, who has also been consistently within the top 3. We'll get more into that later on as well then in the conversation together with Trex. Either way, though, he kind of started into the league as an outsider from what I found out from the guys during the regular season. At the same time, of course, he was able to sign with Helios Gaming. He also played in the French E-Ligue 1 and made it towards the finals there as well. So, of course, he also had a pretty strong run there. And we'll just have to see what it comes down to. He was also within the top 500 when it came down to the FIFA 20 World Rankings in Ultimate Team. At the same time, he was also one of those players that did have success against both potential opponents when it comes down to if he does win his semi-final, which he was able to win it 2-0 in the regular season, he was able to rack up a 2-1 win for the other two opponents. So, of course, his chances also pretty much up there. And he did only make it into the playoffs with a second place seed. Still strong performance throughout the season. And of course, he did stay within the top 3 the whole time. So definitely with the best consistency. Not sure when we're actually going to make it in towards the game. Right now, still a couple of talks happening. And hopefully we should be going into it. I see a couple of thumbs up. So we should be getting into the game and back into the action here. So get ready now for the finals here at the Post Esports League. Finals in FIFA. And we are back into the game. Of course, only about 2 minutes in. Either way, still, it is Fabinho straight off the corner. Gonna lose possession though, and with that, it should then be another corner. And yet again, looking just to get that short pass in. Always the preferred side, as maybe even in FIFA 21, we'll see a little bit more focus on the crosses than we saw in earlier versions already. But the first chance on goal is going to be Fabinho, and a 1-0 lead going into it. It was offside though at that as well. And with that, Shadow, at least good for now. Just under 6 minutes in, already a lot of pressure coming in from Fabinho. Either way though, it is now going to be the first chance for Shadow to maybe even make it up further in towards the field. Of course, he also had a strong regular season. Fabinho said it that his goal throughout his FIFA career is still to reach one of the major tournaments. And of course, always the chance to then rack up some more points for the FIFA World Rankings. But as that as well, the national leagues getting more and more focus as well throughout Europe and also the world. Let's hope that that's going to be the same here for the Luxembourg players. They get a little bit more representation when it comes down to it. Still, good attack here coming in from Shadow. Still, defense going to be strong enough for Fabinho. Strong passing play now to work the ball up further. That was something during the regular season that we did see quite a lot, of course. Just keep the ball moving.
So Mbappe over the left side, all the way back to Varane. Mendy also working their chances there. A little bit too far there, changing sides. Yeah, we did have that huge chance for Fabinho early on, as he was able to claw himself into the final third. At the same time now, Shadow getting a little bit more possession, and trying to then also get into the attacking mode here. Good positioning already, nice pass, can actually deal with it, as Fabinho has far too many defenders within the penalty box. And he is going to be able to take care of it, no worries there. Sergio over to Mbappe, lots of space on the left-hand side. Still passing opportunities into the centre, De Bruyne. But it is going to be blocked off. However, Fabinho's still going to be in the attack here, coming through strong, somehow still going to be in possession. But he is finally going to be shut down here as well. Of course, both players also support on their sides. Coaches in their ears just trying to, well, keep their cool as well. Trying to have some impact on their players' game still. This might now be the next chance for Fabinho. He has now been very, very present in that attacking third. Still going to be all the way back to Shadow. And I mean, his main target now needs to be get a proper chance in. And he does have a lot of space here with Ribéry. Go back to Hullitz. And it's passes like that you do have to avoid. Easy mistakes, which now open up the door again for Outplay eSports Fabinho here. Either way, just about a third through this first matchup. It's not quite over just yet. Nice chance shot is going to be blocked there though. And in the end, a lot of these chances being stopped before they actually get a shot on target. We did see in the highlights in the presentation for Shadow that he did have one of those matches that did go the full distance. 5-4 there. Not actually too much happening here. Second chance, only going to hit. Goal there. And in the end, Shadow's still going to be strong defending this. And the frame's still ringing minutes after. And those are the chances that Fabinho is going to remember if it comes down to Shadow maybe just winning this with one goal. So that first goal also has to happen right now. It has been a lot of wasted possession on the side of Shadow. Fabinho getting a lot better start into this. Going to be interesting to maybe also hear about what was going on pre-game. At least for the moment, game well underway, and maybe now the chance to take the lead just before half-time. Exactly also the point that you want to get back into it and that you want to show dominance. Right now though, neither player really getting the advantage here. Shadow maybe now with the next chance. Good passing. Needs to try and work this a lot more simple. Short passes. Keep your opportunities open. He is pressing up nicely now as well, trying to also put Fabinho under pressure with 2 minutes of injury time. No, not much going to happen. This might be our final attack of the first half. And it is going to be shut down by Fabinho in time here as well. Maybe now the last chance with a clear run and goal with Neymar. Does have the support in the center as well. Is going to do it with a clean shot. And that is going to be the goal just before halftime. Strong stuff here with Ribéry. A little bit of luck involved that the goalie puts it straight onto his head. But that is going to be a 1-0 lead going in towards halftime. An lead that he has been working towards. But at the same time, I mean, Fabinho had a strong start to the game. And also always interesting to see in towards players here. Lots of input there from both coaches there. And that doesn't always have to be just how to play the game either. That can also just be, okay, now just keep your cool, try and keep it under control. And we did see that a couple of times also during the regular season, that literally with small advantages, you can still pull it through the rest of the game. But at least from Fabinho's reaction here, he did have two clear chances. One of those being offside, the other one only hitting the frame of the goal. Shadow, though, with our first possession going in towards the second half. Actually interesting to see that it was just Fabinho to change it up a little bit, to go towards his more defensive preset. Either way, of course, getting a second goal in on target is going to be your idea here, and that's exactly what Shadow does immediately after the break. And that was what I was talking about pre-game. Both players not going to have a chance to take any subs whatsoever, as all of those were used up. The pauses pre-game, so they might be able to get in a quick sub that is going to be suggested by the game, but not going to be able to make any manual adjustments here. We do see the stat coming into it as well now. 55% possession here for Fabinho. Does say zero shots on target, but in the end he did have two clear chances. Either way, it has now been Shadow who's been stronger and more efficient in front of goal. All he has to do is now keep his cool. Still Fabinho is going to try things here. But the defense for Shadow just a little bit stronger. And working out just fine. Fabinho now just trying to find space, but in the end we do see how compact Shadow's defense already is. It's not going to get any easier here. Yeah, of course, this is also the point in the game where Shadow can take a little bit of the pace out of the game, pass it back and forth, change sides. And in the end, there's also a point in the game where Fabinho then also has to worry, okay, how do I get back into it? How am I going to get back into possession? And then how can I maybe get back in front of goal? Do you have your presets set up the way that you can just quickly switch up to putting more players up ahead in towards attacking position? Still, Shadow trying to work himself into better positions with 2/3 of the game through. An hour of in-game time already passed, and the 2-0 lead is just something to nurture for the moment. Fabinho, though, trying to find the gaps, is now going to start pressing a lot more as well. And that is what he needs to do here. And even if that's the point where, well, you take a chance and in the end lose another goal, then at least you tried getting back into it. Generally would see these with short passes. Don't generally see the big crosses. This is exactly what Shadow's going to do here. Pass it all the way back to Hullitz. And presses the issue a little bit too much. Would have had plenty of space just to keep possession a little bit longer. And that can then be something that opens up the door for Fabinho. Needs to find his attacking players, though, and is not getting into those positions just yet. Mbappe maybe now, final pass, not going to come through though. So brought up to Neymar. And that ball also not going to go through. Varane to stop things here. Yeah, I mean, Fabinho in this second half hasn't really had as many chances as he did in the first. Even there though, he ended up having a stronger start going into it. And then a certain turning point came. Shadow found his own game, found the gaps in the defense, and since then also has been able to get back into it a little bit stronger. So doesn't need to press as much as he is. He is going to lose possession off the back of it still. Far up ahead and putting Areola under more pressure to maybe even win the ball early on. And this is now going to be the point where maybe Fabinho, 15 minutes still on the clock, and he needs to get that goal in just to try to make it level. Just even get into a position where he can have a final attack to push us further. But especially in the best of threes, it can turn from bad to worse in quick succession. Of course, Fabinho coming into this semi-final being the first seed. Clearly also Shadow brings a little bit more experience to the table when it comes down to playing on bigger stages still. Lots of live input there also from his coach. It's just a point where you have to delay for a little bit longer, looking for that third goal. Great strike. And in the end, it's Areola, not quite sure what he tried to do. But it's going to be Pogba for 3-0, and surely now Shadow is going to take the 1-0 lead in the best of three. And that's going to be something that Fabinho should maybe even look to the bench when it comes down to his goalie. Didn't see Areola too much there. But I mean, at the same time, strong performance at the end of it. Maybe now Fabinho just in with a chance to get back in, maybe just get one goal. Not going to happen just yet. He is going to have a corner to work with. Quickly executed, no issues there, but far too many red jerseys to try and dance around. Now, I mean, you can just keep control. Work with Ronaldo. You do have lots of space in the center of the field as well, just to get a couple more passes in, maybe even a fourth goal. That at least is going to be stopped. Fabinho bringing out his goalie. I mean, surely only going to come down to maybe one more attacking play. I'm sure possession lost there for a second. But Fabinho with 2 minutes of injury time, no real time to get back into the game. And sure, maybe now the chance for another goal, but even that's going to be stopped. Very compact defense there from Shadow. Always straight 2-3 players on the ball and keeping it going quite strongly. Not exactly the most ideal start. Fabinho, maybe if that wouldn't have been offside, or maybe if he would have gotten that ball in off the post, then maybe the game could have gone a different way, but it is going to be 3-0 here for Shadow for the 2019 Belgian champion, looking for a championship W to try and make it out of the semi-final into the grand final, still coming up later on, but that's going to be it for the first matchup of this best of three. Of course, maybe even 2 games still to come if Fabinho can claw things back. Stick with us here for the Post Esports League Foot 20 finals. We'll see you guys in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After this short break, we had the first game between X Fabinho from Outplay Esports and Standard de Liège. Shadow went to the favor for Shadow. So after a small issue, we have a first winner for the first game. It is actually Shadow. So now we will have to wait what will X Fabinho do and how he will adapt. Tyler, do you have something to say about it?
Yeah, I mean, as I already said during regular commentary, it was just down to, of course, Fabinho did have the chances to maybe even go up ahead, but wasn't able to use those, was, well, taken back by the offside call, then hit the post on the second big chance that he had, and in the end, maybe if he would have gotten one of those two goals, or maybe even both, then the result surely would have been different there as well. Either way, just has to accept it that he's going to be 1-0 down. Shadow with the lead, and already the chance to take the W in this best of three. Is it going to be 2-0, or can Fabinho bring things back? We are already live and ready for the second matchup here. We'll see how this one's going to get started. Shadow with the first possession. Going to get things started. First attack, always vital. If you can already get into position to grab a lead early on, then you might have a chance to then also dominate game two straight from the start. Of course, having that early lead is always going to help you. Fabinho, though, back in possession, and he was the one that dominated the early game last time around still. Wants to, of course, tie things up here. There's a decent chance to at least already get into position. But Shadow's also got his defense cut down to it. Ribery now on the left side, all the way back to Mendy. Plenty of chances here, also switching sides, of course. And a really, really interesting setup here for both players. Similar teams, of course, in their own regard. There's always a couple of players that you will have to consider leaving. Already now Neymar here for Shadow, getting into a good position. Great strike. But this time around it is going to be Fabinho to at least defend here for the first chance. Interesting to also see that Shadow has been consistently taking the crosses off the corners. Was, of course, also able to score a goal in that first game. Fabinho now back into possession. De Bruyne, lots of red jerseys back though for Shadow. And that's why he's also been so strong in his defense. Of course, lots of running involved there for the players to be as compact as they are in the defensive situations. But then as soon as they work back up, it is going to be Mbappe now all by himself, slowly but surely getting support in the center. Ribery over to Neymar. Not going to be able to get the strike in. Fabinho a little bit stronger in the defense. But maybe even just taking the strike a little bit earlier could have been the chance for Shadow. But yet again, the first 20 minutes,
without too much of an effect on both players. Still tied up at 0. Fabinho maybe now back to it. Yet again, no Shadow. So many players back. And even having 2 defensive midfielders is going to help them further. Now they're back in attacking. Ronaldo going to get that pass straight back. Does have the support in the center. Should also be Mbappe there in position. Still going to be a goal kick. 25 minutes down. Not really a clear strike just yet. That's going to be Shadow now, still staying in possession. Well, it's back to Mendy, double passing here. Trying to find the space, but in the end, Fabinho also has 2-3 players always trying to be on the ball. Always trying to stop that play. Ribery now plenty of space on the left-hand side. But he is going to take the pace back out of the game, because in the end, if you don't have the support in the center and no chance of getting the ball there, it is going to be a lot more difficult still. De Bruyne now, decent strike. But stopped by Shadow, and in the end, corner kick taken care of quite easily here. And the danger pretty much averted already. Because even here still, I mean, plenty of space for Shadow then to work back in towards the center. Not really too contested. Hullet now also there's a chance on the left-hand side to get the support of Ribery. Still good passing here. Mbappe back to Ribery, but that was offside there as well. Mbappe the one to be penalised. 35 minutes down. I mean, the stats pretty much reflect what we've seen thus far. Very level playing field between both players. Maybe now the big chance for Shadow, as he has a lot of space to work with still. A couple of tricks, and in the end, maybe one skill move too many and one pass too little. As the first half is going to be coming to a close. We did see that first goal just before halftime come in that first game. In this first semi-final of the day, of course. Still, even if Shadow would make it 2-0 up against Fabinho, it wouldn't be over for Outplay just yet. They do still have LXP FIFA, but that's not something to worry for Fabinho just yet. Still has a decent foothold in this game. Maybe it just has to wait for that second half, as now it is going to be Shadow more and more biding himself. Yet again, offside. That's been something where Fabinho has been strong, putting those players in towards offside positions. But doesn't always have to come down to the wire. Shadow regaining possession, still in the attacking third. And with that now, Neymar back to Hullet. Couple of opportunities still, not as much space as he had just now. Double passing here between Ribery and Pogba. Going to be shut down though, and maybe now the chance for Fabinho to have the final say in this first half of our second game in the best of 3. That should be 0-0 going in towards half-time. Free kick here to then probably also be crossed in. Otherwise, surely the ref is going to take things out. Not really going to be dangerous, and with that first half being level at 0, and now the opportunity to maybe already get a couple of changes in at the end of the day. Shadow did have a couple of chances to work with. And already, I mean, Fabinho checking out, okay, who performed strongly for myself? Where can I make some changes? And this also always interesting to see how the individual instruction comes in, and also how he's going to build it for that second half. Can he still bring things back a little bit closer? Needs to get a couple of chances in. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to score any goals. So, I mean, really interesting to also watch the player cams. At the end of the day, it seems like Shadow and his coach having a great conversation, just pretty chill about it, whilst Fabinho is going to stay in full focus. But as soon as we're back into game, Shadow laser focused on his monitor, keeping eyes on what's happening. As now Fabinho maybe with the next chance straight off the bat here in the second half. First goal always going to be decisive, because as soon as you get that lead, you are going to put your opponent on the back foot. How can you react to it? How can you bring things back level and maybe even take the lead off the back of it? As we did see a 3-0 in that first game. Maybe also those bunch of pauses that we did see at the start coming into effect. But then, of course, no chance to make any substitutes in the late game. Decent chance here for Fabinho, not going to be on target, though. And Shadow now getting a little bit of a breather in. Start his next attack here. Ribery, plenty of space on his left-hand side. Straight back to him, Neymar in the centre. Not going to reach him at the end of the day, though. It's always interesting to see Fabinho's point of view here, of course, as he's always changing things up as well in between plays. But that's also going to be a point where surely Shadow would be doing much the same. Maybe another chance to get a good pass in. Not going to happen, though. It's now getting close to that mark where 60 minutes are through when it comes down to in-game time. And sure, we had a couple of chances, nothing really too close just yet, though, in this second matchup in the best of three. And surely bring things down to the wire if we're going to see a full best of three series. Maybe also just bringing it back. And this now may be the big chance for Shadow, going to be onside here with Neymar. And once you're up against that in the 1v1, you're always going to get that goal in. 61st minute, 1-0 here for Shadow, and now that the advantage that he can then also take for the rest of this matchup. Already up 1-0 in the best of three. Now also the scoreline in his favour. Of course, we do have to remember it is first seed against fourth when it came down to the regular season. But Shadow, he has also been active on his social media, checking out who can I practice against, which one of the pros still wants to get a couple of practice matches in. And maybe now, after a little bit of slow second game here, the next chance for Shadow. Close one there, but it's still going to remain at 1-0. Yet again, the next cross coming in. 65 minutes down. Fabinho needs to find a reaction to this, otherwise he is going to be out. Still, of course, the third place match to play later on. And that would then be either against his opponent in his Team LXB FIFA or Fury Class. Which, if we do take a look back into it, of course, Fury Class was able to beat both Shadow and Fabinho in a 2-1 fashion in the best of three during the regular season. However, this game not going to be over just yet. There's Fabinho, decent chance here, but just as strong is going to be Shadow's goalie. As of course, this game not over, but with 20 minutes, it is starting to come down to crunch time. And where Shadow can then also work with the advantage that he's already built. Ronaldo. Could be the next corner kick, though. And with that now also taking a lot of time back out of it. Oh, and this could be very, very dangerous. Goalie still not back in towards the goal. Now though, Shadow, next shot. Too many defenders in the box, though. And in the end, that second block, Shadow not going to get a player on the back of it. As Fabinho needs to regain control in this game. If he still wants to fight for the title. He was, of course, the MVP of the regular season. Played a very, very good stats there. Good chance here, and it is going to be the Sweaty in the end. Strong goal there to tie things back up at 1. And now, of course, just about 15 minutes in game still to go. And Fabinho now going to take a pause, grab a little bit of a breather, and also readjust now to this whole situation. But same thing's going to be happening for Shadow. He can also work from this. He's going to have a little bit of the insight into what Fabinho is going to be doing. Looking up at the big screen. At the end of it still, though. Tied up at 1. And both players certainly getting their chances in. It's kind of been the final couple of meters that have been lacking, though, but beautiful way to get back into the game. We see it ultra defensive from Fabinho, maybe just save it in towards extra time. As now Shadow surely is going to be putting a lot of pressure to it. Neymar. That's Mbappe. Not going to find the space in the center though, and with that, maybe the next chance for Fabinho to make his way back into it. Not going to have a lot of players up ahead though. Maybe this now going to be the chance if he can make it to a 1v1 up against the keeper. Chances are looking strong in the end though. Shadow going to save things back. And as I said, it's going to come down to the crunch time here. Last couple of minutes still to play in regular time. Can one of these two players already end it here? Can Shadow maybe even end it 2-0 in the first semi-final? Just have to wait and see for the moment. Is now Fabinho. Still in possession. Going to be blocked here for a second. Still final minutes now to get started. At least here for the moment. Things looking strong. The Shadow yet again going to be the one to stop in the defense. But he's going to be stuck in exactly that position as now Fabinho just trying to waste a little bit of time before making it into the last couple of seconds. Nice shots. Not going to be quite on target though. And he's surely been a little bit unlucky when it came down to his chances. And is it going to come down to this final attack? I'm not going to finish it here in regular time. Both players still going at it. And in the end, still very, very level pegging. Sure, Shadow had a bunch of chances in his own right. And yet again, input from his coach. Outside of Fabinho, it's more or less quiet. Not too much input being given. And now maybe get a couple of chances in. Grab some subs. But already his setup looking a lot more aggressive than we might have expected. Next goal could decide it all. Shadow yet again back in possession. He's still working at the same strategy though, not too many players up ahead. Trying to then, of course, also work with his defense that he's surely got. Yet again with the cross, straight onto Ronaldo. Good chance here. Nobody on the back post, though, to take care of it. As it is going to be Mbappe with the long dribble all the way up front to Mendy. But you see the pressure that Shadow is putting up in towards midfield, and now they're going to be chasing the ball here, as it is going to be Mbappe just coming out ahead of Vieira. But it's going to be stopped either way. Back to Ronaldo. And Hullett actually sending Polino down the side. 74 player rating. And with the red time finish, it's going to be easy going for Areola in goal. Yeah, but it's failed passes like that that can work for your favor if you're Shadow. It does take a little bit too long to actually capitalize off the back of it with 100 minutes in-game played. Midfield not working out for him. Fabinho maybe now with the big chance. Going to get shut down though. And maybe if he would have kept pressure on towards Areola, that could have been a goalie mistake. It is going to be Zambrota up to Ronaldo. Double passing here probably. doesn't actually work out, and it is going to be Fabinho straight back into it. Trying to keep it in attacking position, Semedo. And always those quick passes back just to then try to find that next gap. Nice way to work for Shadow though in his own defense. And he has been strong in that during this game here already. Still though, is the last attack going to come through? No, it's not. As well, second half here in extra time still to be played. I mean, when it comes down to possession, it's only getting tighter between both players. Still tied, level at 1. And it also seems like a little bit of uncertainty on the side of Shadow here. But you see the mental game getting towards Fabinho there as well. He's, of course, a big stage. Focus fully on him to try and bring the Post eSports League title and keep it here in Luxembourg. CBO, and there you go, that's going to be it. Coming back in clutch now to make it 2-1. And this is now only going to make things a lot more difficult for Shadow, because sure, he's dominated the chances when it comes down to the stats. But in the end, Fabinho now making further adjustments, could go full defensive with this if he wants to. But Shadow looks like he has a bunch of question marks on his mind right now. How to react to it? What can he bring to the table now? As it also seems like a big sigh of relief on the side of Fabinho. And surely he is going to go full defensive mode on this. Just about going to be up ahead by a slither. But it's going to be his lead to bring things level in the best of 3. And that's certainly not going to be easy to bring back here for Shadow. Still his possession to start things off. Hold it up to Paulinho. Still though. Fabinho now, of course, with a big chance just to take time out of this matchup. Just to keep possession. No real need to press too far up. But yet again, he can take a lot of time going down to the flag. And in the end, quick pass down. But Shadow's stronger in the defense. That would have been sneaky if he could have gotten that pass. Still, Shadow now full on Mbappe, sending Neymar, not going to get on the back of that pass as it is going to be Areola. A good call for Fabinho to bring him out. But Shadow now putting more pressure on the ball. And Hullet not going to bring that pass through at the end of it. Shadow going to be in this attacking position, could all be putting it onto one card here. Ronaldo keeping possession, good to shut him down, and that could be the second game going the way of Fabinho. All he has to do now is keep possession for about 90 seconds, and there you go, 1 more minute, and maybe even the chance to make it 3-1, just to show that you're the stronger player. But surely no last attack to come in for Shadow as the corner kick. Yeah, just take time out of the game. And that's exactly what Fabinho's doing. Put the ball into touch. And that is going to be tying things up. Fabinho back into the game. Best of 3 now, tied up at 1 for both players. And it's all going to come down to it. But 13 shots, 6 of those on target. A lot more efficient for Fabinho at the end of it. And we'll just have to see what that comes down to in that last game of the best of 3. It did take quite a while for both players to get things started, and Fabinho just about came through to bring it to extra time and was able to grab the winner there. Matchup tied up at 1. We'll be back after this short break.
You made a mistake, underestimating what you've taken on. I'm out of the cage, 'cause you opened the door. You're as innocent as gone. 'Cause if you're falling for me, just be one. 'Cause I don't think you're ready for it. I'm not the one to mess around. No, I don't think you're ready for it. Too many people done wrong. 'Cause I don't think you're ready for it. You best believe that time's up. I'm a murderer. You made a mistake, underestimating what we would become. And now an escape is impossible. You're as innocent as gone. 'Cause if you're falling for me, just be one. If you're falling for me, I'm not the one to mess around. To mess up. Too many people done wrong. And you best believe that time's up. I'm a murderer. I'm a murderer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the final game between Outplay Esports X Fabinho versus Donadeliers Shadow. He was already winning in his head, but X Fabinho brought it back with strong passes, strong shoots, and then winning in the aftertime 2-1 the second game. We are tied between those two players, two titans facing off right now. Tyler, how do you think with the final game run, actually?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tight game between both players already. Now in that second one, it was just about Fabinho able to clutch things back, and I think we also saw that in his reaction to it. Once he was able to get that second goal in, it was pretty much just a sigh of relief already in his face, just kind of slouching back in the chair, knowing that he can now bring things back. And well, now it's time to reset. It's all going to come down to this third and final match in the best of three. Of course, to then decide who's going to bring it to the grand final. Will it be, of course, Fabinho for Luxembourg, or will it be the Belgian player Shadow? Of course, maybe also brings a little bit more experience, had the stronger start to both games, but at the end of it, we're ready to get back into it. It's 3 minutes in game, already down, of course. FIFA games always quick to get started. And Fabinho with the first possession. Trying to work it into the game. 5 minutes down, and maybe now the first chance to get in on goal. De Bruyne up to Vieira. Hard tackle there by Shadow, but all gonna be fine. This is now going to be a point where Shadow gets into a very, very dangerous position, but it is going to be Militao for Fabinho just to stop him dead in his tracks. Otherwise, that could have turned down a lot worse still. With 10 minutes down, both players kind of getting into their first attacking positions, trying to get shots in on target. But thus far, no one's scoring just yet. We already talked about it in the first two matches, of course. It is going to come down who dominates the first couple of minutes as well. And Fabinho, whilst he did have a lot of good chances in that first game, didn't really get into his own ways in game number 2 until very, very late on. And now, Shadow also just trying to play his own game. He also had a couple of mistakes in his build-up. Passes that didn't need to be played, and passes that were just a little bit too optimistic. But at least here for the moment now, Fabinho working his way up quite strongly. Taking good care of those defenders coming his way. But yet again, it is just Shadow just kind of testing the water. How far can he go? But Fabinho, decent idea there with the pass, but we did talk about Shadow's defense before. Of course, he always has so many red jerseys back, and he's already in those positions to place those players in between two. Always switching between two of his defenders. Trying to keep the most forward player with the CPU control, and then working his other player in behind to try and cover off the positions to work with. Still though, now maybe the chance headed a little bit too far ahead. And yet again, I mean, almost 25 minutes down. And neither player with the big chances just yet. It's now Shadow getting into a decent position, not able to take care of the ball though. With that, it is going to be Vieira back to Varane. Over to Semedo, and maybe now just work it down the sides. Oh, he's been difficult to then, of course, also place the balls towards the center. And that's why already both players trying to work it exactly that way. Try to build your play via the center, then send the player down. And in the end, the idea wasn't all too bad. But getting a shot in from that angle was going to be a little bit too difficult.
Defense here, though, for Fabinho looking a little bit stronger than in the previous 2 games. Not exactly ideal here in the position for Shadow. He is able to grab it, though, with Sambrota. And I mean, sure, a dangerous pass, but it works out to get the ball over to Ole. And now also maybe into his next attacking position. Shadow maybe needs to get a couple more passes in, and that's exactly what he's doing now. Trying to gain places by that. Sometimes just leaving the ball around. And that's then also the point where, sure, I mean, both of these players have top-rated teams. But yet again, sometimes ball's going to be left behind, and that then opens up the chance for the other player. And Fabinho, yet again, he's been in those positions before to get the goal, and like that. And this now the first time to actually take the lead as well. 35 minutes in towards game number 3. All going to be decided here. And that also interesting to see. First game, he did still have his headset on. Was probably listening to music there. Some players also only listen to the ambient sound from the stadium. And now, since game 2, has had his headset off. Full focus on the game. And Shadow still trying to isolate himself with the headphones on. But even right now, it seems like a couple of CPU control problems. Sometimes just the ball not exactly being received ideally. And then having the problems further on. Still Shadow, he's not quite done with it just yet. Although the first half could quite easily go the way of Fabinho. Shadow surely going to put a little bit more pressure on this. In an ideal world, Fabinho would be putting a second or even third goal back in, just to assert a little bit more control going forward. But now the chance for Shadow. Needs to keep this. I have no idea how he actually makes it through, but it is going to be all tied up at 1. Neymar Jr. with the second goal in. And this now going to be reflecting our best of 3 scoreline as well. Both goals, maybe not the nicest ones the way that it was played down. That's kind of been the story of the FIFA 20 season as well, in general. We did have some crazy highlights in the regular season and the playoffs as well, with some crazy skill moves. Here, I mean, all the players pretty much on one level. It's nice to see because especially during the playoffs, we did have a couple of matchups where there was a clear favorite and a difference in level as well. Right now, here in the first semi-final, it is really difficult. Maybe that the time to also play a last pass there for Shadow. Still going to be crossing it in from the corner. That should be all tied up at 1 though, going in towards halftime. Both players in with decent chances. Good though for Shadow to react, and in the end, sure, he had 3 goals, 2 of those on target. But Fabinho making his one and only chance thus far count in with that first goal. And the second half going to be coming towards your way straight away. Who's going to take it? Let's book their ticket for the grand final later on. That then, of course, either against Fury Class or against LXB FIFA, also coming in for Outplay Esports. Also interesting to see all 4 players here for FIFA to have an org to represent. With, of course, Fury Class recently also joining with Helios Gaming. And has had some good successes in the French league there as well. However, good strike towards targets. And Shadow looking to keep the pressure up. Quick execution. Unlucky there to hit the crossbar. But it is going to be still tied at 1. And also the chance now for Fabinho to take a little bit of the pace back out of the game. But you already see Shadow definitely still roaming around with his own players, trying to keep the pressure up, trying to gain control of the ball early on here. With that now, Fabinho, lots of space on the right-hand side, isn't able to work with it though. Has to kind of work things back, and in the end, somehow is going to find the passes to come through. Does tangle with his own player though, and that way it is going to be Shadow straight back into possession, trying to regain a foothold in this game. Early lead, of course, going the way of Fabinho. And that's a difference maker as well in comparison to the first two games. It was always Shadow to start off with a strong pace. At least when it came down to the scoreline, was always dominated by him, although Fabinho, of course, in that first game already had two great chances early on that he wasn't able to capitalize off. And then it was Shadow to make his way back. But as of right now, still a third in the game. Fabinho now with a decent chance. Pass not going to come through though. And lots of space here for Neymar on the right-hand side. Also not sprinting the whole way through. Ronaldo now helping out Neymar on the right-hand side. Don't see that too much. Otherwise still, game very much tied up. Nobody really edging up in front here. Fabinho, sure, he's well up ahead in that position, but has to find his colleagues in the center. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And yet again, I mean, Shadow taking a lot of the pace back out of the game, trying to then get back into the rhythm, trying to build his own game all the way from the back lines, then finding his passes, maybe even trying to find an aggressive position. But he is going to be stopped by one of the defenders. Strong stuff advantage played. And Fabinho keeping the ball rolling. Also, of course, making the defenders for Shadow run a bunch more to try and stop him. But yet again, both players really, really strong when it comes down to the anticipation. Where's my opponent going to go next? Reading that perfectly. Maybe this is now going to be the point where Shadow yet again taking the pace back out, keeping the ball going. Still needs to work his way into better positioning though. Because with this right now, it is just going to be as simple as, well, sure, here and there, Shadow has a little bit of the possession, then Fabinho is going to be back in his own aggressive plays. But nobody really getting a shot on target in the past 25 in-game minutes. It has been really, really quiet, and it could all come down to that one perfect chance that both players are trying to work towards. So yet again, Shadow able to shut things down. Maybe now try to work with a little bit more of the pace. Over to Hullet. Lots of space here with Neymar and then also Ronaldo. Advantage going to be played. Going to lose the ball for a quick second, but straight back into possession with Mbappe. Back to Zambrotta, over to Pogba. Now we're going to keep things going with the passes. Maybe even the chance to find a pass into the center. Got to put it out of touch, and with that, Varane getting a yellow card, and pause coming in from Fabinho. And the perfect timing now also to get a couple more changes in. And also to adjust your tactics and individual instructions. So right now, it seems more like general review. Sure, one sub coming in. Looks like Shadow is going to stick to his own game plan though. Not going to be affected by it. 10 minutes in regular time still to go, and right now it is still level pegging. It is the last matchup here, the last game of the full best of 3 in semi-final number 1. Both players looking for a spot in the grand final and a minimum of 1,500 euros in prize money secured for themselves, already doubling if they were to only place 4th. Maybe also now the chance where you can just hold possession for a little while longer. Try to keep things going here, and that's exactly what Fabinho's doing. Back and forth, and in the end, a lot of red jerseys in his way to get on towards target. CB though, good chance. Not going to come through though. And that's the point. As soon as you have so many players there for Shadow, it's going to be difficult for Fabinho to hold anything. To still grab a foothold in this game. Call it now. Back and forth the passes here. Maybe now the chance to work together with Neymar. Not going to get the double pass in, because that could have worked out brilliantly for him. It is looking like we might even go to extra time once more, but maybe this is a chance in towards injury time for Fabinho with the quick drag back. Not going to happen though, as Shadow regains possession, and now maybe with one more attack still left in the game, even that going to be shut down. And Fabinho still in an attacking position. Can he do it all by himself with Eusebio? No, he can't. And yet again, we are going to extra time. This game just keeps on giving between Shadow and Fabinho. And still, I mean, Shadow with a lot of chances in towards target. But Fabinho just a little bit more efficient with his chances. In the end, both players getting into aggressive positions, but need to work with that now as well. Game 3 about to be resumed. It's all going to come down to this. We're at level pegging, 1 each. And it is now just going to be a sprint race for both players. 1 goal could be sufficient to decide it all, to make your move towards the grand final. And maybe that 1 step closer to the grand trophy and the big share of the prize pool. It's not going to be Shadow for now. So yet again, cross to come in off the back of the corner, but Fabinho able to take care of it. Just has to clear the ball out, but even there it takes his time. No need just to hit it far and wide. Rather, yet again, try to build your next attacking play. And he was able to clutch that second game back in his own favor to make it 1-1 in the best-of-3 series. Can he come through and make the reverse sweep complete is the question. As both of these last 2 games have, of course, gone into extra time. Can we see a decision in this first half of extra time? Are we going to go the full distance here? If it were to come down to penalties, it would be a lot more difficult, because even there, I mean, it is a skill to also possess that you generally also prepare for moving into finals. But now the big question, how can Fabinho still grab this? Good bit of attacking play here. As here you go, De Bruyne now does have a couple of players to work with. But it does still seem like Fabinho wants to press the issue a little bit too far still. Not taking his time. And really difficult now. Individual player performance going to come down to it, but it will probably be decided in the second half here of extra time. It's even Shadow just running the ball into touch, and that should generally be first half done. And I think the reaction on both sides is great right now. Shadow unsure how he's going to come back into it, but also face of Fabinho not exactly breathing full confidence, but he's just trying to keep his cool. The Shadow straight back into focus here. And Fabinho maybe even here with the first chance in towards the second half. And in the end, 1 pass too many for him. And that could have actually been a decent chance to work with as well. but it doesn't end up coming down that way. I mean, Fabinho putting all the way back, trying to get his players into a better position. That just about came through to one of his defenders. That could have turned so bad for him, because then Shadow would have had a clear run in towards goal. But that not going to happen for the moment. Pogba now. Himself not going to come through either. Fabinho now. Both players shutting each other down in the defensive lines. I mean, both of them have been getting into positions that they can actually work with after all. But even there, maybe now the next chance for Fabinho. Decent chance in at that as well. But it is going to be Shadow to shut things down. Fabinho still going to be in an attacking position, a little bit of space to work with. Not going to get the ball through though. And it all is looking like it'll come down to penalties. Nice ball up ahead now for Shadow, and will it all come down to the last minute here in overtime? Pass coming through, needs to turn this back around though for the shot. But the block to come in for Fabinho. And with that now, 2 minutes of injury time almost done. And it doesn't seem like we'll see another chance on target. And with that, this best at 3 started off so strong for Shadow with the 3-0 in that first match. And already to see our first semi-final to go in towards penalties. Here's a great move. We'll see how that'll then actually come down here as well. First penalty here. Ah, golden goal. Ah, I see. All right. So yeah, we're just waiting. We'll restart and then get a golden goal started in the end of it. Also, the players getting a little bit of penalty kick practice in. And hopefully we'll have that game started soon. So they're gonna decide on who gets the kickoff in the end. Cicinho, though, they're in behind. Fabinho consulting for him. So we're gonna get our rock, paper, scissors game going to decide who starts on which side. And Shadow with that. Gonna get the advantage of the kickoff. And they're also nice look back in towards the lineup here as well. And of course the full-on silver benches also to keep the overall rating down. But the best players on the pitch. There you go, invites coming through. And we'll be in that golden goal situation. And that's the point now where, of course, Shadow was able to get those first couple of goals in early on in the first game. Can he now build on that in the end still? I mean, he's scored 5 in this one. Fabinho hasn't been as strong in the goals department still, though. Lots of chances for Shadow in the first 3 games already. And it's great to see that this semi-final already coming down to the wire. Final decision here. Who gets the better start? Shadow, of course, with the kickoff, as we just saw them. With the rock, paper, scissors still. But nice for Fabinho to regain possession before Shadow can even get into a position to score that last final goal. It can all come down to one single attack, and that's what Fabinho's trying to do here. Huge chance, and it's not going to get any bigger than that. Shadow somehow still going to be in the game, and with that now, only 5 minutes in, hard tackle here from Fabinho. But it was at least mostly ball. So a hard tackle to come through with pace. And corner kick to come in. He's been strong on those, Shadow has been. Cross, quick pace, nobody on the back corner though. However, it is going to be Pogba. And that then offside as well. Really, really tight one. And of course, Shadow already trying to close the gaps here. Trying to be aggressive early on. Because here it is just a sprint race. All you have to do is get that first goal in. And Fabinho, he surely would have deserved as well with that huge chance early on. Maybe now the next big chance. Needs to get that one more pass in. And now going to be contested a lot more. Maybe even the long distance shots. De Bruyne, surely one of those players that can get the shots in. Mbappe to be blocked off though. And the crowd surely loving that as well. The Shadow now back into possession. And they surely thought it's all going to be over after the first 5 minutes of the golden goal. Shadow now though, with the next chance. Going to be taken out by Fabinho. And actually lots of space if you would have played that one final pass in towards the attacking position. Mbappe would have had a couple of players to work with. But it seems like Fabinho wants to bring as many players as he can up towards this attacking third. Back and forth here on the throw-in. All the way back to Mendy. He, of course, is going to join in on the attack. And that's just about going to keeping it into his possession. Fabinho now has secured himself into, well, Shadow's half, at least for the moment, is going to keep it there as well. Fabinho now. Militao in towards Ribéry. Does have plenty of players up ahead as well. Vieira needs to find that pass though, as Hull able to shut things down. And Pogba now to return the favour. 20 minutes in the golden goal. Maybe now the big chance for Shadow. But even here, Fabinho going to shut things straight back down. And he wants this. Both players, of course, want the spot in the grand final. And then take the back seat to watch the second semi. Prepare and see what your opponent is going to do. Just to keep that cool head. But of course, even if you do lose this one, you're not quite done just yet. The chance for €1,000 still in it, in the game for third place. But both these guys want to fight for the title, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Fabinho already looking strong. But even here, I mean, Shadow in his own defense is going to be doing exactly as he did in the other games already. Very compact all the way back, then try to change the pace, and here having a lot of space to work with. But Fabinho, nice to not fall for it. Long cross there. And Areola to keep it in control. A couple of mistakes from him also in that first game. It's not really Fabinho's fault, but still Shadow now. Both players still looking for that goal to decide it all. Miss pass there for Fabinho, and with that the next chance for Shadow. We might just be in for a long run. 33 minutes down, and if we consider the big chance that Fabinho had in the 5th minute, it could have already been over a lot sooner in this first semi-final. Ribéry now, back to Mbappe. Double teaming though is going to be Shadow, trying to regain possession and a good chance here. But it is going to be shut down. And it's just a red wall back there for Shadow. But even here in his own attacking play, not really getting too many bodies up ahead. Got to be shut down there with Pogba. Because even here, I mean, Fabinho all the way back around. Lots of short passes with a lot of red jerseys still around. That could make it a lot more dangerous if Shadow is able to intercept one of those passes. Still, Fabinho now looking for this next attacking play. First half here of the golden goal almost done, with 42 minutes played of it already in-game. But we'll just keep on going until one of these two guys scores, as Fabinho grabs his next set of possession. Does have a couple of players to work with, actually 3-4 players up in attacking positions. Eusebio now over to Vieira. But a lot of those passing ways are going to be shut down. Like 8-9 players all the way back for Shadow. And he's been strong in his own defense, not letting too many goals through. There you go. First half over. And lots of input from his coach there as well. 62% possession here for Fabinho. And that's surely a telling tale here already. Always in possession, trying to work with it, but hasn't been able to pull it through just yet. Game 3 here, still going. Fabinho with the early possession, as of course Shadow was the player to get us started in this golden goal challenge. Of course, deciding this best of 3 in the most fashionable way for a final. And this, of course, only our first semi-final. More games still to come here for the finals of the Post Esports League. A great setup here with both players on stage, fully focused in towards their own game. You can see it right now also from the reaction from Shadow. Not exactly too happy with his own plays, and of course that opens up the opportunities for Fabinho, who's just laser focused into this one. Great chance, and that is going to be it. Taking a W here, and it is going to be Fabinho, our first grand final participant for Outplay Esports. Good stuff there. I mean, for Shadow, it's not going to be over. Still going to be playing that game for third. But what a long series we've seen, and what a game here as well. Let's bring Trax back into the conversations, of course. This was one game to get the semi-finals started here for FIFA.
What a game, Tyler. What happened here? I don't know. Well, we had a great game from Shadow on the first one. Then Fabinho clutched it in after time, and now that's just crazy. A golden goal after the second half. Now, can you explain us why there was no concrete occasions anymore after the first attempt from Fabinho during the golden goal game?
Well, I mean, in the end, both players tried to also play their defensive game as best as possible. Especially Shadow, I mean, he's been the dominant force in that regard for sure, when it came down to the stronger defense. But here and there, I mean, Fabinho keeping so much possession on his side, surely also as showing sign. And with that, I mean, it is always a long game, especially when you're playing a best of 3. And, well, coming back with that reverse sweep, there's not really a better way to end that semi-final in a golden goal.
And what a reverse it was actually. Like the final goal from X Fabinho wasn't like going around, it was just he was pushing and pushing and pushing, and then he just shoot a beautiful goal right there. Also, it wasn't just a classical goal. What is your take on this goal, this final goal for this confrontation?
Yeah, I mean, in the end, Fabinho has surely had his own way of getting in front of the target, trying to work with those passes as well as possible to get a clear shot in. And yeah, he was able to be successful with that. He had a huge chance in the 5th minute of the golden goal already, and I think a lot of the guys here already thought that that's going to be it. But yeah, had to reset from that and was able to score at the end of it. I mean, sure, Shadow is going to be disappointed from that, but a good running from him. He surely dominated the first game and also had a good say in the second and third. But I mean, Fabinho just kind of getting stronger, and if he could even put one further on top of that for the next game to come, then we'll be in for a great grand final as well.
And a final thing I want to do to look with you. It seemed like Shadow did a lot of mistakes in the Golden Goal game. Could you explore more about it?
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's not only within the Golden Goal game. Shadow here and there surely had his difficulties, sometimes trying to keep possession. Sure, he was strong in his own defense, keeping a lot of players back, and that is definitely a playstyle that worked great within FIFA 20 during the course of the season. But I mean, here and there, a couple of missed passes, and that then evidently also the reason why Fabinho had so much of the ball. And of course, if you're going to have like 63 up to 70% of the ball, then you're gonna win a golden goal as well.
And yeah, he did it. Like, Outplay eSports X Fabinho, seeded #1 in the regular season, fought his way in the playoffs very decisively, and now brought it back from an 0-1. Perfect goal, in my opinion, to close this confrontation. He goes to the final. Shadow will wait now his opponent. The second semi-final will be between Outplay eSports LXB FIFA and Elios Gaming Fury Class. I can't wait to see what we will see there. Let's have a break to bring up the new setups, and we will be right back.
I'm colder, you getting nothing, Joker. 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 Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. So sober, alone, look, you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker.
Get down.
You getting nothing, Joker. You made a mistake, underestimating what you've taken on. I'm out of the cage, 'cause you opened the door. You're as innocent as gone. 'Cause if you're falling for me, just be one. 'Cause I don't think you're ready for it. I'm not the one to mess around. No, I don't think you're ready for it. Too many people done wrong. 'Cause I don't think you're ready for it. You best believe that time's up. I'm a murderer. You made a mistake, underestimating what we would become. And now an escape is impossible. You're as innocent as gone. 'Cause if you're falling for me, just be one. If you're falling for me, I'm not the one to mess around. To mess up. Too many people done wrong. And you best believe that time's up. I'm a murderer. I'm a murderer. We're the revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Post Esports League's finals. What an explosive first confrontation we had just now. But that's over now. We have our first finalist, which is Outplay Esports X Fabinho. But for the second confrontation, we have also one of the Outplay boys. It is LXB FIFA, and we have also Helios Gaming Fury Class. Two amazing players, one more obvious than the others. With LXB, we counted him somehow in, but Fury came out of nowhere, and he isn't that unknown in France actually, which was even more surprising. We can't wait to see what kind of confrontation we will see there. Tyler, do you have some insights?
Well, of course, Fury Class is a player himself. He brings a little bit more experience also to the table when it comes to direct comparison. You do have, of course, him now being with Helios Gaming. As far as I could find, also played this year's Ligue 1 finals in France with Monaco. And with that then as well, of course, showed a strong performance in that regard as well, and definitely then brings a little bit more experience to the table in comparison to LXB. He's surely also one of those, well, newer players. He'll see if he can, well, make it to the grand final, face off against his teammate as well. Of course, during the regular season, both of these guys played against each other before. Fury Class was able to take that 2-0, and of course also had a pretty strong showing against all the other guys for the regular season. So he could be the one to take it towards the grand final and even take the title home.
Thank you a lot, Tyler. What a great insight you gave us there. Let's try and let's start, with the first entrance. It is the boy from the Helios Gaming, Fury Class. Video, please.
Salut, c'est Timothée, j'ai 21 ans, plus connu sous le nom de Fury Class. J'ai rejoint Helios Gaming en juillet dernier. Mon équipe préférée est l'AS Monaco et mon joueur sur FIFA préféré est Kylian Mbappé. J'ai commencé l'eSport FIFA il y a un an.
Keep these cool passes going, Fury Class, good position with Mbappé. Beautiful shot right out of the turn. 1-1 and everything is back to the start. Everything is being reset.
Mon objectif sur FIFA est de me qualifier à la prochaine Coupe du Monde.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sensation from the season of FIFA, Helios Gaming Fury Class. The player had a sensational player bracket, played very well, very like a veteran actually. He had some decent plays also during the games, beautiful goals. The Frenchman is ready to show his skills now on the main stage for this second semi-final. But now he needs an opponent. And who is better than the guy from Outplay Esports, LXB FIFA? Video, please.
My name is LXB FIFA. I'm 20 years old and I play for Outplay Esports. My favorite player is Mbappé for birthday. My objectives in esports are to qualify myself for a major event, so I will try to do it on FIFA 21 and I hope I will qualify myself.
And there is space with Hullet in the middle. Nice pass here, might be offside, but Mbappé, no flag goes up from the linesman, and it is going to be a 2-0. Both goals done by Mbappé.
I started FIFA tournaments this year. My first tournament was the LGX on FIFA 20, and this is now my third tournament, and I hope I will win this one.
You heard him, he wanted a chance, a shot on the big stage. Here it is, this big chance for him. It is Outplay Esports, LXB FIFA. Always calm, always collected. With a cold killer shot, he kills all his opponent with his beautiful goals, his passing and his knowledge about the game. He is one of the favorites to win the finals. We can't wait to see what performance both players will show us. It's the second confrontation between Helios Gaming Fury Class and Outplay Esports LXB FIFA. Tyler, take it away.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and we'll just have to see what both players can come up with. Of course, you already said, I mean, LXB FIFA is surely going to be a contender for that grand final and also for the title here. However, surely Fury Class also going to put in his paces to try and make that happen for himself. Of course, we already said that in the regular season, 2-0 fashion for him above LXB FIFA there already, as well as beating both other opponents that could face off against him. So either then in the grand final, he could face Fabinho, who he was already able to beat 2-1 in the regular season. Or then, of course, up against Shadow in the game for third. He was also able to beat him. And thus far, the stats from the regular season have surely shown dividends. Of course, we did have Fabinho also to beat Shadow 2-0 in the regular season, was able to make it 2-1 in a reverse sweep in the finals here. And we'll just have to see in the end. Of course, we do have our top 4 seeds from the group stage who made it through the playoffs in both semi-finals. And right now, we do have our top seed already in the grand final. Can Fury Class, a second place seed from the group stage, also make our top 2 in the grand final complete? We'll just have to see. Maybe our score after these finals will be exactly the same as we already saw in the group stage. And we could have just saved all of this gameplay on stage, but of course it's always great to see what the players can come up with. So definitely stay tuned for this one, as of course both players already said Mbappe is going to be their favorite, and we already saw for LXB FIFA that he was definitely a strong contender to grab some of the goals there. So of course the game should be heading live pretty soon. I do see them in Ultimate Team already. And then I think they are just getting the connections ready, so it shouldn't be too far longer, of course. Spam in the chat, who do you think is going to win this duel? As of course, both players are hot for it. And Helios Gaming, as of course they just recently picked him up, they'll be looking to, well, also push him to greatness. Both players, I do believe, also have someone sitting next to them that can also coach a little bit into it. And sometimes not even being the big coach is the big difference. Sometimes it's just the big difference of saying, well, keep your calm, stay in the game, don't worry about it too much, and then you should be fine. But both players are ready for it now, as we are heading in-game. Fury Class up against LXB FIFA. Will it be 2 guys from Outplay Esports in the grand final for Outplay to take home one of the titles this weekend? Or is it going to be Fury Class to keep the hope alive for himself and also for Helios Gaming to have a Frenchman win the Post Esports League here in FIFA? Of course, last event for FIFA 20 Ultimate Team. A lot of the players already preparing, thinking about what teams are going to build, starting things off for FIFA 21. Of course, then also the question, how much support are they going to be getting from their teams to then get off to a good start in the first couple of qualifiers as well to get to the big events. That, of course, always going to be the target for the players, but at least here for the moment. Early possession going the way of Fury Class, and the first 5 minutes are going to be his, and already going into this aggressive play. Going to be trying to push to a first attack. Of course, FIFA 20 always going to be strong to those that just play a defensive style. Right now, though, Fury Class, beautiful play here for a first goal. And a strong start to get things going. That's one way to get things started. 1-0 here already. And just fully focused. Headphones in and just keep your own gameplay going. LXB FIFA now going to be moving from left to right in the green jerseys to try and, of course, avenge himself and get it straight back into it. And who knows, maybe this is going to be our semi-final where we see a bunch more goals in comparison to the first one already. Sure, we did have our scores there, especially the first game ending up being 3-0. LXB FIFA, though, trying to avenge himself, going to be trying to
get his own chances in, but at the same time, a lot of jerseys blocking his way right now. And well, those players for Fury Class are just going to be a little bit stronger for him. And already the fine adjustments coming in on the side of LXB FIFA. Even that is going to make things a little bit more difficult, as right now, yet again, Fury Class just biting himself into this aggressive play. And he is definitely a lot different in style in comparison to the semi-final we had earlier. Lots of passes here, and already the second goal straight away, 17 minutes in. And what a way to get this second semi-final started. Already the pause also being called for LXB FIFA. And the question is here, what can you do to adjust? And yeah, already here, quick adjustment when it comes down to the controls. Maybe that also a reason why his start wasn't as strong. But of course, also, he is going to change up a couple of things when it comes down to his own play. Gonna try to go a little bit more aggressive from the start here. And well, we do have to say a 2-0 start is going to be strong for Fury Class and a difficult one to get back into, considering the way that he's playing at the moment. And the point is also that with these quick passes always reaching his players, that dynamic play can then also be something to beat his opponent coming up in the grand final if he would be the one to make it to face off against Fabinho. And that is something that he'll of course be sitting here in the grandstand and take a look at it, taking notes, knowing exactly then how to adjust to it. As of course both players did have close battles in the regular season already. But this one here, Fury Class, just trying to play with a lot of the skill moves, quick passing. He is going to be my favorite also to make it towards the grand final. To have our first and second seed in that grand final represented. Should be offside here. Was going to go for the cheeky skill move either way. With that now, LXB FIFA, he needs to try and find a way to get straight back into this. Otherwise, I mean, the early game here already is looking quite strong for him. Fury Class yet again back in possession. I mean, the stats there reflect that immediately. 57%. They're going the way of Fury Class for the moment, and that almost the next pass to have him in on goal. Yeah, of course, explosive start here in our game number 1. And it could still be a long best-of-3 series. You have to get there first. That's the big point right now. Semedo back in control here for LXB FIFA. De Bruyne over to Hullet. Always a strong player to have, and of course Mbappe is going to be offside there. Very tight call. At the end of it, it is going to be Fury Class. Try to lob the ball forward. Not going to be on the receiving end of that though. Straight away, LXB FIFA back in possession. And he's going to be trying to build his own gameplay now. Of course, he has repositioned his own tactics to be a little bit more aggressive in this one. But at the same time, I mean, it has just been Fury Class. Already a 2-0 lead is going to be strong for him. And with that now, looking to move further with it. Mbappe in possession, keeping it for quite a long time as well. De Bruyne now. Quick double pass in the end though. It is going to be back in possession for Fury Class, and only for a second though as LXB FIFA with a quick interception. Could remain dangerous here, but considering that Fury Class has like 8-9 players all the way back, only keeping one player further up ahead to maybe react to regaining possession here. It's not exactly looking as great, and in the end, sure, Hullet straight back on it. Try to just keep possession in this final third. Header back to the keeper. And just try to get a little bit of the pace back out of it. Control your own game. Just don't give LXB as much space. And this here is going to be a huge move also for Fury Class, as if he can now lob that in towards goal. Nice pass in, but Ronaldo not going to be too strong in the receiving end of it. As Vieira back to Hullitz, back to De Bruyne, and right Hernandez now to get the ball back up ahead for LXB. Mbappe. Back to Hullitz. De Bruyne here looking strong still. You can see LXB FIFA trying to find a break here, trying to come through. He does exactly that. Ribéry with the 2-1 just before half-time as well. Just cutting in towards the 2 minutes of injury time. Grabbing a foothold back in this game. And the lead only up by 1 now for Fury Class. Probably not going to find a response here in the first half still. It is going to be probably the last attack going his way. Going to lose possession. That should be it for the first half. 2-1, very tight scoreline. But Fury Class, of course, dominating the first couple of chances and really only 1 shot on target thus far. All shots that we've seen have also gone in the back of the net. Still Fury Class looking a little bit stronger for the moment, but especially that moment before halftime was surely LXB's. And he needs a good start to the second half. And then maybe in with a chance to break Fury Class. But he is going to be laser focused on this. First possession surely going to be his without any events. And LXB back under control. Only for a second though. As Fury Class straight back into it, so now yet again, just keep the ball rolling. Try to keep the ball moving, try to just put your opposite defenders out of position. Especially if you can get into a position where you always have 2 open players that are open for you, then you can work it a lot better to put more players out of position still. Double teaming here is going to be LXB just to try to get back, but that's going to create space for Fury Class. Nice shot, but even better defending here. You do see Fury Class getting a little bit antsy here. Reacting to his own chances, of course, but even LXB FIFA keeping his own cool. Fully focused on it. Not really too much input there from his teammate either to try and help him out. At the end of it, it is going to be Ronaldo up against Hernandez. So ball into his touch was a foul as well, so Fury Class might actually be a little bit happier if you do have the throw in, just because your positioning of the players is a little bit stronger. Still, quick pass played, Fury Class puts it back just to try and reset, pull some of those defenders back out, and then find space for your own attacking force. It is going to be De Bruyne to try and force things through. Not going to be able to do it though. Yeah, still close one between both teams. And now a little bit of space for LXB to work with. Trying to work with the offside as well is Fury Class. It's now yet again not going to happen. And good place to stay in possession here for Fury Class at the moment. Using the whole pitch to his advantage. And of course with that would have had a lot of space to work with. Though not going to be as quick as he expected. But of course just try and pull those defenders back out. That's exactly what he's doing now. Mbappe over to Neymar, quick shot. But it is going to be Van der Sar in goal. Take quick care of it here. That's right, I think almost all of their teams playing, or all of the players playing Areola in goal. Van der Sar also a great option there. An ultimate team. LXB FIFA now maybe trying to find a break. Trying to now create his own game again. It has yet again been one of those dominant phases where Fury Class has pretty much been dictating the pace and the way that the whole thing's been going. But LXB He himself also trying to find a gap, but a different approach to this. Using the sides, then also maybe to find a drag back to go back in towards the center. Crosses, of course, within FIFA 20 haven't exactly been great during the season. Apparently that's going to be stronger for FIFA 21. But yet again, I mean, 20 minutes still in game to go, and thus far the lead for Fury Class stands. LXB FIFA has now also put a pause in. Fury Class maybe now with a big chance if he can keep this going. Mbappe, the goalie, is far way out as well, Van der Sar. But LXB FIFA, perfectly done, and in the end, Fury Class, well, that's where it comes back to bite you. You have so many players all the way back, you don't have any support in the center to try and help out. And now, though, it is going to be Mbappe for LXB. Yet again, he resets it, puts the ball back to Semedo, and tries to now find the perfect passing routes, already looking 2-3 plays ahead, but he's not going to get that far as Hullet now. Find the ball yet again for Fury Class. Trying to, of course, find a third goal here to make it a little bit more comfortable in the Dirk battle. Of course, it is still game number 1 of the best-of-3 series here. Good passing here. It is going to be Cristiano Ronaldo. Pass to Mbappe. Nice chance. But in the end, not over just yet. He'll hit the ball a little bit too far ahead. But finally, both players can get a substitute or two in. Also adjust. Try to put more bodies up ahead. And that's exactly what seems to be happening right now. A couple of adjustments here for LXB. Similar stuff for Fury Class, as he's actually still in the midst of doing his adjustments, and we should be going back live pretty soon. And of course, as per usual in FIFA, sweaty hands, get your towels out, and then have the better grip on your controller yet again. LXB now with the next attack coming in. A foul there. Advantage was played, but of course now back to the free kick. And surely you see a short pass just to pull those defenders back. Also trying to work with the offside. So you can always try something still, though. Defending not looking all too bad as Fury Class finds possession. Even here, I mean, very, very tight passing. Can now send Ronaldo down the side. That's exactly what he's going to do. Does have space and support in the middle as well. But it is going to be Ronaldo that needs the full kick. Not going to happen, though, as LXB just about comes back into it. 85 minutes down and a 2-1 scoreline. Surely keeping LXB FIFA alive, but right now it is still Fury Class up in the lead, and with that, looking to take the lead in the best-of-3 series as well, to maybe even make it 2-0, just as he did in the group stage. Or who knows, we might even be going the full distance, as we did in the first semi-final, all the way to a third and final game, all the way to the golden goal. But here, Fury Class, strong enough in the defense and also in the usage of his goalie. But LXB FIFA, he's not done just yet. Did have his goalie all the way up front as well, but he can play with disadvantage still. Fury Class not able to get the ball clear, as right now LXB looking so strong for outplay in these final closing minutes. But it is going to be Fury Class clearing the ball out and securing the first matchup coming his way. So yeah, first game through, and with that, just have to wait for the next game to get started. Fury Class, explosive start to get into it. Within the first 20 minutes, he was up 2-0 already. So we'll just have to keep an eye on what is still to come. Match 2, of course, coming up next. Stick with us here, as we'll be right back.
Before you know you're older, you're getting my controller. No closure, I'm colder. She getting nothing, joker. Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older, so sober, alone. You getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, joker. 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 Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older, so sober, alone. You getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, joker.
Get down.
You getting nothing, joker.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Post Esports League's finals, the second semi-final of the day. It's 1-0 for Helios Gaming Fury class, dominating the first game. Alex B FIFA is known to come back stronger. I can't wait actually to see the adaptations from both players. We've seen LXB FIFA. He was more adapt to the gameplay from Fury Class in the second half, but Fury Class was just too solid with his defense, proper play, had big discipline, and that brought him the first game. We have now the next question of the day. It's the final question for the PlayStation 5 giveaway voucher. And the question is as follows. Which player finished first in a regular season in FIFA 20 of the Post eSports League? Tick-tock. Don't forget, there is a link now coming into the chat. Click this link, you will have to answer the question, give your information, and after the finals today, we will draw the winner. With that said, let's get it over with the second game of this confrontation between both players. Tyler, take it away.
Yeah, and I mean, with that nice question for the viewers, we have talked about that a couple times in today's broadcast, so you might have picked up on it already. Either way, we will be getting into that second game here of the second semi-final in the best of three pretty soon, as both teams are ready. Fury Class with a decent lead. I did also just check in towards our chat here on Twitch. I do see a couple of go for Helios, but I also do see a little bit of the support for LXB FIFA, so get your votes off in chat. Who's going to win this? Who's going to move to the grand final? Who will face off against Fabinho? Still to come up. With that, as we do go ready once more, it is going to be Fury Class with the first little bit of possession. With that as well, it is already looking strong. Very, very tight chance here, similar as he did earlier on also. Trying to get into those tight spaces and then trying to also work with it. Fury Class, he is definitely going to try to transfer some of the pace that he was able to work with in the first game already to keep things going here as well. First 10 minutes down, and already here a dominant phase for Fury Class. Has had most of the possession. And so LXB FIFA needs to be on the back foot for the start. Just needs to keep calm and keep on this game. Of course, still laser focus into this. But again, Fury Class trying to find the space on the sides to somehow get him through. LXB FIFA now in his own attacking game, looking to find his own chance here as Fury Class has already pulled it very, very close. One point also where Fury Class has been so strong in his own game is his way of adapting. For one, being so quick and nimble with the passing in his own aggressive style, but then also able to close the door all the way in his defense. And that's some FIFA that we didn't really see too much of during the Foot 20 season. A lot of it was more slow-paced, kind of just seeing who can defend the best. And that may be also going to be a change for FIFA 21. We'll just have to see what it comes down to. Of course, all the pros probably already getting their early access in the next couple of days. Build their teams, open a bunch of packs, and then be ready for that next season. Of course, that's going to be the goal for these guys as well. But for now, still the opportunity to take home the title in a FIFA 20 tournament. Free kick for Fury Class is going to wait around, not going to be quick on a pass there. Just to try and reset that as well.
Interesting to chip it through. How does that ball even make it? In the end, is able to head it into goal for 1-0. And a little bit of luck involved with that as well. And the reaction from LXB FIFA pretty much shows it. But the way that somehow that ball just jumps through, Fury Class able to make it 1-0. And that is also going to be difficult then to react to when you think about the mental game that's also in this. And that is what FIFA is a lot of the time. Keep your cool head, get your own chances going yet again, and then who knows, you could be back within a matter of seconds, and that's exactly what LXB FIFA is trying to do right now. A bit of the choppy gameplay. Let's hope that I'll just be an outlier here. Still, LXB FIFA to be shut down, but straight back in his own attacking plays, as Fury Class is going to try and stop him dead in his track. And he does exactly that with Neymar to get back into possession. But yet again, not too many bodies up ahead, so he does just have to play things slow until he's back in full possession, where he can actually then build his proper play again. Cristiano Ronaldo is going to make things happen for Fury Class. Good tackle there, though. And it's going to be the throw-in. Quick execution here from Fury Class also, just to keep LXB on his feet. And there you go. Already now the passes more and more. Almost getting the ball back to Mbappe to try and maybe get a strike on towards goal. We did have a very, very dominant early side for Fury Class early on as well. In that first one, it did end up going 2-1. LXB FIFA getting one more goal into it. It was a very, very long game still, where both players did have their chances, but just weren't able to make things happen for another goal. LXB FIFA now going to try to pull things level. But the point is that Fury Class already now trying to work with the offside traps here as well, as he is also putting a lot of pressure on the individual players for LXB FIFA. Ref a little bit in the way there. But all going to be fine and dandy for the moment, is now LXB FIFA still keeping possession. Trying to find an opening there somewhere in the defense. And it is going to be Hullet for Fury Class. Well, to bring things back here and now. Maybe even work towards a second goal, but that's not going to happen just yet. With that now, Fury Class, well, hasn't really been seeing too much of the ball. It's been more of LXB FIFA trying to make his own gameplay happen. Still very quiet in his own reactions to the game. Is still just gonna stay in this one for Outplay Esports. Try and assure the title at least for the org. And then in the immediate battle up against Fabinho as well. Of course, Outplay, they did have two players for Clash as well in the finals. They had their league team in the finals as well. So with that, plenty of action happening there for the org, but haven't been able to take either one of the titles just yet. Is going to be blocked there by Fury Class. And that's going to be it for our first half. The 1-0 still going to stand for Fury Class. But of course, he did have a very, very deadly second chance there as well. That could have all turned to his advantage. Right now, stats surely speaking for himself as well. I'm just going to review what can both players change. How do you transition in towards the second half? Fury Class not going to make any changes just yet. And LXB, he just needs to keep his head up and stay in this game. Otherwise, it could all be over after this one, as the best of three would then send Fury Class to the grand final up against Fabinho, and we would have our top two seeds from the group stage in the grand final as well. The question is, can Fabinho also take #1 spot there? Or is it going to be Fury Class to win this whole day for himself? Of course, he's brought a lot of experience to this, but considering LXB FIFA, this is his first season, trying to make it as a professional FIFA player. Third event in general in FUT 20. First of that was in FIFA 20 at, well, the start of the season, all the way back at LGX, just about a year ago. And then with the strength that he's already seen, we'll just have to wait and see what he can still transition into for FIFA 21. If he doesn't make it happen today, either way, LXB FIFA now trying to get into a better position. Has now put a lot of his players up ahead. Not going to be making it through the defensive line though, as Fury Class is going to be holding that strong without too many difficulties. Almost 55 in-game minutes down. And Nat just punting the ball through. Ball just about going to be into touch. And LXB, a little bit of luck involved there as well, because otherwise Fury Class would have been in for a great run towards goal, surely. Right now, just trying to make his own game happen is LXB FIFA. Over to De Bruyne. So many bodies in the middle, though. You see as well that Fury Class in his own defense, he's not really playing a wide game. He is very, very limited to making the center as tight as possible. You have like 9 players all the way back. 10th one in Mbappe isn't too far behind either. So with that, I mean, really Fury Class currently keeping all 10 of his field players in his own third, and then trying to explode back out once he does regain possession. 55% possession here for LXB for the moment. And that has kind of been what we've been seeing, but he's just not been in the position to then break through the defense as well. And that is still just the meta of FIFA 20 for sure. He's going to be making it through now. No problems there. Hold it to De Bruyne. LXB FIFA, quick passing here just to find a gap. But it did end up being an offside call. With that, it doesn't seem like Fury Class too happy with his gameplay either. Still, LXB FIFA trying to make any kind of adjustment to try and break through the wall that Fury Class has been able to build all the way back. And he is going to be putting all of his players into attacking mode now. Fury Class himself, he can, well, decide, is he all going to wager on that 1-0 lead that he currently holds, or is he going to try to make it 2-0 here just to put the lid on top of it? Try to shut things down and not give LXB another chance here. Fury Class, first time in a while that he's actually been moving more towards an attacking position. A lot of space here now with Neymar, is going to be stopped though. And a good bit of defending there from LXB. Needs to keep this securely now though. Don't give the ball up too easily, otherwise Fury Class will be right on your doorstep. You will be looking to close that down. Of course, does already have the 1-0 lead in the best of 3. LXB trying to bring things back. Maybe now the chance. Just not going to be able to make it happen. Corner kick. Well, now LXB only going to have the ball into touch. It's Fury Class yet again, keeping most players in his own defensive third. Ready for LXB to make a move, and there you go. That might be the chance, but it is going to be called offside. And he would have had the block in for the shot anyways. 75 minutes down. And nobody on the receiving end there for Fury Class. For his team. LXB maybe now in with a chance. Ribery now on the ball. The defenders here have been working a lot for Fury Class. In general, I mean, most of his players direly need a sub. As now, in the last 10 minutes, it is going to be LXB to try and go full-out attacking mode. But surely Fury Class has been on that defensive line for quite a while. Maybe this is now the chance, as the defense takes a little bit while longer to reform, but it's going to be fine here. As Fury Class now under 10 minutes in-game still to go. The go for Helios spam is coming through in the Twitch chat as well. But I think most of the fans also for Outplay are here supporting their player from the grandstand. Always reacting to his plays as well. Of course, LXB, good chance, and there you go. The reaction from the crowd as well, tying things up at 1. And can he still make it within regular time to bring things back to a 1-1 scoreline in the best of 3? We'll just have to wait and see as Fury Class now going to be reset. Does he now change things up and bring things into his own attacking mode? I mean, surely now LXB FIFA just going to close the door in behind, pulling a lot of his players back, but not closing the door fully just yet. He is still actually keeping quite aggressive apart from the corners and standard situations. When it comes down to free kicks, still 5 in-game minutes still to go, a little bit of injury time to come on top of it. And the game almost seemed sure here for Fury Class in game number 2 to make it 2-0 in the best of 3. But LXB bringing it back for Outplay, and he still wants to face off against his teammate, against Fabinho in the grand final. Still to come today, of course. Match for 3rd place also still to happen to decide our placements for the top 4. Fury Class now in a decent set of possession. Good shot is going to be blocked even by his own player there in the end. And it is going to be, thanks to that, the offside call. Mbappe blocks his teammate's shot, and with that, LXB FIFA might also have the last attacking play of regular time here. Of course, our first best of 3 as well on the second game went to overtime, and the third went to a golden goal. But LXB FIFA saving himself in the nick of time, tied up here at 1. And with that, I mean, not too many chances in the end for both players, as Fury Class really defensive line to keep things under control. And there you go, Fabinho also coming in to help out his teammate. Maybe he's seen something there as well. Quick input from him. Is this game about to get going once more? A couple of changes, I think, still happening for Fury Class. And then we should be back with FIFA action in just a couple of seconds' time. Who can take the next place in the grand final? Or is it going to be LXB FIFA to pull it back for a full best of 3 series here in the second semi-final as well? I mean, we sure are going the distance for our FIFA finals day. Let's hope that the grand final is just going to be as tight as these 2 games have been thus far. Extra time getting underway. Fury Class is at least going to have the first possession. That going to be going the other way for LXB FIFA now in just a second's time. Quick throw in and then to keep things going. And a beautiful pass here, maybe in for a chance to take the lead, but in the end the pass a little bit too close to the keeper. Good way for Fury Class to bring his keeper into the mix as well, and would have also had 2 defenders in besides him to try and help out as well. Both players trying to keep up the pressure, and LXB surely has now found a couple of places where he can find a gap, but so has Fury Class. Is it again not the spot to actually get the final pass in towards the center. And then LXB fast on the next attack. Quick rotation to get back into his own control. Going to be called offside though. It's going to be a game of endurance here. Because right now most players still on the sides are really, really tired. Lots of running involved in regular time already. Especially also in the defense when it comes down to Fury Class there. And right now, maybe the last attack still to go in this first half of extra time. 1 minute in-game still to go for Fury Class to maybe find a goal here. And then all he has to do for 15 in-game minutes is just try to hold on to it. Not going to happen. Final pass to Cristiano Ronaldo, not going to come through. And time to take a little bit of a breather. Stay in this game. And the crowd surely behind them as well. 50-50 when it comes down to possession. Not too many shots on target. But still, what a game we've seen in this one. And both players really just about inching about, trying to be ahead. But haven't moved in that far just yet. Second half moving on. Are we going to go to a golden goal here in the second game of the best of three already? Is going to be our question. Right now, Fury Class just going to be holding this first possession for a while. Trying then to, of course, also once you hold the possession, see where your players are getting into position. What's going to be your next move? Hold it now. Look how tired the players for Fury Class are. All they can really do is be in with a couple of passes and then hopefully get a good strike towards goal. LXB FIFA can still get a lot more running in as well. His players, not as much pressure in from them early on. And that's something where Fury Class really, really had to pay the toll for. Still Neymar. Double pass there with Kylian Mbappe. Still going to lose possession, and now LXB FIFA. Maybe with the next chance for him to get back into it, but it is going to be Fury Class. Quick return for him, and maybe now the next chance. Neymar over to Mbappe from the turn, as we've seen during the playoffs as well. It is going to be the 2-1. 115th minute for Mbappe, and the reaction from LXB tells tales here. Pause to come in, and how do you react to it? What can you still do? He is going to go back to his aggressive playstyle, putting everything on that one single card, get back into it. 5 in-game minutes still to go. He has been able to do it in regular time already. Can he repeat the same here? Or is it going to be Fury Class to move on after 2 in the semi-final, to then face off against Fabinho in that grand final for the largest share of our prize pool? 2,000 euros, remember, for our first place. 1,500 for the second. Third will go home with 1,000 euros, and fourth will just have to make do with 700 euros. Still a decent amount of prize pool when it comes down to FIFA 20 still, especially here for the region as well. Great stuff. And if you do consider playing your first season, already making it in towards the semi-final against a player that has certainly seen his strong times already and has shown his strength on bigger stages as well, is something for itself. Yeah, of course, that earlier semi-final did go the full distance, 2-1 for Fabinho in the end of it. After Shadow was able to win the first game, Fabinho able to sweep back into it to secure victory, and at least have one of the Outplay eSports guys in the grand final. Is it going to be this final attack? Can he maybe even find a strike further back? Hullet currently in possession. 2 minutes still to go. Ribéry from the turn. Very tight strike there for LXB. But it looks like it's not going to be enough. Fury Class only has to keep a cool head. Is going to give up possession for a second, but brings things back. Already sure of his victory here. Is at the end of it. Yeah, just put it into another attacking position. Maybe even find another goal. It doesn't matter. You're in the grand final. Fury Class for Helios Gaming. What a game here. And of course, LXB FIFA played a very, very strong season. No doubt going to be disappointed from that, as he did have a way of getting back into it. But after all, I mean, he played a strong game, and he can still face off against Shadow for that third place. It's not going to be over for him. But I mean, yeah, in the end, LXB played a strong game, but Fury Class reigned true, and we are going to have our top 2 seeds in the grand final. And Jax, I mean, I see you smiling over there. You're ready for this.
Microphone? Thanks. Yeah, I'm very happy. It was a great game. Tyler, maybe you can explain exactly what Fury Class dominates in during the games, actually.
Well, I think the perfect chance was just to watch that first game and just the opening phase where he was able to get in front of goal, where he was able to just find those quick passes. There's a couple of players during this season that were actually quite successful doing that. You kind of had 2 play styles that got you into the big tournaments. One was just kind of get an early goal and just sit on it. Sit on a 1-0 lead and just bring it through. Fury Class in that first game already was able to get 2 early goals in the first half hour in-game. He was already up 2-0. Sure, LXB FIFA was able to clutch his way back into it, but after all, he was able just to hang on to it. Second game didn't start off as strong. He did have a couple of early chances, and they're just the quick passes, always having 1 player open, generally having 2 players that you can face the pass to, always going to pull your defenders apart. And that's exactly what he took advantage of. Sure, he had a couple of mishaps where he wasn't able to then get the shot onto target. But after all, I mean, he takes it 2-0, and that in a fashion where it was really, really close in that game too. But I saw him up ahead during that whole series.
Indeed, it was. It was funny to see that we had like almost twice the same matchup actually in the both semifinals, whereas we had 2 defensive players and 2 offensive players. So Shadow and Fury Class being more defensive ones, and we had the both boys from Outplay who are very aggressive. And it's funny because it's 1-1 now between both playstyles. So what would you say dominates the FIFA meta right now?
Well, I'm still a big proponent of that early game. So if you get that first goal in and then can work off the back of it, then that's great. I think both players that we do now have in the grand final with Fury Class and also Fabinho into it, both players can definitely dominate that early game. But of course, as I already touched base before the second semi-final, it has been Fury Class who has beaten everybody else during the regular season that is currently still in the running. So he was also able to grab a 2-1 win above Shadow and also up against Fabinho. So of course, he might also be going in towards the finals as a top contender, consistently top 3 throughout the season. And in the end, second place seed coming out of the group stage, now in the grand final against our first seed, will be very interesting. I mean, I'm up for a surprise, but I think if Fury Class plays as well as he did in that semi, then he's going to have a decent chance at the title here.
And that's exactly my fault. What would you do if you had to play against Fury Class? We've seen like this wall of 10 players he had in the defense actually when he was leading with goals. What do you do as an aggressive player? How do you go around this defense?
Well, the point is that just your regular playstyle isn't generally going to cut it. You have to either work
on the counter plays, let him come and then just kind of find the open spaces that way. Or, as LXB did to get back into the game, just kind of brute force your way through. Throw everything forward to get a chance into that. Generally, you're not going to be doing that straight off the start, so you might start being a little bit more aggressive around the 60th, 70th minute, and then like from the 75th to the 80th, you can really go all out aggressive, because what do you have to lose? If you're not going to be able to make it through those 10 guys, then you might as well try and push your way through. And sometimes it's going to backfire and you just lose the game. But either you lose it 2-1 or you lose it 3-1. Doesn't really make too much of a difference. You have the chance at getting back into it and tying things up.
Exactly. Thank you, Tyler, for your analysis from this second confrontation. I think everyone had lots of fun watching both semifinals. We are making ourselves ready for the final. But first, let's have a short break.
To look my way, never back to you. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. But it's not okay, yeah. Whatever, can I walk away, oh yeah. Can still see your face, so tell me what to do, cause I can't find a way. Baby, please just tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm fine. Tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, baby, please just tell me if I'm fine. Just tell me if I'm fine. But it's not okay, yeah. Whatever, can I walk away, oh yeah. I love you too, don't love me back, back. I can't stand this feeling inside my mind. Baby, please just tell me if I'm fine. Please just tell me if I'm fine. Cause I don't know why it's stuck in my heart, baby. Please just tell me if I'm fine. Just tell me if I'm fine.
it wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness is my old friend. You won't get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, oh, your friend, you get me at the end.
Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. So sober, alone, look, you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker.
Get down. Get up.
You getting nothing, Joker. you know you're older. You get in my controller. No closure, I'm colder. She getting nothing, joker. Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. So sober, alone. You getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, joker. 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 Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older. So sober, alone. You getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, joker.
Get down. Get up.
You getting nothing, joker.
underestimating what you've taken on. I'm out of the cage, 'cause you opened the door. You're as innocent as gone. 'Cause if you're falling for me, just be one. 'Cause I don't think you're ready for it. I'm not the one to mess around. No, I don't think you're ready for it. Too many people done wrong. 'Cause I don't think you're ready for it. You best believe that time's up. I'm a murderer. You made a mistake, underestimating what we would become. And now an escape is impossible. You're as innocent as gone. 'Cause if you're falling for me, just be one. If you're falling for me, I'm not the one to mess around. To mess up. Too many people done wrong.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the finals of the Post Esports League. It's the final of the finals for the FIFA discipline. It's the final for the schedule also today. And here are the medals and the cups. They are brought in by the project managers of the Post Esports League, Guillaume Wilke and Alexandre Pauli. It's a beautiful cup. They are beautiful medals. They are missing some fireworks, I would presume. No worries. It's happening. The finals of FIFA. 2 players reach the top of the tops for the greater region. On one side, we have the aggressive player, Outplay eSports X Fabinho. And on the other side, we have Helios Gaming Fury Class with great rhythm in the game, aggressive starts and very compact defense. Tyler, can you tell us more about this matchup? There seem to be some issues with the microphone from Tyler. We will find a solution quickly, no worries there.
There you go, now you should be able to hear me.
He's back.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, crazy 2 semi-finals that we had, and I mean, sure, we did have, well, one player on the side of Fabinho who played a very, very strong game, who developed his own game in a way that is going to be difficult to beat. However, at the same time, we do also have, well, a player on the side of Fury Class where he was also second seeded throughout the group stage, and with that, I mean, sure, strong showing, but as well, I mean, I'd expect both of these 2 teams to kind of just go head-to-head. Because for one part, sure, you have Fury Class going aggressive in the first kind of half hour in-game, just trying to push, trying to get your goals in. And if you get your goal or not, then you do have to kind of go a little bit more defensive, play off the back of it, and see how all of that comes down. However, especially then in towards this final, Fabinho, he's gonna know how Fury Class just played. He's going to know how to counteract that, and I think his playstyle also complements that of Fury Class. So we'll have to see. I think it is going to be a tight final. I do kind of see Fury Class's playstyle a little bit stronger up ahead, but I'm ready to be proven wrong.
Exactly. Fury Class playing the meta correctly and clean. X Fabinho trying to give it an offensive touch, of course, but I would say it's time that we make both players appear at again. First, we have Outplay eSports X Fabinho. Video, please.
Hi, my name is X Fabinho. I'm 21 years old. I'm a FIFA player for Outplay eSports. My favorite player this year, FIFA 20, is Saint-Maximin Footballeur, and my goal in FIFA is to reach a major event. Thank you.
On the left-hand side, beautiful pass to Vieira, and actually Dembele wide open, 2-0, and you can't play football anyway better than that. That is clear textbook. Keep those triangles going.
My first tournament in Luxembourg was last year in April when it was FIFA 19, and it was a great experience, and I really enjoyed it.
Outplay eSports X Fabinho's, ladies and gentlemen. He is the final hope of Outplay eSports to win a title at the Post Esports League. We've seen the League of Legends team fall to Brotherhood of the Red Lion. We've seen Outplay eSports Crypto losing versus Royal Family Esports Total. Now everything lies on his shoulder. Outplay eSports X Fabinho's aggressive style, will it be enough to win this big final. We will see. On the other hand, we have the compact and cool player Helios Gaming Fury class. Video.
Salut, c'est Timothée, j'ai 21 ans, plus connu sous le nom de Fury Class. J'ai rejoint Helios Gaming en juillet dernier. Mon équipe préférée est l'AS Monaco et mon joueur sur FIFA préféré est Kylian Mbappé. J'ai commencé l'e-sport FIFA il y a un an.
Keep these cool passes going. Fury Class, good position with Mbappe. Beautiful shot right out of the turn. 1-1 and everything is back to the start. Everything is being reset.
Mon objectif sur FIFA est de me qualifier à la prochaine Coupe du Monde.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the calm and collected Helios Gaming Fury class. He's known to play the meta by the book, playing aggressive and early and then closing the defense and winning very dominating fashion. Now, will Fabinho be able to penetrate this defense? We don't know, but this will be the key factor of this game. Tyler, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting one to see how it all goes down. We've kind of touched base on both their playstyles as well. And of course, though, I mean, not really the most experienced when it comes down to, of course, the international world rankings. I mean, both players have made it towards kind of that top 500 level still, though. I mean, we're still looking for one title for Outplay Esports. Is it going to be doable? It might be in the cards there for Fabinho, but at the same time, Fury Class is going to be a number to beat as well. The trophy just looking beautiful there as well. And we should be getting into the game pretty soon. And of course, with that, we'll just have to see how strong our predictions will be. I mean, Fury Class should yet again have that playstyle where he's going to go aggressive straight out the bat, is going to see if he can just let that ball move for himself and then see how Fabinho can react to it. I mean, for all of it, in the ongoing season already, in the group stage, we did see, of course, Fury Class beats Fabinho already. It did come down to a tight 2-1 in the best of 3. So yeah, it should be interesting to that going forward. Of course, it is still going to be a best of 3 here in the grand final. And number 1 is going to run away with the $2,000 grand prize. And of course, the trophy going along with that. Alongside, of course, the match for 3rd is currently still happening as far as I know. That has been played off stream, but we will have the results as soon as possible. As soon as I get them, we'll let you in on the results there. And yeah, then later on after this game, we'll have a nice trophy ceremony and we'll see if it is going to be a player from Luxembourg to take the title here in the Post Esports League finals, or if it is going to be the Frenchman in Fury Class, who of course also played a final in this season in the French E-Liga. And yeah, with that already, he was a finalist. I don't think they actually ended up winning it with Monaco. Still, though, we'll just have to see which way that comes down. And also how the input from his coach and behind him will be there. And I do see the game pretty much ready, so we should be jumping into it in a matter of seconds. And then hopefully start with the game here, as we do see one of the two teams, and of course it is, well, still Ultimate Team. It is pretty much bring out all the best cards that you can. And yeah, a couple of spots where you can maybe also take the back foot, say, of course, just be strong in attack and have an outside defender that's not going to be the best in the game, but rather play your own game off the back of it. We'll just have to see how things get started with the game about to get going. And it is going to be Fabinho up against Fury Class, ready to get game 1 going in the best of 3 final here. Let's see how this one will go down. Thumbs up from the guys, and with that, they should be ready for it.
Ready to get going already. Fabinho kind of adapting his own playstyle to go a little bit more defensive there. Doesn't want to go full out attacking just yet, as surely Fury Class is going to start off with strong pace. I highly, highly doubt that he is going to go into it too defensively. Right now, though, first possession is going to be his. Just exploring where he can get his players into. Even here, Fabinho, short possession for himself, but he is going to get straight back onto it with Ribery. Of course, also ample opportunity to keep that going. CBO does still have a couple of players to work with. Mbappe now in possession here for Fabinho. Nice little pass. This is now going to be strong. Of course, this first little bit of attacking, not a bad idea. Interesting tackle there, but no foul play involved. Right now, just playing it slowly. Nobody really making a big move. And of course, Fury Class just trying to keep the ball going in behind to see if Fabinho is going to pull any of his defensive players into it, just to open up a couple of spaces, then going forward. And that's going to be a point now where Fabinho can take a little bit more possession as well. On to Samito. Still right now, yet again, as we kind of expected, Fury Class does have 9 field players back, his goalie there to support as well. And it really is only Mbappe that kind of stays up front. Everybody else falls back to try and reaffirm that defensive position. Nice tackle there, and Fury Class now in a decent spot when it comes down to possession. Ronaldo over to Neymar. Could also find Mbappe up ahead, but he's going to play it all the way back. And I mean, that is going to warrant a response here from Fabinho as well, as he does pull a couple more players up in front to try and stop the build-up. But right now his defensive line has also been holding strong. Mbappe now in the double. Nicely done here, all the way back to De Bruyne. And Vieira. Point is now that Mbappe would have a lot of space, but he's just not quick enough. Ball goes all the way back to Areola, and all shall be fine for him. Of course, Areola did have a couple of difficulties up against Shadow earlier for Fabinho. Wasn't exactly the strongest goalie there, but it all worked out after all the way into the third and final match, going to a golden goal. So then find that final strike still. Right now, both sides defending quite well. Nobody going full out just yet. And I do believe that even Fury Class, with his playstyle that he did play earlier on as well in the semi-final, he would still be able to make similar work as he did of LXB FIFA, if he does just play with the pace a little bit more. They're just getting a couple of those quick passes in. He's already getting himself into decent positions, but there you go, offside called. And the first half hour in-game already through here in game 1. Not really too much decided, as Fury Class is going to be on his next attack. And getting into a decent position, De Bruyne back to Hullitz. And yet again going full circle. Just kind of trying to play those passes, trying to find space, and that's exactly what he does with Neymar. It's not going to be Mbappe though to get off the back of it. And decent defense here for Fabinho to now get back into possession. There you go, Fabinho in a decent spot here already.
Good pass, and at the end of it, yeah, Fury Class, without too many problems, can be back in possession now, looking for maybe a little bit of a quicker attack, a couple of skill moves too many. And that's also something that you do have to consider. There's very, very little players actually in FIFA 20 that have fully mastered that. And also not too many players at big tournaments that really went with too many of the skill moves. I think one of them was surely Stuttgart's Lucas, who made it all the way in towards the grand final back in Paris, who he had a style that definitely worked with the skill moves. And he was one of those players, one of very little players that had actually fully mastered it. He was the surprise in that tournament for sure still. I mean, right now it is going to be Fabinho. Just a little bit more laid back. Trying to find an opener. Just taking his time. I mean, that's also been working for him. Ball a little bit up ahead, and in the end, it is going to be no problem for Fury Class to get back behind it. First half almost done here in game number 1, and not a lot has happened if we look back at it. Sure, both players kind of looking for their first chances. A couple of close ones as well, but nothing too crazy. Maybe now a lot of space here for Fury Class. Just a little bit too many passes, and it will be Fabinho without too many issues, concluding that first half. And still going to be tied at 0. Nobody getting a goal in just yet. Both players with a shot, none of those on target. But as well as we kind of expected from the game as we've seen it thus far, Fury Class. A little bit more possession going his way. He has been working off it a little bit stronger, but both players fully focused into it. Not really a big reaction to the game just yet. Although surely Fury Class sees that Fabinho has also adjusted his playstyle to give him maybe a little bit of the reins to then react to it as well. But Fabinho is surely calm and collected at the moment. And he's still working it fine for the moment. Fury Class though, first possession, getting things started, and a good pass here. Good moves actually to get into this position, and Mbappe for the 1-0. And after the first half was slow to happen, it was a quick one here to just about 3 minutes in, and it is going to be Mbappe for Fury Class with that 1-0. And that now going to be a spot where Fabinho either needs to react quickly, or Fury Class is just going to shut the door, and that's exactly what Fabinho wants to do now in his own attacking play. But he is going to be shut down. And Fury Class straight back to it. Not really a point where you do have to adjust too much just yet though. Just kind of keep your own game going, see that you do get into a couple of good chances here for Fabinho, and then you should still be fine. Either way though, Fury Class surely also looking into his own game. Can he just shut things down in his own defense? He has been playing more or less the same. Just kind of keeping 9 players all the way back and then adjusting to it. Fabinho actually still keeping to the same strat as he does thus far. It is still first game, doesn't have to mean too much, and I mean a 1-0 lead isn't going to be as decisive in the long run still. Would maybe love to see a game like we did in the playoffs where it did end up going like 5-4. Bunch of goals happening, bunch of back and forth also with the goals. But this has kind of been the meta in FIFA 20. Just kind of keep calm and collected, get your 1 goal in, then just close the door, and you're going to be golden for the rest of the tournament. And that's been the way that Fury Class has been playing it. Defensive, use those couple of chances that you do get in front of goal, and make use of your possession, and that's exactly what he's been doing. Still Fabinho now, also making his own moves, and a good job there. Yeah, good job, well done for Fury Class now, as he is gonna still stay in touch. 3 players all around him, but it ends up working just fine there. Ball just into touch, but In the end, this is a good spot for Fury Class. Sure, he doesn't have anybody in the center for now, but all of that is going to change as now the passes go back. Work the ball back in towards the center and everything should be fine. Fury Class still keeping it going with Hulit. Over to Mbappe. He was the first goal scorer. And trying to go for one of those long-range shots. Of course, we did look back to all the way like start or mid of kind of winter of FIFA 19. If you did just get into those green time finishes outside the box, you're generally also going to score. That was changed for FIFA 20. You do have to get more into those 100% chances, get right in front of goal, just kind of tap the ball in, or be in a 1v1 up against the keeper, and then you generally also get the goal your way. Still, De Bruyne for Fabinho here. Back to Vieira. And a couple of players still to find. But yet again, Fury Class trying to bait him in. Trying to go for those offside traps. At the same time, Fabinho just keeping a cool head, knows exactly what his opponent is going to be doing. And foul called. Great position for a free kick, and you always have the opportunity to go for the direct strike, although generally in FIFA you do see those quick taps to try and get a chance in after. Right now, a lot of adjustments, but generally, as we expect, it is going to be the ball roll, and then Mbappe on the ball. Eusebio, great chance, but a lot of bodies still in the center for Fury Class to try and defend that, and that's exactly what he did. Fabinho now back into the game, looking strong. But again, at the end of it, it is going to be Fury Class keeping his 1-0 lead intact and looking strong doing it. Big question there. Are we going to see a full 3-game final? Or could Fury Class maybe even do it within 2? Who knows? Maybe Fabinho still in with a chance to get back into it and turn this one back around. We saw his first game go to a full 3-1. And he was able to claw things back in extra time. And in the end, the golden goal. But Fabinho already put in a pause. Right now, Fury Class just holding on to the ball. The 80th minute is going to be a little bit late also to do those final changes, to be a little bit more aggressive. But Fabinho now back into possession. Just going to keep the ball rolling. And who knows, the ball might not even go back into touch. But surely, if it does go to a pause, Fury Class also just going to shut the door, build the wall in behind, and not let anybody come through. Why should he? He's been dominating this one in with a decent chance. Mbappe is going to be blocked. But with the 84th minute come and gone now, it's now going to be a point where maybe here with this final attack. Not going to happen though, as Fury Class keeps possession. Or gets it straight back in, but Fabinho also staying up ahead, trying to get into a decent position, not offside, just about in there. Quick strike, but Hulit to block things off. Great bit for him to defend as well. And De Bruyne now, back to Mbappe. Has been a goal scorer on the other side as well. But Fury Class was sure of it, that ball's not going to go in. Fabinho, I mean, all he has to do now is just put everybody up ahead. You don't have anything to lose. Just trying to go full aggressive. Maybe even just keep 3 players back and throw everybody else up ahead. As Fury Class can pull all of his players back and be fine with it. 2 in-game minutes to go, plus injury time. Should generally hold for Fury Class, especially as he does have possession. No need to give that away. But he does exactly that, and Fabinho may be still in with a chance. Of course, we did just see his adjustments. He has gone a little bit more aggressive on this now. Ribéry. Mbappe regains possession here quickly for Fabinho. Does have Vieira in the center. Could have had that quick pass over to Eusebio. Not going to happen though. It's still possession on his side here for Fabinho. But it seems like Fury Class just looking to shut this down, and that's exactly what he seems to do. This could be the final corner. Generally, we see all of the corners still being played, no matter how long, still going to be played. Although injury time has come and gone, We're going to see a second corner here as well. Quick cross and great chance here, but a final player on the line is going to clear things out. Fabinho still in with a chance, clear shot, and there you go to tie things up in injury time and to now pull it to extra time as well. Back-flipping Ribéry straight back in style as Fabinho somehow clutches it back for outplay. And that's one way to get the grand final started here. Just about in the nick of time. All Fury Class had to do was just clear the ball. But we're going to go to extra time here on the first game. And that's going to be a point where Fabinho, he's going to be sitting comfortably. And surely Fury Class is going to be struggling with that. Always going to be difficult in those kinds of positions. Did have more possession, but still now a couple of changes still to be had. And Fabinho, well, back to get a little bit more structure in towards his own game as well. And this is definitely what we want to see in a grand final. Pulling it back 2 minutes after injury time was pretty much done over with. That's how FIFA 20 works though. Keep your attacks going. Every corner will generally be played. Every free kick within the attacking third will generally be played. And Fabinho now maybe in with a chance to break Fury Class in game 1 of the grand final. Now already attacking here. Both players still enough fitness going with his team. As Fury Class back in possession. Of course, extra time is going to be half an hour in-game time. Real time is going to be a lot shorter than that. So Fabinho now just keeping possession. Over to Vieira. Back to De Bruyne. Mbappe into it now as well. CBO in a decent position, also be found. But a little bit too much there on one player. Need to find those passes to get through. That's exactly what Fury Class has been so strong at in the semi-final. He hasn't really been able to transfer through just yet. The quick passes, being quick on his feet, being quick to react to the opponent at hand as well. CR7 here. Still in possession. Over to Neymar. Back and forth between both players. Nino kind of just the sub at hand when it comes down to those foot tournaments. But Fabinho back in possession and should be fine with this now. 2 more minutes within this first half of extra time. Fabinho just trying to work things to have that last attack of this first half. Regular time's done, 1 minute only of injury time, so he's good to already be in a decent position. Generally you have 2 to work with, still it's going to be Hullet. Over to De Bruyne, that's going to be it for the first half of extra time. Both players not really making too big of a move just yet, as it is going to be all still tied up at 1 in this first game of the best of 3. And a lot of it still to come. Fury Class having a peek at what Fabinho is doing up on the big screen. Having a decent idea of what he's going to be up against. Now it's just a matter of keeping your cool. And that's also something that Fabinho has to keep in the back of his head. Just kind of stay on it. As Fury Class yet again laser focused back in, so is Fabinho. Dangerous play there to go all the way back to the keeper, but it all works out fine at the end of it. Fury Class keeps possession of one player for quite a long time. He's going to be the back and forth. Actually has switched sides here with Paulinho. Generally playing on the left side. Mbappe now going to be back into it. De Bruyne over to Ronaldo. He's going to be raining the left-hand side, trying to somehow find a pass in towards the centre. Long time now onto one single player. But it's working out fine for him. Very class. Back to Ronaldo. Over to Neymar. Maybe time to send Mbappe, not just yet. And there you go, maybe from the turn. One skill move too many, he knows that as well. We saw that immediately from his own reaction, but Fabinho now with the next chance to maybe get back into it. 5 minutes still on the clock. Otherwise we would be moving to a golden goal here in game 1 of the grand final. Fabinho onto Vieira. Semedo also working up ahead. Mbappe now going to be onto it, but not going to be able to work it. Fury class. He's looking strong here. Still a couple of mistakes that didn't quite work his way. Last minute here with injury time. That pass back a little bit too far, and with that we are going to a golden goal after all. First penalty kicks currently taken, but golden goal to come in after. And that's going to be one time where right now the players can just kind of calm down, keep collected, keep their cool. And then move on in to the golden goal here for game 1. Time for them to have a breather. Of course, still in with a chance to then making it as the first place team here for Outplay eSports. Interesting one. Let's see who's going to take game 1. As we're going to a perfectly matched golden goal. It is our number 1 against number 2 seed here in the tournament. And it's been quite a journey for both players. Of course, Fabinho did play a golden goal earlier already. Fury Class was able to make it 2-0 in the game earlier and already showed quite a dominant run here. Can he win it in the golden goal to go 1-0 in the best of 3? We'll just have to see. He was the dominant force for quite a while. But I mean, at the end of the day, still, it does count that Fabinho comes straight back into it. Yes, it's the 94th minute with 2 minutes only of injury time announced, but he worked his advantage. He kept working until the last chance, and he was able to score the goal there. And that's where we're moving to a golden goal now. Very, very tightly matched, both players right now. So we'll just have to see and wait where this one's going to go. How long it's going to take, we did see earlier in the golden goal, kind of big chance within the 2nd or 3rd minute. But then yet again, it coming down to a long, long run for the players after all. There's the lineups yet again ready. And both players just time to get back into your zone. And to keep going as you have. Fabinho now already taking first possession. Taking first control in this one. Actually holding it for quite a while here as well. Trying to find his passes. But yet again, Fury Class getting the better of it. And now maybe to start his own run. Surely most of the players that we do still have here are the Outplay eSports players that were here for the whole weekend. And always there to support their teammates. Even there, they could have had the grand final between two of their top players. Still looking for a title for this weekend. Who knows, maybe first iteration of the Post Esports League finals will be won in FIFA by the Frenchman, by Fury Class, who's played a strong tournament, consistently strong during the regular season as well. Always was within the top 3. Placed second in the group stage and has now made it into the grand final to fight for that #1 spot. But of course, that currently still being held by Fabinho. The MVP also of the regular season with that first seed coming out of the group stage. And now also looking to get the lead in the best-of-3 finals. But he's still a little ways off. So we'll just have to see how long it'll actually take for both of these two players to find that golden goal. Right now, Fury Class just kind of playing in behind, keeping possession, looking for the right moment to then start the attack. Maybe even just wait for Fabinho to be a little bit antsy, to be a little bit too aggressive, and then find that gap still. Ball into touch, and Fabinho back in possession. But still, this one got to be fought over for. Fabinho looking strong for that. Player in the center was going to be offside. So that's why he had no other choice other than to just keep on going with De Bruyne. Semedo back to Vieira. Always kind of the same storyline in these attacking plays for Fabinho. In the end, Mbappe now maybe in with a chance. It is going to be the direct shot. Maybe Ribéry on the back of it. Not going to happen though for the moment. As even De Bruyne not able to get back onto it. Difficult one here at the same time. Yeah, and sometimes you think, well, just trying to go for the shot and that might be your goal. Sometimes it's the other way around. One more pass and that then would be your goal. At the end of it, hindsight is always 20/20. And right now, both of these guys not quite sure how to structure it. 25 minutes into the golden goal and no decision just yet as to who's actually going to take the W here. Fury Class looking strong now in his own attacking move. Mbappe going to be blocked by his own player though. And that's got to hurt as well. Still, Fury Class is going to be on top of it. Regains possession for one touch, but not for any much longer. That's Fabinho straight back onto it. 30 minutes in, and now the time for the next attacking play. For the home-sung hero. Number 563 in the world ranking when it came down to foot 20. Fabinho now just to keep things going. Vieira looking for the next pass to De Bruyne. Eusebio, nice to get through. The final pass just not going to be delivered. 35 minutes down, and yet again, I mean, sure, it's back and forth. We have seen a couple of shots come in from Fabinho. But really, both players not exactly getting the ideal chance just yet. Mbappe now in. But even they're going to be shut down by the defenders. Fabinho now maybe one of his best chances he's going to get. Not going to happen though, as Fury Class yet again shuts things down. Had a good spot there. Now it's going to come down. Fury Class. At least he tried to get back in front. But yet again, this is now going to be a long time coming for these guys. Pretty much already played 1.5 games, more like 2 games actually,
when you count extra time into it as well. And not just still here for game one. It is a long, long run. But the first half of the golden goal still coming down. And the grand final still going strong here. Over to De Bruyne. Vieira back into it as well. Ribéry now here for Fabinho. Lots of open space still to find though. See it again, good timing for Fury Class. And here, first half of the golden goal is through. And we're none the wiser who's going to go 1-0 in this best of three. Sure, most of the possession on the side of Fabinho. And sure, he's also had a couple of chances. But still a long, long game between these two. And that after Fury Class kind of, well, had full control, almost thought that he's going to have the winner. But then Fabinho, 4 minutes in towards injury time, still brought things back to a 1-1 scoreline, and since then we've been stuck at it. Both players playing their own game, building the wall in the defense, and nobody yet's able to break through it. All you need is one goal. But yet again, that might just be too difficult to find. And that also is just going to be the story that you can take from the whole FIFA 20 season. As that's how the meta developed throughout the season. There were updates that tried to adapt to it, but just didn't make a difference at the end of it. So right now, Fury Class maybe in with a decent chance. Neymar now with a lot of space and so close. But Fabinho's goalie. Here, Areola keeping it under control. That's so important as well. As that could have been it. Generally, if you're in the 1v1 up against the goalie, you're almost golden already. But it didn't work out that way. And a decent save in the end though as well. The shot not really placed too well. And the next chance for Fury Class though might be coming up. Decent chance here maybe now. Does have players in the middle to find, but it is going to be Fabinho to stop him dead in his tracks. And yet again then build your own game. Militao good to block things off for Fabinho. As we've now slowly creeped on and officially going the distance of 2 full games. With the 30 minutes of extra time. And the now 60 minutes almost of the golden goal. Fury Class back into it now. Decent flow here for the passes, just needs to keep things going. Neymar. And there's the mistake that Fabinho has been waiting for. Can he now make it work though in his next attack? As of course all players for Fury Class are going to be working back. Fabinho taking a lot of time, not going to be in the counter attack. And well, at the end of the day, it is going to be a marathon for both players. Nobody said it's going to be easy. I mean, it is 2,000 euros. And a nice trophy to come with that as well for the champion, and they are going to keep on fighting for it. As nobody going to be up ahead just yet. Nobody's just going to settle for the medal and 1,500 euros. Just as none of you guys settled for the chance to win a PS5 in the finals across the weekend. Of course, that should still be drawn today. When Trax will probably have an announcement when it comes down to that. towards the end of the day. Still, remember, we're still in game 1 of the grand final here. Fury Class had such a long time dominating it. And then it's just that one little bit of difference. Fabinho was able to bring things back. Pause yet again queued. Are you actually going to change things up here? Are you going to try to go a little bit more aggressive or just save yourselves one day further? I'd expect us to go to penalties after one full 90 minutes of golden goal. I'm not sure if we're actually going to go full on golden goals until late into the night, but we'll just have to see and wait. Because right now, De Bruyne back to Mendy. Not going to find the return there. Pretty much 80 minutes down by now. And both players not really going out full aggression. Everybody's still being a little bit conservative. Don't want to open up the spaces in behind. Fury Class with the mistake, and now Fabinho back in possession. But even here, I'm actually surprised that he is going to keep things going. Going up ahead, not pulling it back just yet. And there you go, De Bruyne. Boyle's the next pass here into the center for Vieira. But even there, not really the way to break through just yet. Advantage played. A lot of skills there, but yet again, just going to be stuck on that last defender. And that's going to be enough for Fury Class at the end of it. Next attack happening now for him. Maybe time to pull up the pace a little bit. Mbappe going to stick to it. Nice send there for Fury Class. Does he have a player in the center? No, he doesn't. In the end, it is going to be the corner